Whoa. Hey. Welcome back to what I've chosen to call a history of rock and roll in film and rock and roll. You may call it what you like. There's so much involved in this episode. Holy smokes. I want to say thank you to all you very indulgent fans of the Grateful Dead and Pink Floyd for coming through the last one and progressing on to this one. And I hope you do enjoy everything that I put into it. It's a very sort of unique situation. I think for the most part, I enjoyed learning everything I learned. I hope everything I put out here is entertaining for you. It's just tough to know where to start, where to begin, how much to do when it comes to two bands with such diehard, fanatical fan bases and decades worth of work and touring and various kinds of projects out there to cover. I just kind of went where my interests found, just dragged me when it came to doing the research and all the books that I checked out and documentary footage that I watched and what I felt I wanted to relate in the episodes that I've been doing. So thank you in advance. And you'll probably hear me thank you at least once or twice before this is all over later on through the episode. Hendrix fans will be pleased to note that I managed to shoehorn a Hendrix connection with Pink Floyd and a Hendrix connection with Grateful Dead as well. You'll hear that pretty soon. As readily as you can hear the hammering going on above me because the roof is being replaced on the condominiums complex where I live. I'm not trying to be cranky about that, but it has put off me finishing up this for the last few days, and I'm tired of waiting. So I promise the only hammering you're likely to hear is during this introduction right now, because they are right above me. Maybe a stray hammer stroke here and there, but a lot more faint. Way later in the episode. As always, please share this if you enjoy it with anyone you know who might find it interesting. There's no advertisers, there's no sponsors, and it's all done by me. And, I'm very proud of it. And I hope you enjoy what you're about to hear. Alternately, consider clicking on the PayPal link in the description and making a donation, or joining our Patreon and digging into a whole lot of rock and roll history that I have recorded over the last year almost. We're closing in on a full year of the Patreon. Changes coming there pretty soon as well. Hop on if you like, even just with enough time to download a bunch of stuff and then cancel your subscription and come back in a year or so. You never know. Could be fun. Thanks very much. Now I'll jump back into the Rock Lives interview that was sort of setting up the history of the Dead. There's pages of it, going through their catalog of releases and, some solo projects here and there, or just some basic notes about what was influencing sort of every phase up through October 1989, setting up this interview with Jerry Garcia and Bob Weir. And it says, "The Dead have always said that they exist primarily as a concert rather than a recording band. Built to Last contains a lot of material that had been played during the Dead's last year of live shows. How do performances influence recorded versions? Did Foolish Heart have that chiming, filigreed guitar sound from the start?" Garcia says, "No, not really. Like all Grateful Dead material, this material has all been through an evolutionary process. Normally the process is one where we learn a tune, then evolve an arrangement. Everybody evolves their parts on stage over many performances. A lot of times when we write a song for a record, it really doesn't turn into what it's gonna become until we've been performing a few years. So normally our records are usually failures on that level. They're not representative. Let's use Foolish Heart to explain how the Dead compose. How were the melody lines worked out?" Garcia, "Actually, what you're mostly hearing on that song as far as the melodic support of the tune structure is Bob and Brent's musical conversation. And the way Phil Weir says, accentuates and punctuates the conversation. Garcia says, absolutely. Now, normally this process takes many performances, like 2 or 3 years, before it starts to get that kind of personality. But the way we did it this time, it gave everybody a chance to evolve their part in more of a hurry. Originally, conceptually, I was thinking of something like an open Pete Townsend acoustic guitar full chord style, something between U2 and The Who. But everything sounded better than that. Finally, I play an occasional chord or the fundamental notes, but mostly, Weir says, it's all lines and arpeggios. Everybody's playing at once. Garcia says, right. It's like Dixieland. Everybody's playing something. Nobody's just padding. Weir said, everybody's out of their head all of the time. Garcia. Then I got together with Mickey Hart for the rhythm overdubs and thought that what would be nice would be, instead of the typical sustained, add to the groove elements like shakers or maracas or stuff like this, like that stuff that there is there for every bar. It'd be nice to have events that happen on particular accents, but only appear every 4 bars. So those percussion things are like salt and pepper over the whole thing. The nice thing about the tune is that it's basically the Grateful Dead. There's not a lot of overdubs on it, no extra keyboards. Weir says it's basically the way it's going to come off on stage as well. Except it's going to be different because no one's going to remember the lines they played, but it will be in the same ballpark. Then they talk about a couple other tracks and lyrics for them, but there's a chunk coming up here that I wanted to touch on a little more about their sort of creative process after they get past some lyric stuff. There's a song they're talking about. Let's see. The lyric. Went through the Victim or the Crime, apparently, is one where there's a lot of back and forth about a specific lyric, being a junkie or a monkey or a bunny that time runs out on, or patience runs out on one of those. They note the song also has a psychedelic feel to it, if that word still means something in 1989 to them, I think is the implication from the interviewer. And Garcia says, it's a song that's very difficult, tonally, harmonically. It's not a song you can play freely. It's complex as can be, very dense, but the lyric and the gesture of the song are also its strong points. It's angular and strange, so it seems like a good idea to capitalize on the strangeness. I talked to Weir about having a beam solo on it, too. This is an instrument that Mickey plays. It's something you love and hate at the same time. A big metal I-beam that he's got 15, 20 piano strings on it that are all tuned in unison. He plays it with bars and rocks and pieces of metal, banging and sliding on it and creating all these industrial shrieks. It's electrified to boot. We went and sampled it, put them on keyboards, added it in places where it seemed appropriate. Mickey had gone and recorded these things. We also have a virtual machine shop in there of stamper and presser sounds. They're part of the rhythm section. Weir says, and breaking light bulbs and big metal punches. One huge stamper goes ka-chunga. We toss that in on top of the snare drum. There's a little bit later with Bob Weir that could be one of the douchiest things that the wrong person could say to you, but if it's Bob Weir, it's probably not douchey at all. Or if, any musician or artist that you like. But the interview asked Bob if he sees himself primarily as a songwriter or a musician, and he said, as a conjurer. Joseph Campbell labeled me a conjurer one night. He was watching us play and said, what you are is a conjurer. I thought about it for a couple of months and decided, yeah, you're right. Smiling. That would have been more fun if there was some contact. Like, tell me about the night that Joseph Campbell was watching you. Where were you playing? And what's your relationship with Joseph Campbell? Or is it implied that if you know the Dead, you already know they hang out with Joseph Campbell? I don't know anything about that. So, and are we talking the hero of the Thousand Faces, Joseph Campbell, I assume? That's the only one most of us know about. More, please. I want some more, sir, please. Context. But is an interesting little quote from Garcia, who says, magic is what we do. Music is the way we do it. And they, they later in the interview, they have a bit where they talk about the Arista Records years and what they liked about it and how they regard it. I didn't know this. Lowell George played with the Dead during that time. And Garcia says, they were working with him on Shakedown Street, which was looser than the others because Lowell George was a looser guy. Bob Weir says it's a real pity at Shakedown Street that Lowell had to go on tour pretty much in the middle of it, leaving us. Then we went to Egypt and then came back and finished it rather hurriedly. That could have been a much better record than it ended up being. If Lowell had stuck around and there had been some overview all the way through, or if Lowell had not been involved at all. Jerry talks about how Arista Records suggested different producers for them during this era, and they were trying to be cooperative, but it didn't really come out with the results that they were, I don't know, maybe used to. But they liked Little Feat's music, and we figured, here's a guy who has to deal with the dynamics of a band. He understands a band's work and what it's like. And he did. He was perfect. He was a good old boy, simpatico. Weir talks about interviewing George Lowell for the gig, having dinner at the Golden Dragon Cafe the night after there had been a horrendous Chinatown gangland shootout there. They were still sweeping up the glass, and there wasn't much blood around, but there were plenty of bullet holes and lots of new silverware. As for the interview, I just said to Lowell, hey, sounds like fun to me. How's it sound to you? He said, when do we get started? That was pretty much it. But it was kind of silly of us choosing him as a producer. Little Feat's studio records have never done very well for the same reason as ours, because they never lived up to their live sound. They were always thin by comparison. They mention Terrapin Station, an album that has the song Estimated Profit. Weir says, that song's in 7/4 time. Not many people realize that. Garcia, a reggae song in 7/4 time. Don't try this at home, kids. Meanwhile, we still do Terrapin, too. They talk about, Arista Records and their relationship with them and the pressure during those years to just get the records out. Garcia laughs and says, we don't put them out until we get pressure. We'll work on them till hell freezes over unless someone says, you must release this record. Bob Weir says their standard way of doing it is we create a deadline somewhere in the impossible, hazy future, but it's a real firm deadline, and then we just ignore it. When the real world's going to end, deadline comes, we keep ignoring it until panic sufficiently motivates us to get to work. Then we make most of our records in about a month and a half. The last 2 weeks are particularly hellish. Later on, they ask Jerry about his childhood, what kind of a kid he was when he was little, and he says he was a wise guy. He says, I talked too much, I spoke out of turn, and I was a notorious underachiever. You once described yourself as being a hoodlum at the age of 13. Yeah, I had a certain attitude. I was born in San Francisco, and I went to Denman Junior High and Balboa High in San Francisco, both of which were razor-toting schools. It was a matter of self-preservation. Either you were a hoodlum or you were a puddle on the sidewalk. I was part of a big gang, a non-affiliated gang. At that time, in the 1950s, San Francisco was broken up into two loose groups called the Barts and the Shoes. The Shoes were the white shoe Pat Boone-looking types out on the avenues among the upscale people. The working-class neighborhoods were where the Barts or Black Bart greasers would be another expression for them. The city was divided bilaterally like that, and there would be incursions into other neighborhoods where you'd beat everybody up or everybody would beat you up. It was a state of war. And I didn't last that long in that. I spent a lot of time in the Mission Emergency Hospital on weekends holding my lip together, or my eye, because some guy had hit me with a board. But I also got 3 merit badges in Boy Scouts for knot tying, compass reading, and life-saving. The last one was useful. In the late 60s, I was involved in a life-saving in a swimming pool with my stepdaughter, Sunshine, fell in, and we found her floating face down, all blue. The ultimate horror trip. I pulled her out and mouth-to-mouth resuscitated her. It would have been awful if it didn't work. And now, because I'm a rock and roll history nerd and a guitar nerd, I'm gonna skip ahead to some of the guitar talk, the guitar inspirations from early on. And Garcia mentions Chuck Berry, Little Richard, not for guitar, but for music, and Gene Vincent and the Blue Caps. I know their lead guitarist, Cliff Gallup, was a huge influence on Jeff Beck, to the point that he even named one of his albums Crazy Legs after Cliff's nickname. And then I think when the first real biography of Jeff Beck came out, I believe it was titled Crazy Legs. If I'm wrong about any of those details, call in and correct me, please. He said that was a great, nasty little band, the Blue Caps. He loved Eddie Cochran. Jimmy Burton's playing on Ricky Nelson's records. Yeah, Hello, Mary Lou. Check out, if you haven't heard the solo on that, please go look at footage. Those little 4-bar and 8-bar interjections James would stick in there were cool as hell. Those guys were gods to me. And yet, Jerry, you seem to be into string bands when you first began to perform. When I was first loving rock and roll and I was fumbling around with my first electric guitar, my old Dan Electro, my teacher at art school used to play records while we were painting. He played a big Bill Brunsey record that I was in awe of. It was the first time I heard anybody play acoustic blues. I ran out as quickly as I could, saved up enough money, and bought that Big Bill album. I listened to it, but it never occurred to me to try and play it. I absorbed it unconsciously, and it started to turn up years later, meaning in his playing. The influence was coming out in his playing years later. After I got out of the Army, I fell in with Robert Hunter, and we were influenced by the folk scare, the Kingston Trio. I've never heard it called the folk scare. Although I know before like radical rock and roll took over the late 60s, like folk singing groups did have quite a jarring effect on the populace, with the parents being worried about what it was doing to their children. Before things got electric and fuzzy. It's, post the original rock and roll boom that was violent and scary enough. But then there was this weird, apparently, I'm drawing my own conclusions from what I've read, but apparently there was this sort of like more subversive through how quiet and pleasant it seemed effect that folk music was having on young people who are now all gathering together in groups and singing these old songs and forming some not as radical as they would get, but starting to form some organizations and such, probably in favor of unions. I'm guessing I should do something about that. I should find a good movie that relates to the folk scene. I mean, A Mighty Wind, that freaking movie rules. That might be a good place to go if I want to. I'm sure there's a ton of books at the library about that too. I'm sure there's a million people that wrote about how important that time was. Not to mention some articles online. By the way, I was just thinking, I'm willing to bet that this Grateful Dead interview I'm reading from, if you want the whole thing, you could probably find it on rollingstone.com. And I'm willing to bet there's a billion other articles on rollingstone.com, some of which I may draw from on the next episode about the Dead. Let's see. He talks about the Kingston Trio, that kind of stuff. I didn't know how to find my way into that music till I met some people who were more involved with it, like Marshall Lester, who was a friend of mine from when I was 10 to 13. By now he was a college guy, and he turned me on to bluegrass music and old-time string band music. He played a little frailing banjo and introduced me to Reverend Gary Davis. Hell yeah! Highly recommend Reverend Gary Davis's John the Revelator. And then the Warren Haynes version from, I think, the first Government Mule album. I have one thing with all these artists that I remember and I love. I don't have a encyclopedic knowledge of their output, but I've listened to them quite a few times. That's when I started to tighten up and have direction. Before that, I loved music, but I wasn't learning. A guy showed me a finger-picking pattern, and I sat down and worked until I could do a couple respectable, quick-picking rolls on the guitar. Bob Weir says that Joni Baez influenced me a whole lot. Around my sophomore year of high school, she made it big, and she caught my ear. She was way different from the Kingston Trio and seemed to have a whole lot more integrity. Then when I got back to Colorado and Wyoming to California, from Colorado and Wyoming to California, I started hanging out in the folk scene in Palo Alto. Whatever was hot around there, including Jerry here, was what caught my attention. I tried to pick up any or all of what came through town. There was a guy named Michael Cooney who showed me a lot of stuff, and Jerry too, but we quickly got involved with a jug band right after the meeting. Then guys like Lightnin' Hopkins and Mance Lipscomb and Doc Watson would come through, and I'd be all over them, trying to pick up anything I could. Jerry says those were great days because a lot of those old-timers like Mississippi John Hurt were still alive, and you could hear them. That was fabulous, the exposure to those players. They ask the guys about, how they feel about Working Man's Dead and American Beauty if they listen back to it these days. Garcia refers to them as flawed masterpieces, underachieving. They could have been a little better, but they hold up. And Bob Weir says, the country and rock thing was happening at the time, but we had our own synthesis. We brought more to it than that because Phil brought a lot of classical baggage and 20th century avant-garde stuff like Stockhausen and Varese with him. Varese I recognize personally as being probably one of the single largest influences on Frank Zappa's music. The sort of harmonic absurdity and they really going for it and going out there. Is a lot of Varese. Mickey was bringing North Indian classical. Plus, Billy Kreutzmann was good at fatback R&B, and Pigpen was packing the mail as well. Packing the mail. That's a good one. I like that. I'm going to find out what that means when you're packing the mail. I worry that that's a whole category on Pornhub, though, and that might lead me in the wrong direction. He says, Garcia says at that point we were trying to get out of that bag of spending a year in the studio and feeling so weird. It was like, let's try to do something simple. Let's make it painless as possible. We were playing the Live Dead album's music when we were recording Working Man's Dead. So there was a big difference between what we were recording and performing. Weir says that Working Man's Dead happened so fast, but it was like a light went on. And everybody sort of flashed on, hey, form follows function. Let's simplify. In other words, let's make every component as strong as it can possibly be and see what that renders. That changed things for me. And since then, I lived my life by that idea as best I can. If that hadn't happened, what I do would have become incredibly complex, and I'd still be working on my next piece. Let's see. They ask what they're both working on next. Garcia doesn't have a whole lot individually on the back burner. I'm shopping around for something to do that no one will like. Weir says, you want to irritate some folks? Garcia says, yeah, but the Grateful Dead is happening for me right now. Weir's working with bassist Rob Wasserman, and it doesn't take too much time to work with Rob because the whole band is just the other guy. And he has such a lot to offer that in just a couple of hours, we can rehearse a bunch of stuff in a lot of different directions and scare ourselves. We're talking about an album. Blah, 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 blah. They mentioned Paul McCartney's being asked why he wants to go back out on the road again at this time. This was his triumphant return to touring in America around 1990. And, people wondered if it was The Who that spurred him on or the Stones. He said, no, it was Jerry Garcia and the Dead. Jerry says, I've heard that, but he inspired us. The Beatles are at least as responsible for us being here as anybody else is. Bob says, the Beatles were why we turned from a jug band into a rock and roll band. We turned a corner when, after a year as a jug band, we went and saw the film A Hard Day's Night. What we saw them doing was impossibly attractive. I couldn't think of anything else more worth doing. Garcia says that all their songs are kind of Beatlesque, I think, and Here Comes Sunshine was a direct take on Beatles tunes. One last question. Do you fellas ever regret not insisting on calling that 1971 live album Skullfuck? Jerry says, every day of my life it would have been perfect. Bob says, we weren't so serious about it as we were about fucking with them. We just wanted to see them squirm, and they did. It was wonderful fun. Garcia nods. It was most gratifying. Now, I didn't cover any Syd Barrett era Floyd last time. Admittedly, I'm not super into the Syd Barrett era, but dang it, I've covered tons of musicians I'm not that into in the series of, history of rock and roll and film and rock and roll, and learned a lot about them. And why don't I dip my toe in a bit? Also, there'll be mention of him in another portion of this episode when we discuss Nick Mason's stories about making Wish You Were Here. This is a little chunk from a Pink Floyd FAQ book. Chapter 14, what were some of Pink Floyd's key missteps? And the first one is the Hendrix Package Tour, 1967. So it's laid out like this. There was an accepted career path for a lot of entertainers in the 60s in England. The Traveling Package Tour. A bunch of different acts, playing a few minutes each at every show. That was happening a lot in America in the early days of rock and roll as well. All those, Dick Clark produced and various copycat package tours. For the teens, for the young teens that'll come out and dance to like 3 songs by one artist, maybe 2. And there'd be like 10, depending on the tour. But, this works because everyone's playing short songs. The text says, one could view Pink Floyd's repertoire at the time, a lot of improvisation, strong avant-garde tendencies, and a couple of surprise hit singles, and figured that playing 17 minutes a night in between other acts wouldn't necessarily be the best fit. Traveling all over England, where the notions of psychedelic music and freeform improvisation hadn't yet been explored, would be another red flag, because we're talking 1967 here. But they had signed with a management agency through someone named Brian Morrison in conjunction with EMI. And they were, sort of subject to the directives of their showbiz betters in the business. And they had to do things like, come up with some pop songs, play gigs when they were told to, cut down their act to be easier for these types of audiences to digest. The book says, one could see trouble coming down the alley, especially since Syd Barrett had begun to disintegrate before his friends' eyes. On this tour, which began London November 14, 1967, the Floyd played just before the headliner Jimi Hendrix. They're preceded by, in order, The Outer Limits, The Nice, The Heir Apparent, The A-Man Corner, and The Move. The Move and Hendrix went over quite well due to their penchant for spirited playing, all-around entertainment, and outlandish appearance, especially to the Brits. Many Americans see 1967 England as a swinging flower power land. This was not the case outside of London and a couple of university towns. The UK of the mid-'60s was still stuck in the early 60s, which you could say for most of America as well. I mean, it's been said many, many times by many more intelligent and successful people than your host here. But when it comes to the perception of American pop culture history or certain, other connected countries, when it comes to our influence, advertising, fashion, music, film, television, things like that. Although television probably moves a bit even slower than those others. When you say the 60s, people think of something that happened at the very tail end of the late 60s. When you think of the 70s, it's similar. When you think of the 80s, the 80s still started out as the 70s. People still had, flared trousers and feathered hair well into the first few years of the 80s. In most of America, anyway, they still look like, teenagers still look like people that would, I don't know, be the ones you see standing out. When you see that footage of Man Chinese Theater, people standing in huge lines to see Star Wars, the 1960s, started out very much still in the 50s. People still had crew cuts. They didn't see men with long hair until the Beatles in America, and that's like 1963, 64. I don't want to look it up. Maybe 62. I don't know. But that's still unacceptable. It was here, but it was still unacceptable, because they had hair that touched the top of their ears. To not be high and tight, was like anarchy. Not having a buzz cut was a social breakdown of the highest order. If all of America's young boys were going to be swayed by these wacky mop top musicians from England. But having said all that, and having said all that, not but, good heavens. I'm agreeing with the book, for crying out loud. It says it was a land of light entertainment, which is not a term that we have in America. I think that has to do with television programming. Hit singles and lager rather than pot, much less LSD. The Floyd had returned from a disastrous American tour just days before, and perhaps predictably, didn't go over well, refusing to see Emily play, and instead insisting on aggressive improvisational noise that would have been a hit at UFO, but not in the north of England. I don't know where UFO is. Already furious at Barrett. See, there's too many sources. I found too many online sources for Pink Floyd information. So this isn't one of those bands where they're so poorly documented that I have to investigate every single little thing that I read about because it might be something better and bigger to talk to you about. Nope. Lots of sources on Pink Floyd. So it's tough to just pick certain things. I'm trying to stretch out. I'm trying to cover things that maybe aren't my first interest when it comes to Floyd, but I'm not going to go look up where UFO is. Maybe that's a college thing. Call in if you know, please. Please call in now with the phrase that pays. Good times, great oldies. Already furious at Barrett for his behavior in America, the other three Floyds found themselves wondering how to save their quickly collapsing career. Early in the tour, the group occasionally played an angry piece called Reaction in G, and at times did Interstellar Overdrive. Sorry, I got a bit of a cold. If you couldn't tell. But eventually switched to the new, nearly guitar-free set controls for the Heart of the Sun, largely because Barrett was too out of it to play much of anything. As the band jaunted around the north and west country of England, where screaming girls begged for hit singles and drunken yobs out for a good time threw coins and beer at this bunch of London artistes who wouldn't even play familiar songs. Barrett was in a precarious state, already miserable with the price of fame and taking too many drugs. Barrett didn't socialize with the other musicians on the tour, although Jimi Hendrix was apparently kind to him and rarely even spoke to his own bandmates. That's Sid, not Hendrix. Sometimes he didn't bother to play his guitar or even tune it, opting to stand still and occasionally randomly clang the strings. Due to Barrett's antics, the other members of Floyd would, as Waters later told Barry Miles, come off the stage bleeding because we hit things in frustration. On at least one occasion of the devolving guitarist, he didn't show up for the gig, requiring David O. List of the Nice to stand in as the band played Interstellar Overdrive. The tour ended December 5 in Glasgow, not a minute too soon for a shell-shocked Pink Floyd. 6 weeks later, the band would play its last gig before firing Barrett. Now, here's a bit more about the Barrett era business-wise. Tower Records, a company I never heard of, apparently was a subsidiary of Capitol, and the Pink Floyd's first label in America, not related to the record store chain that some of us grew up with. But that was where they put weirder acts, I guess, that Capitol proper didn't want to bear any responsibility for. They had bands named Chocolate Watch Band, Standells, Davy Allen and the Arrows, and Them, Van Morrison's band. So they were a little more druggy, they were a little more aggressive and challenging to audiences, and they ended up on Tower. Tower Records apparently had something they called the Beatle formula for Pink Floyd. Adding the UK hit single, this again is from Pink Floyd FAQ, See Emily Play, to the original British version of Piper at the Gates of Dawn, while deleting Astronomy Domine, Flaming, and Bike from the running order and rearranging the songs that remained. Tower execs also misspelled the POW R talk H and take up thy stethoscope and walk. They tried, as we mentioned, they tried to tour America, to little happy result in 1967 in fall. And their singles for See Emily Play and Flaming didn't move at all in North America. So, the second album, Saucerful of Secrets, didn't receive an overabundance of attention from the label, although this time Tower didn't fool around with the songs or the running order of the tracks. Details of the album still fell by the wayside. Side 2's title track was mislabeled A Saucerful of Secrets Suite, and their new guitarist was referred to as Dave Gilmour, with an E at the end on the sleeve. And the record label, though to be fair, this error was introduced by the band's UK label EMI. It says in parentheses, this wasn't the last indignity Gilmour would suffer on a record sleeve. On the cover of the 1974 European compilation, Masters of Rock, which used a hand-colored smaller-scale version of the image inside the Medal album, Gilmour's head is cropped from the group shot, replaced with a shot of the mad, curly-haired Syd Barrett. Damn! That's cold. After, let's see, the soundtrack for More came out in the summer of 1969, Floyd was removed from Tower and placed on parent Capitol. But they never forgot how they felt at the hands of their original U.S. label, departing for Columbia as soon as they got the chance, following the release of Dark Side of the Moon. Postscript to this section about Sid, I did find out what UFO was a reference to. It was a club. It was a club that they used to play in London while they were sort of like the house band there. It was known as their... Let's see. I'm reading an article from a Guitar World magazine, and it was when they were sort of really getting known for their light shows and their film elements, similar to what was going on in San Francisco at the time. And the text describes, Barrett, Waters, Wright, and Mason were at the vanguard of an incredible wave of British psychedelic bands, a kaleidoscopic burst of one-hit wonders and enduring talents chronicled on Rhino Records' Nuggets 2 box set. Swinging London put its own spin on psychedelia. Filmmakers, poets, people from avant-garde theater and visual arts joined forces with rock musicians to make the London scene a colorful and arguably more cosmopolitan counterpart to what the American hippies were up to over in the city by the bay. That's another, I get that. It's a lot more, I don't know, probably internationally minded. It's more socially minded, that kind of a movement, not just the music and like enjoying the freak out or the mellowness or whatever the hell it is the hippies were into it for. It's easier for me to sort of see the British side of the psychedelic, rock movement as being something more influenced by multiple factors than the American one. The Pink Floyd, having dropped the sound from their name, became the Pied Pipers of British psychedelia. Members of the Beatles, filmmaker Michelangelo Antonioni, and other international celebs were spotted at their gigs, and they became the de facto house band at the UFO Club, London's fave freak-out spot, which got started in December of '66. They alternated with acts like Soft Machine, The Crazy World of Arthur Brown, Procol Harum, and Tomorrow, the latter featuring guitarist Steve Howe, later of Yes. The Pink Floyd were also a favorite attraction at marathon happenings like the 14-hour Technicolor Dream, held on April 29th, 1967. These were, in essence, the first raves. "We've been hired by so many of these freak-out merchants," said Waters at the time, with characteristic detachment. "I sometimes think it's only because we have lots of equipment and lighting, and it saves the promoters from having to hire lighting for the group." As some of you know, when I do these episodes, I am gripped with insecurity quite often because I don't always feel I've really gone to the appropriate lengths to justify or entertain the attention of everyone who likes all these artists or who doesn't know about the artists. Meaning, if you clicked on an episode about Zabriskie Point, Pink Floyd, and Grateful Dead, well, you might already know everything about the movie. You might already know everything about Pink Floyd. You might already know everything about the Dead. And there's not a single published source that I can reference that you haven't already been made aware of. So sometimes I go off into other sources. In this case, I found a book called Midnight Riders, The Story not the Stormy, it is Monday though, of the Allman Brothers Band by Scott Freeman, and looked up Grateful Dead in the index. Nothing on Pink Floyd in the index, but there's a few mentions of the Grateful Dead. Usually in this book, it seems they're just a quick mention of a tour, a short one, or a festival that the Allmans played with the Grateful Dead at a certain point. But let's just take a little side track. Is that a word? A little side trip, a little side quest, and read out of this book. After having survived the days of the hippie crash pad and the Econoline van with the cranky heater, it seemed cruelly ironic that neither Kim Payne nor Mike Callahan would be on hand a month later for one of the crowning moments of the Allman Brothers Band. The Summer Jam at Watkins Glen on July 28, 1973. The little hamlet of 3,000 in upstate New York was used to crowds of 100,000 and more, descending on the area for the annual United States Grand Prix Formula One race. But the Summer Jam became something else altogether. Just 3 groups were scheduled to perform: the Allman Brothers Band, the Grateful Dead, and the band. By Thursday night, a full 2 days before the concert, a crowd of about 80,000 was camped outside the gates. By Friday, people traveling to Watkins Glen were affecting traffic 100 miles away in New York City, and about 150,000 people, the total number of people that promoters had expected to attend, were already on the grounds. Fortunately, Bill Graham had been hired to oversee the concert. The sound checks were scheduled for Friday, and to avoid trouble, Graham opened the gates that morning and coaxed the bands into doing sound checks in front of the crowd. The Dead played 2 hours. It drove the kids crazy, Graham said. The band came on and did an hour. The Allmans did 2 hours. By Friday night, 150,000 people had gotten a 5-hour show. Graham's improvisations worked, as did his pre-concert preparations. There were 1,000 Porto Sands, 5 helicopters to shuttle musicians to the backstage area, 11 wells for water, a medical tent, and a 50,000-watt sound system. His foresight was fortunate. By the time the Grateful Dead hit the stage that Saturday to open the show, more than 600,000 people had jammed into the raceway. Good Lord. We knew there was going to be a lot of people, but we'd played in front of a lot of people before, Jell-O said. We had to fly in there in these helicopters. As you went in, you started seeing people. Then you started seeing more and more people. That concert, man, it was quite an experience. When you're looking in all kinds of directions and you can't see anything but people, man, it's something. The Summer Jam at Watkins Glen, bigger than Woodstock, bigger than the Atlanta Pop Festival, bigger than anything rock had ever seen before, was certified as the largest concert in rock history by the Guinness Book of World Records. And there's a quote from Dickie Betts talking about how big it feels to be playing in front of, 600,000 people, how scary it is. Grateful Dead kicked off the concert at noon and played a 5-hour set. Good Lord. The band played from 6 to 9, and the Allman Brothers played a 3-hour set that lasted till 2 in the morning. For an encore, members of all 3 bands came on stage for a jam that went on another 90 minutes. Oh, my Lord, and finished with Chuck Berry's Johnny Be Good. It wasn't a musically stellar day, and the crowd was soaked in rain and mud by the time it was over, but it was an event that had its own energy. In the end, Watkins Glen was not only the biggest concert ever, but also one of the most well-organized. Problems that plagued other festivals were non-existent. There was no gate crashing en masse, no epidemic of drug overdoses. Times are changing, and most people were drinking alcohol. And violence was minimal. You ought to get out and see 600,000 people sometime, and all of them looking at you, said Butch. It was awesome, it really was. And smooth, nothing happened that day. One kid cut his foot, and one guy killed himself parachuting. This idiot, this fool, he jumped out of a plane, and he was going to get everyone's attention with a stick of dynamite. So he lit the dynamite and jumped out and threw it. He didn't realize the dynamite's falling at the same rate of speed he was. Oh, he flunked high school science. He had some flares on his feet, and the flares caught his jumpsuit on fire. So by the time he hit the ground, he was blown up and burnt to a crisp, floated right down into the crowd. God almighty. And the same book references the Grateful Dead in only a small amount after that, and one of them is in 1981. It says, on stage, things were slipping badly. The music called for brilliant improvisation, and the Allman Brothers were no longer up for the challenge. The crowds were thinning. The Allman Brothers and Grateful Dead had once drawn 600,000 to a concert. When the two groups announced a joint Thanksgiving concert at the Tangerine Bowl in Orlando, Florida, it had to be canceled because only 10,000 of the 60,000 tickets were sold. And yeah, that's about it. All right, so what if we check some Grateful Dead texts about that big show? And just such a tome would be Long Strange Trip by Dennis McNally, generally regarded as one of the better, if not one of the best, and most reliable overall sources of history for the Dead. The Dead having been around, so many decades, and the Dead having so much documentation of everything that they do, I have to, reiterate that this is a situation where I can only just pick up the things I find interesting and share them with you as I come across them. When I find a good narrative or an interesting tidbit or a little, one specific happening that kind of catches my eye, I share it. In this case, it's a bit of a longer stretch. We'll see if we do this all in one shot, if we break it up a little bit in this episode. Because there's a chunk here that I really enjoyed reading about that is it features the event that we just touched on. There is this growth in their fan base as a result of, this 1972 to 1973 awareness of how big their following is starting to get, and the need to cultivate that following, as well as, keep them informed of what the Dead are up to. This would take the form of the reintroduced Grateful Dead fan club that had sort of started up again with the Dead Freaks Unite note on Skullfuck. And there was a growing list of people that responded to that call to unite. And by the time September 73 rolls around, that number is 25,731 and rising. So they use some record company budget for routine mailing, going out to the fans 2 or 3 times a year. Low-key newsletters, but also very intimate when it comes to the information that they sort of doled out to the fans. There'd be stories to tell. There would be updates on tour info and maybe a little sketch here and there from Jerry Garcia for the fans. They start selling their shirts in a place in San Anselmo called Kumquat May. And this is a chunk of the time where I can't keep track of all these nicknames of the people doing this stuff. They kind of come and go in these paragraphs. There's always like 3 to 4 to 5 people mentioned, and none of them are dead, band members generally. So if I were to know who those people were because I had read all the chapters before this one, I would give you all that info, but I'll leave it to you to to dig deeper if you like. Then the shirts start being sold at Winterland, as well as this one little pop-up shop kind of situation. So the merch part of the industrious arm of the Grateful Dead family is growing, and no wonder that those images became so ubiquitous for so many years on shirts out and about. Especially, I guess I could say, especially here on the West Coast. Maybe, I don't know. But the summer of 73 for the Dead was dominated by two big sort of obsessions. One is the Watergate hearings on TV, which fascinated everybody in the band, especially Jerry Garcia, who would watch, footage in the morning of Senate Judiciary Chairman Sam Ervin and a colorful cast of characters. And then the other thing they were obsessed with was dealing with technical sound system equipment matters. There's a letter from Ron Wickersham of Alembic to David Parker, the Dead's money man, around May of 73 that has details about 7 proposed projects that they wanted to get some Grateful Dead money for, including a new type of microphone, a preamp for the microphone, a new PA system, and all new instruments. By now, Jerry was playing a reworked, this is in the text, Fender Stratocaster guitar, which I'm going to assume is customized. Reworked is not a terribly technical term. I don't know if that means refurbished. I don't know if that means it was refretted, rewired, or what. But I assume it was customized to his specs with considerations like that. A Fender Twin Reverb amp as a preamp, meaning not necessarily using the speakers out of that, that amplifier cabinet, and going from the Fender Twin circuits into Macintosh 2300s as his overall guitar rig, and powering 3 Alembic B12 speaker cabinets stacked 8 feet high. Bob Weir's playing a Les Paul. Phil, I guess, had a quadraphonic bass, the first one ever made. Each string has separate access to the sound system, so totally split into different channels, frequencies. They make a big deal about the lightning bolt inlays and the serpent's tail, the cosmic serpent eating its own tail around the 3rd fret, blah, 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 blah. Crescent moon on the 5th fret. Salamander, an infinity symbol in mother of pearl at the 12th fret of his bass. And then there's a image on the back of the neck of Osiris, Judge of the Dead. Now, besides the individual instruments, of course, the PA system is a big, big improvement. And it's going to make some big, big outdoor festival gigs possible for the Grateful Dead that they and their other musician friends would not be able to pull off on their own with the kind of equipment of the day that was available to most consumers. Multi-day festivals now, at this time, were generally out, according to the McNally book. Towns didn't want them. State laws that set rigorous logistic requirements for gatherings were now on the books. Promoters turned to one-day events as an alternative, sacrificing ambiance for practicality. The one big show in 1872, sorry folks, the Mount Pinocchio Festival sold 125,000 tickets, although 50,000 people crashed the gates. That summer, when the Dead had played at Dillon Stadium in Hartford, Connecticut, the Allman Brothers bands Barry Oakley, Dickie Betts, and Johanny Johansson had sat in, inspiring promoter Jim Koplik to conceive a one-day concert uniting the Dead and the Allman Brothers. When he came upon the Grand Prix racetrack at Watkins Glen, New York, he knew that it was the perfect location. He brought the idea to the Dead, and Sam Cutler loved it. McIntyre thought a show so large, surely at least 100,000 would come, was playing with fire. Its size lent a grand potential for disaster and guaranteed that instead of being a good opportunity to hear music, it would only be a party. But what a party. In 1973, Jim Koplik was a 23-year-old Westchester kid who turned to rock promotion to fill his time after the devastating assassination of Robert Kennedy. Financing his first show with his bar mitzvah money, he'd wound up in Connecticut with a partner named Shelley Finkel. And at least one of his first Dead shows at the Waterbury Palace Theater, he sat down next to Kid Candeliero, who handed him a Pepsi. Soon, finding himself on a down elevator moving 100 miles an hour, he appealed to Agent Ron Rainey sitting next to him. To stop the elevator, it's going too fast. You've been dosed, said Ron. Don't worry about it. We'll run the show. I've got a good way for you to enjoy this. Go on stage, lean on Jerry's amp, put your chin on your hand, and watch his fingers. I had the best time in the world, Jim said. The next time they played the Palace, Sparky brings a Visine bottle for me. Hold out your finger. This was no dose. It was welcome. Koplik and Finkel were kids, but they were in the right place at the right time. They offered the Dead and the Allmans $110,000 each, and at the insistence of Sam Cutler, brought in Bill Graham to do the staging and set up the backstage area. Since neither band wanted to open, they needed a third band. At first, they considered Leon Russell, but the last second, the Dead suggested the band. In the end, the promoters had to pay Leon not to play. With a solid lineup, they figured on between 100,000 and 150,000 people. And the combination of heavy advertising and a clever poster, which combined the Dead's skull, the Allman's mushroom, and the band's pipe, ensured the sales were brisk. Logistically, they were ready. New York State's mass gathering law required that. They had dug 12 wells. They had 1,000 portable toilets, 200 acres of parking, 500 state cops, 3 choppers, 30,000 worth of fencing, 135 drug abuse control people, food for 150,000, and 100,000 gallons of water. 2 weeks before the show, they had sold 100,000 tickets at $10 each. Quick note. Further after the fact of this segment I just recorded, this is Future Jay. If you heard me read all that and you find yourself annoyed that I may have misrepresented something about Jerry Garcia's signal chain and the components he was using and what was doing what, you are not wrong. I correct myself further up the road here.
Show starts in 8 minutes.
If you are a longtime listener of A History of Rock and Roll and Film and Rock and Roll, you know that there are certain situations and certain subjects where I find it helpful and necessary to use multiple sources to tell the same story of the same era of a particular artist's output or criticism. And I hope you're feeling very, very charitable today when it comes to my routine as it applies to Pink Floyd. Now, I'm going to jump into a book called Echoes, The Complete History of Pink Floyd by Glenn Povey. I'll try to avoid any, obvious redundancy, but there'll be a little. This is basically, this is like the end of the first quarter or first third of the book. It says, on February 5th, 1970, Michelangelo Antonioni's film Zabriskie Point was premiered in New York City. A ahead of a general theatrical release on the 9th of February. It received extensive press coverage and was propelled to great heights, partially because it was Antonioni's eagerly awaited follow-up to the 1966 cult classic Blow Up, partly because of its focus on American student rebellion, a topic of much concern to the media of the day. While it has not aged well in cinematic terms, it has achieved elevated status in rock music circles for one reason alone. Pink Floyd recorded some unique music for its soundtrack. The band were invited by Antonioni to write, record, and mix the entire film score at Technicolor Sound Services in Rome in just 1 week of sessions in November 1969. The director was present throughout these sessions and, according to Nick Mason, was an impossible man to work for. We'd start work at about 9 in the evening. The studio was a few minutes walk down the road, so we'd stagger down the road. We could have finished the whole thing in about 5 days because there wasn't too much to do. Antonioni was there and we did some great stuff, but he'd listen and go, and I remember this. He had this terrible twitch. He'd go, "It's very beautiful," or "It's too sad," or "It's too strong." It was always wrong consistently. So that's attributed to Nick Mason, and the earlier quote of the same, the exact same nomenclature, the exact same word choice attributed to Roger Waters. So I think we got to side with Pink Floyd here. Probably. It was always wrong consistently. Mason says there was always something that stopped it being perfect. You could still change whatever was wrong and he'd still be unhappy. It was hell, sheer hell. He'd sit down and fall asleep every so often, and we'd go on working until about 7 or 8 in the morning. So Gilmore says that what our theory is that he thought our music was too powerful and would have taken over the film. Which relates to the previous quotes. Yeah, it's too strong for the imagery and it's too distracting, I think, is what he was getting at, Antonioni. Eventually, he calls a halt to these sessions and gets a selection of tracks that were then finished off and mixed by the band at EMI Abbey Road. This was then whittled down even further to just 3 numbers: Heartbeat, Pig Meat, an acoustic number reminiscent in style to the material found on More, Crumbling Land, an odd country rock style number, and Come In Number 51, Your Time Is Up, a reworking of Careful with That Axe Eugene. The last track appeared to have been Antonioni's prime motive for choosing the band in the first place, and he used the revamped version in the film's climax, where the heroine visualizes a TV set and an expensive villa in Death Valley blowing up. Like the band's previous soundtrack work, the released versions are quite different from those heard on the film, which for the most part appear as convenient edits. For instance, when a radio is switched on, Pink Floyd comes blaring out. They also experienced a studio leak for the very first time when 3 outtakes appeared on a bootleg album, Oh My God, under the assumed titles 1-1, Fingal's Cave, and Rain in the Country, with the advent of a 1997 deluxe reissue of the film soundtrack on double compact disc. 4 previously unreleased Pink Floyd outtakes were also revealed. And almost simultaneously, a 15-track bootleg CD of the complete sessions appeared that revealed additional works in progress, among them a track that was long referred to by the band as the Violent Sequence. It was penned for a riot scene in the film, and although unreleased in any form officially, was incorporated into their live set as an acoustic piano piece in the early part of the year. It was a forerunner to the melody of Us, 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 and Them, 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 which featured on their 1973 album, Dark Side of the Moon. Ultimately, their efforts were largely wasted, as Antonioni chose to fill the remaining soundtrack with a variety of previously released studio recordings by U.S. artists, including Grateful Dead, The Youngbloods, and Kaleidoscope. Nevertheless, the film sparked off a massive wave of interest in Pink Floyd, since More had already been a big hit in America. This new exposure led to their first countrywide, a U.S., a tour. And if you want more of that kind of thing, which I recommend, Echoes, The Complete History of Pink Floyd by Glenn Povey is a very, very big old fun coffee table style book in, paperback form with tons of graphics and nice little sidebars. Not bad at all.
I want to get back to the McNally account of the old upstate New York big old whoop-de-doo with the Allman Brothers, the band, and the Grateful Dead. This book is well written enough that it feels like, not reading some of these sections word for word straight off the page would be unfair. So I'm going to do that now when we're talking about the events of the day and some of the details that we didn't get in the previous narrative from the Allman Brothers book. How could you? They don't have, the Allman Brothers weren't so involved in putting the whole damn thing on, so it's understandable. The audience began to gather a week before the show, and by Wednesday there were already 50,000 people on site. On Thursday, PA crew member Jim Furman was sent on the best errand I ever ran, he says. Healy decided they needed 6 or 8 more Macintosh 2300 power amps. Oh, those are power amps. I beg your pardon, folks. When I was talking about Jerry's gear, I thought the Macintosh 2300s I instantly thought they were cabs. So it's preamp on the Twin, power in the Macintoshes for cleanliness in that signal, and then the B12 were just the speaker cabinets. Okay, I'm learning as I go. And it just so happened they were built in Binghamton, New York, about 50 miles away. Sam peeled $8,000 from his roll, handed the wad to Furman, who couldn't fit it in the pockets of his shorts and ended up rolling it into his T-shirt. The roads had already turned to sludge, so Jim hopped onto a chopper and flew to Binghamton. The factory was closed for summer vacation, but the local dealer had pulled strings for them. Jim landed at Binghamton Airport and took a cab to the dealer's store. The president of Macintosh pulled up with his wife and 3 children in their loaded station wagon on their way out of town for vacation. They went to the factory and pulled 6 amps off the line, forever identifiable because they lacked the number plate, which was the last step in the assembly. They took them back to the store, and Jim paid the local store owner, who then topped himself. I know the chief of police, he said, and arranged for the chopper to land in a park across the street from the store. Jim persuaded the pilot, "Are you sure you've got permission?" And the police swarmed in and blocked traffic. By now, downtown Binghamton was enjoying itself. Reporters were interviewing Jim, and the streets were buzzing. However, briefly, the circus had come to town. The chopper landed, they loaded the Macs and Jim, and slowly, because Macintosh amps weighing 125 pounds each, lifted off, barely clearing one building before returning to Watkins Glen and a hero's welcome. Now, by Friday afternoon, there were at least 200,000 people on site, and Koplik experienced the worst moment of the weekend when he got a call from the New York State Thruway Authority telling him that the highway had closed. That meant he'd have to refund everybody's money because people wouldn't be able to get in. He turned to his partner. "It's been fun, Shell, but we're about to go broke." An hour later, the highway reopened because of the number of people already there. There was no alternative but to make the sound check a public affair. The band came on and did about 40 minutes, and the Allmans followed with an hour and 40. Cocaine had lent a competitive edge to the scene, from trailer sizes to backstage amenities, and the Dead one-upped them and did an entire show. I was just mentally reflecting, like, how, I think that could have been explained better. What is the backstage amenities? And the Dead one up them, and I'm like ready for something about the kind of food that they brought, or like, I don't know. Fun backstage entertainment of a certain kind that they were one-upping the other bands with. Like, no, they one-upped them by sound checking longer. Got it. Okay. Early that day, Koplik found out what a Dead concert could be like. He went on stage to introduce himself. Parrish growled, "Who are you?" "I'm the promoter." "You're not the promoter. Shirley Finkel's the promoter. I'm his partner." "He never told me he had a partner." With that, Parrish picked up all 5'6" of Koplik, walked to the edge of the stage, dropped him 14 feet to the ground. Oof. On his way down, Koplik wondered, is this what it's going to be like to work with the Grateful Dead? There was more to come. Saturday, July 27, was stinking hot. An audience of about 600,000 stretched for 2 miles from the stage. But the county sheriff said, "We have 4 or 5 times as many people here as we have at our auto races." That's staying in. And the rest of the quote was, "And we are getting less than half the trouble. These kids are great." 2 sets of sound delay towers made it an experience that most could hear. Graham's FM Productions had built the stage, which had been a full-time job for 2 people for 6 months. The Dead, who had had to walk the last mile back to their beds the night before after soundcheck, awoke on Saturday to a modest 1950s bungalow motel that lacked phones and sufficient hot water. Got up, stepped out of their rooms, got into a helicopter to go to work. Rifkin shrugged. It was just a big business deal, a promotion, not a gathering. As the Dead went on, Koplik said Sam Cutler shook him down for another $25,000. The Dead earned either $100,000, $110,000, or $117,500. Memories vary. In view of the large audience, though it was largely non-paying, the ticket-taking system had been overwhelmed, and Jim had sent a chopper to another one of his venues to get the cash. The one dangerous moment of the day came when thousands began to press on the fence surrounding the backstage compound. As McIntyre stood there, momentarily uncertain of what to do, Bill Graham zoomed past, got a water truck, and began to hose down the audience, quite literally cooling the fans out. The Dead opened the show and played listlessly in the heat, perhaps fearing what might happen if they encouraged the crowd to do more than sway. As Bob Weir saw it, they were rattled by the sheer size of everything. Joe Winslow had done his fair share of LSD that day, and he felt trapped, as though the stage was our only reality. Behind the stage was a huge mass of trees, and there were people in all the trees. And everywhere else. Too damn many people. The band, already enervated by heroin and internal politics, had not played together in a year. The Allmans were superb, and the night ended with a jam that Butch Trucks recalled as edgy. I remember that Jerry Garcia came out on stage with us and took over. There was no doubt he was going to dominate. He'd step right on top of Dickie's playing. Then he made the mistake of playing Johnny Be Good, and Dickie just fried his ass, and we left. Watkins Glen would prove to be the largest rock concert ever, and the last of its era. 25 years later, John Shearer would try twice to revive Woodstock with less than joyous results. That's one way of saying it. The risks of bringing such a large group of people together overwhelmed the potential for fun, or even profit. Back at home, the Dead returned to the studio for the first time in 3 years, putting in 289 working hours at the record plant in Sausalito to create Wake of the Flood. It was to be the first album on their own label, the first that was truly theirs. And they worked very hard. In the end, they didn't quite pull it off. The material was largely first-rate and interestingly consonant. The organic cycle of Eyes of the World extended throughout the album, from Weir's Weather Report suite to Rick Griffin's cover. Rick had taken his theme from the Book of Revelations, the next line after the one used in Europe 72 about the dead being judged. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them, and they were judged every man according to their works. That gave them the flood, and thus the ocean that is part of the cover, while the prime visual is a smiling reaper and a sheaf of wheat. Weir's major contribution, Weather Report Suite, began with an instrumental solo, which he'd worked out with Eric Anderson, a Guthrie-esque folk singer that he'd met on the Great Train Ride, who had settled in Mill Valley. Part 2, Weir said, amalgamated licks copped from Villa Lobos and Miles Davis with a little mariachi seasoning. However much Weir later appreciated it, it was fine work, as were the lyrics. Weir and Barlow, who were not even sure he was still Weir's lyricist, had met in John's mother Mim's apartment in Salt Lake City in the spring. The other 363 days of the year, Barlow was a rancher, but the Dead were passing through Salt Lake City, so he was taking a very short vacation. The result of their work was beautiful and as organically authentic as one could ever hope.
And a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family.
A couple of little bits of trivia about Zabriskie Point. Turns out Michelangelo Antonioni met with Jim Morrison during the early production or pre-production, I assume, to ask for a musical contribution to the soundtrack. Morrison and the Doors provided La America, which Antonioni then rejected. You fool! You fool! Damn it. Everything off Riders of the Storm is so good. In real life, Mark Frechette led a counterculture life. Okay, the wording could be better. Much like his characters in the film. 3 years after the release of this film, he was imprisoned for his part in a bank holdup in Boston. He died in prison in 1975 during a weightlifting exercise when a barbell fell on his neck. Well, shit, the kids nowadays just call that a gym fail and make hour-long compilations of... No, they don't. They make short compilations of them on the YouTubes and the TikToks. Don't ever let people tell you that the young people these days are weak compared to the previous generations. I mean, unless we're going to infer there's some foul play going on, which I suppose we probably should. On March 8th, 1967, so a few years before the movie was made, took a private plane from Sky Harbor Airport, Phoenix, for a joyride flying to Tucson. Now, it doesn't say if it was his, if he stole it, or he chartered it. Maybe he just chartered one. When he returned to Sky Harbor early in the morning, May 9th, the Phoenix police were waiting for him. Hansen was shot and killed. Antonioni used elements of his story in the screenplay. For additional details of his death, see Tucson Daily Citizen, March 10, 1967, page 2, and March 22nd, 1967, page 18. Antonioni's assistant and casting director, Sally Dennison, first spotted Mark Frechette having an argument with a woman at a bus stop in L.A. Frechette was not an actor, but a carpenter at the time. So when Dennison brought him to Antonioni's attention, she told him he's 20 and he hates. Therefore, Antonioni cast him on the spot. We know, let's see. Oh, no, we haven't touched on this yet. Mark Frechette and Diana Halpern became romantically entangled. It says involved, but I like the word entangled because I just rewatched Peter Jackson's Dead Alive from 1992 the other day. They got involved during the film's protracted shooting schedule with Mark's wife's consent. Wow. Later, they got divorced, yet Daria didn't want to continue to live in a commune like Mark, so they eventually split. I mean, I guess if you want to get divorced and you're going to involve another woman and your wife's going to sign off on it, you could do a lot worse than Daria Halpern. Holy smokes. Yeah, these are two incredibly good-looking young people if you're into the Caucasian persuasion.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
The interesting thing about one of my favorite Pink Floyd albums, Animals, I always considered this the record where things interpersonally really started to break down with the band before The Wall. This was Roger Waters taking control, step one, and then getting away with as much as he did, ensuring step two would be even more extreme. But apparently I am incorrect. There was already some cracks in their band relationships happening with Darkside and Wish You Were Here, which Wish You Were Here to me was always the sort of ultimate Pink Floyd record as far as the timeline goes, like ultimate meaning the last one where there were amazing musical results from fairly equal collaboration and personal investment from everybody in the group contributing. But I'm reading an article here from Guitar World. Oh, I should have checked the beginning of this article and who wrote it. Ding dang do. It's a big long. It's Alan DePierna. Okay, from evidently Guitar World, December 2001. Mysterious Ways, it's titled, and it kind of just go. It's a big career retrospective from an album by album sort of structure. So it says that interband relations, which had become strained during the making of Darkside and Wish You Were Here, grew even chillier. This was the first one I didn't write anything for, Rick Wright recalled of Animals, and it was the first album for me where the group was losing its unity as well. That was the beginning of where Roger wanted to do everything. They know perhaps his anger at being excluded was an influence on his very aggressive Hammond organ playing on the album. Personally, that is my favorite of Richard Wright's work. It's pretty aggressive, it's edgy, and it's very stark sounding compared to the very, reverby, although still very natural kind of tones I'm talking about all the instruments in the production and the mixing of the previous 2 records. It notes that Animals grew out of 2 pieces, You Gotta Be Crazy and Raving and Drooling, that Pink Floyd written back in 1974 and developed in live performance. From this material, Waters developed a concept as engaging in its structural simplicity as the time, money, war, madness theme he created for Dark Side of the Moon, with obvious indebtedness to George Orwell's social allegorical novel Animal Farm. Waters' Animals reduces all human society to 3 categories. There are the pigs, the ruling class, politicians, bosses, oppressors, both economic and moral. Censors, the self-righteous and self-satisfied. The great majority, however, are sheep, those who meekly and blindly and obediently go along with society's program, even though it is a program that is ultimately pernicious for them, not pernicious. If anyone wants to take a time machine back to confront a young Dave Mustaine. That's a deep cut for any of you thrash metal fans. Oh, from the great beyond, a soul it creates song. Oh, so pernicious. Or something like that. Oh, so pernicious, her soul it creates song. That's what it was. As there is no man that is here upon the earth, able to terminate our noise and Wilson's birth. I think that's set the world afire from so far so good. So what, if I'm remembering correctly? But hey, let's not. I do adhere to the mentality that you shouldn't shame people for mispronouncing words, because that just means they read a lot. They weren't surrounded by peers who used those words. I am a huge example of that, obviously, constantly. In a lot of these episodes, you can hear me pronouncing words 4 different ways for the first time and getting none of them right. But if you're Dave Mustaine and you're very self-satisfied and you're very aggressively dominant in all that you do, and you're constantly telling people how much better you are while always being the victim at the same time, I get to make fun of you for not asking anyone how to pronounce pernicious, and to have excluded all the people that might be able to criticize you in your life. At that point, telling you that you're wrong, and for maybe engendering so much hatred from people that would be happy to let you go on the record, figuratively and literally, mispronouncing it in your lyrics. So the third chunk of this animal symbolism is, of course, the dogs, which is one of the highlights of the album for myself. The ruthlessly grasping, the unscrupulous and streetwise, the venture capitalists and business sharpies, crooks in possession of a club, tie, and a firm handshake. The animals concept didn't come up until the album was about 3/4 finished, David Gilmour later recalled. Dave, always there with the truth about Roger's so-called brilliance and total control. I always appreciate that, because he could. I'm not saying that Roger. I've not read Roger explicitly saying it was always his concept and he had it figured out from the beginning. But when I read David saying that, I feel like it's David's way of sort of subverting the notion that Roger always planned everything out for everybody and himself. I don't think Roger had it in his mind before, but at some point he realized how close the lyrics were on those tracks, and he changed the lyrics a bit on Dogs, which was called You Gotta Be Crazy before that, and Sheep, which was Raving and Drooling before then. It all obviously fitted together in his mind, coming to mean that. It is a good thing in the end, having come to a collective decision, though. It knocks out some of the excesses which might otherwise appear from us as individuals. And what follows in the article is typical, rock journalist stuff, telling you about the themes of the album you probably already know really, really well. Lyrical quotes and things like that. But I will jump back into it for what it says about Pigs, 3 different ones. This is a killer tune, obviously. I mean, Pigs on the Wing gets me too. Beginning the part, the bookends of the whole album. I love that they're so short. They're so poignant. Didn't need to create a bridge. Didn't need to flesh it out into a larger thing. I think that was probably one of the seeds for most of The Wall. I assume, being this sort of short statement in a song with a great melody, chord progression, move on. To the next scene. If I'm thinking, when I think of The Wall, I think of it in scenes. Normally, I wouldn't leave in a belch like that, but that sounded like a cricket or something. That was really interesting. I wouldn't belch directly in the microphone intentionally for you. I promise. But back to the commentary on Pig's three different ones. It says it skewers porcine behavior, devoting one verse to a real-life figure, Mary Whitehouse. And this was something most of us Americans, I assume, didn't get. I certainly didn't in 2001 when I started listening to this record. I personally only know the name Mary Whitehouse because of, some old interviews with Pink Floyd and Monty Python. So definitely not the average American in the 2000s. This would be read as the White House. I assume they were Pink Floyd was for some reason turning its attention to American, politics or something. And then I listened more to the lyrics and this seems oddly specific. I don't think this is about what goes on in the White House in America. But back to Neil Aspinall. Mary Whitehouse, Britain's arbiter of decency, a one-woman equivalent of the PMRC or Christian Coalition in the U.S. Now we have 15 different organizations like that, fed with various, streams of capital from various, whatever. Yeah, if you know, you know. But there's a lot more Christian Coalition type stuff going on in America, albeit in a smaller form, but more targeted and probably just as effective. Let's see. Whitehouse had targeted Pink Floyd as early as 1967 for advocating drug use in their music. Next comes Sheep, in which Waters espouses the Marxist view of organized religion as the opiate of the people. As the song's woolly protagonists are led to the slaughter, they chant a vocoder-processed lampoon of the 23rd Psalm. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to hang on hooks in high places. He converteth me to lamb cutlets. Now, that little mention of Marx and organized religion being the opiate of the people, I have to do something. I have to do something that some of you that listen to the Patreon episodes are slightly familiar with me doing at times. And that is jumping into something tangentially related that won't take very long. But because I love how it explains things and I love the language being used, yes, I'm going to Christopher Hitchens. And if your brain hears that name and goes, oh, no, don't worry. I'm not going to go into an argument about, religion for you or anything like that, or any of his, opinions that I want you to share. I'm just simply going to duck into his book, God is Not Great, How Religion Poisons Everything. From the Putting It Mildly chapter early on. I will skip to only exactly where I want to begin with the whole Marx quote. Probably the most popular misquotation of modern times, certainly the most popular in this argument. This is the argument that religion provides people with consolation, is the assertion that Marx dismissed religion as the opium of the people. On the contrary, this son of a rabbinical line took belief very seriously and wrote in his contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right as follows. By the way, listeners, I've never read Marx. Just letting you know, this is not an agenda on my part to do anything except for to dispel the idea of what that quote, often taken out of concept, was supposed to actually convey or communicate. This is what he actually wrote in context. Religious distress is at the same time the expression of real distress and the protest against real distress. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed culture, the heart of a heartless world, just as it is the spirit of a spiritless situation. It is the opium of the people. The abolition of religion and as the illusory happiness of the people is required for their real happiness. The demand to give up the illusions about its condition is the demand to give up a condition that needs illusions. The criticism of religion is therefore, in embryo, the criticism of the veil of woe, the halo of which is religion. Criticism has plucked the imaginary flowers from the chain, not so that man will wear the chain without any fantasy or consolation, but so that he will shake off the chain and call the living flower. So, the famous misquotation is not so much a misquotation, but rather a very crude attempt to misrepresent the philosophical case against religion. Those who have believed what the priests and rabbis and imams tell them about what the unbelievers think and about how they think will find further such surprises as we go along. They will perhaps come to distrust what they are told or not to take it on faith, which is the problem to begin with. All right, I got in a little commentary there that maybe wasn't, as focused on the thing. But you're no worse off for having heard that, I don't think. If you feel you are, please submit form 274B-7A for your refund. I will give you back all the money you spent listening or accessing this episode of A History of Rock and Roll and Film and Rock and Roll. Now, I'm not leaving you with that for this section on animals, of course. I do want to jump back into some more of the commentary because I think it's really relevant to the history of Floyd. But I'm going to, beyond their interpretation of the lyrics and what they mean and the different songs on the record. Wrapping it up with Animals, Pink Floyd finally escaped the space rock sci-fi tag that had stuck with them, much to Waters' chagrin ever since their early psychedelic phase. There was nothing here that could be remotely construed as otherworldly. Significantly enough, Animals is the first Pink Floyd album since Obscured by Clouds that doesn't contain a song about Sid. Animals consolidated a new, darker mood in Pink Floyd's work, more realistic and more vitriolic than anything that had come before. But Roger Waters had still more angst that needed to be melded into high-concept rock music. Of course, that leads into a chapter about The Wall. And if you haven't noticed and you haven't guessed, I'm really not covering much when it comes to Dark Side of the Moon or The Wall, simply because there's so much material out there. If you're a Pink Floyd fan, you can really get into it quite easy with very minimal research, and you don't need me. You don't need me for that. And if I'm going to start on those, then it's going to take up whole episodes. And I'm going to recommend maybe Alan Ladd interview series for you on YouTube. Just look up those words. L-A-D-D, Alan Ladd, interview, not inter. There's quite a history of him speaking with Pink Floyd about their work, and I'm excited to check it out myself. I've heard him do plenty of other stuff with other bright spots in the history of rock music from the 60s and 70s and 80s, and it's always good. It seems like he always was dedicated to good, high-quality conversations and long-form discussions with the artist about things of great substance, not just the old usual bullshit that rock DJs were trying to do. Now, I'm a big Hendrix guy. I'm a big Hendrix fan, have been since conveniently the coinciding of my Hendrix phase, my first Hendrix phase. Actually, no, I'll take it back. My second Hendrix phase. My second real Hendrix phase, because it was the one that took place after I was a little more experienced on guitar. It conveniently coincided with the MCA and Hendrix family re-releases of his catalog, remasters, not remixes, but remastered from the original tapes, unlike the ones that had been coming out in the 80s and 90s that were from later generation tapes and they'd changed the artwork on the album covers and stuff. And that was all money going to, I think, was it Mike Jeffries, the gentleman's name? That was the shady, seen in later years, seen as a very shady managerial influence on the Hendrix product and Hendrix as a person when he was still alive. So I did want to go and look up any connections between Hendrix and the Dead. And luckily for me, deadessays.blogspot.com, thank you again, Tim, point me in this direction, has a series of essays about the Dead and certain other artists that people felt were worth mentioning when it comes to the experiences on the road, playing festivals, playing tours, or one-off shows or whatever. and there's a Hendrix article I'm going to read chunks from. Some of you long-term listeners of A History of Rock and Roll in Film and Rock and Roll may be saying to yourself, hey, Jay, when the hell is that Hendrix episode going to come out, you lying scumbag that has been putting it off for almost 3 years? Well, time gets away from me, apparently. It's another one of those ones that I just didn't want to do it too soon and screw it up and leave anything out. Now, I know if I just screw up and leave something out, I can correct it, and I can do another episode to sort of to buttress anything else I put out that I feel is lackluster. But me rambling about wanting to do a Hendrix episode has been happening since the Janis Joplin episode and the Doors episodes, because I'm going to tie in the Hendrix portrayal in that horrible, horrible film from the mid-'80s called Down on Us. If you are listening to this because you're a fan of just the Dead and Floyd, and or a fan of the late 60s psychedelic music, and you haven't heard those, please feel free to go check out my 2 Doors episodes and Janis Joplin as well. There will be a Hendrix episode, hopefully, this year. There's so much material on Hendrix to read from and to research again. It's tough to pin down and decide, what I need to go with and what parts of his career I need to really focus on, albeit, a very short career in the spotlight, but a lot leading up to it. So thank you for bearing with me if you're a long-suffering listener of A History of Rock and Roll and Film and Rock and Roll that's been waiting for the Hendrix episode. Here's a taste of some Hendrix just to tide you over. This article talks about, early February 1968, Hendrix coming to San Francisco. He was playing the first week of February, and the Dead were on their Northwest tour, I guess. But in October 68, he returned for 3 more nights at the Winterland, where the Dead were also playing 3 nights, but at the Avalon. By then, he's a big star, and similar to the Dead and their huge family, Hendrix had his own entourage and a 24-hour party that followed him everywhere. He did tape the shows at the Winterland for possible use on a live release, but they weren't very good. He didn't want to put them out. Evidently, some of the tracks were released in the 1980s, and you can find some of these sets over at concerts.wolfgangsvault.com and do a search for Jimi Hendrix. He used this occasion to bring on a number of San Francisco artists to jam with him on stage, including Jack Cassidy, who I believe was pretty. I think he stayed close with the Hendrix crew. He showed up. He showed up on the home video VHS cassette tape that I purchased in the mid '90s for the making of Electric Ladyland. Good old Jack Cassidy. Jack was, and Jack is, gosh darn it, I want to say Jefferson Airplane or Quicksilver Messenger Service. I know some of you are screaming right now. All I remember is he played this really cool Epiphone hollow body bass in the footage I've seen of him talking about Hendrix. It's like sort of gold archtop hollow body. Good stuff. Anyway, he was starting to get fed up with playing, the hits and doing longer solos and instrumentals at his shows. And playing with Hendrix was very appealing to him for that reason, because, the guy could stretch out, obviously, on stage and do some cool stuff. Though, at this point in 68, he wasn't really known for that, Hendrix, yet. Pause for a second. I went and checked to just correct myself. Not Quicksilver. It was a Hot Tuna that was the other band besides Jefferson Airplane that he played with. Also played with the band. There we go. So, back to Hendrix. Closer to 69, Hendrix is doing a lot more extended improvs. So, he had, a different approach to the onstage game at this point than the Dead had cultivated at that time. He's having a lot of trouble with amps through this Winterland stretch, and on October 12th, they burned out completely in the middle of a song, which meant Mitch Mitchell had to do a pretty long drum solo while they were getting fixed. Oh boy, what horrible times that must have been for a lot of guitar players. With electrical problems and tubes blowing and all kinds of issues, and can't just plug in a distortion pedal to an impulse response, and then go directly into the board, can you? Hendrix was despondent and apologizing for the equipment trouble. While the amps are getting fixed, he said, "It's just too bad that we're having all this trouble tonight. We'd like to come back here again to make up for these last 2 nights when we're having very bad equipment, because we want you to hear us the way we really are and make up for this junk we have behind us. You must all be really tired, because I really am. I'm sorry, I really am tired." There was, though, despite the tiredness, some jamming going on October 12th and 13th with the Dead, and there's some quotes here from Chet Helms about the story. "Hendrix is back in San Francisco, and he calls me, and he asked me to put together a jam with him and Quicksilver and the Grateful Dead. He said he really enjoyed jamming at Monterey and would like to do it again. I told him, sure, I think I can set it up. I made a few calls and got it together. I set it up for Quicksilver and the Dead to show up and jam with Hendrix. I called Hendrix back and told him to meet us at the ferry boat in Sausalito at 2 a.m., and we would jam all night. We go out to this place on October 12th, and all the Dead are beat and dead tired because they just played the Avalon. But after all, it's a jam with Hendrix. We sit there from 2 a.m. until morning. You know what kind of a person are if you don't describe 2 a.m. as morning and what your schedule is. And Hendrix never shows. Everybody in Quicksilver and the Dead are pissed. The Dead played again at the Avalon that night, October 13th, and Hendrix shows up there while the Dead were playing. His shows were through and he had the night free. Hendrix comes up to me and I told him the Dead and Quicksilver and I were waiting for him all night in Sausalito, and I asked him what happened. Hendrix says, "Oh, I met this broad and we dropped acid and fucked all night." Hendrix said, "Can I jam with the Grateful Dead tonight on stage?" And I said, "It's okay with me, but it's their gig. If they want it to happen, it's fine with me." I brought Hendrix into the dressing room and told the Dead that Jimmy wanted to jam with them, and they're saying, "Great, we'll do it." Grateful Dead go back on stage to do their last set, and they start playing. And keep playing. I tell Hendrix and everybody that no matter what, I'm pulling the plug at midnight. The Avalon had a strict curfew, so Dead shows there had to be kept short, which accounts for the rushed endings we hear at some of the shows there. What happened was the Dead kept telling him to wait and played out their set, so Hendrix never jammed with the Grateful Dead, and the bottom line is they were just pissed at him. The Dead and Hendrix played famous sets at Woodstock in 1969. The article goes on to say, of course, the Dead's set is famed for being terrible, lots of delays, high winds, rain, a collapsing stage, radio signals in the speakers, and electric fireballs, apparently, on stage as well. Though they kept it together. Hendrix arrives the next day, and his set was chaotic, of course. Sound problems, having to wait till 8 a.m. to play to a very sleepy audience that was covered in mud. By the end of the show, he got together to perform a remarkable improvised, mostly instrumental medley that's perhaps his finest moment, and also the closest he came to a Dead-style medley that takes the listener on an emotional arc from rock to noise to feedback, flamenco, to a wordlessly fragile, melancholy finish. Afterwards, Hendrix fled to a hotel, tired and unhappy with his performance, and wanted to get away from everyone, and passed out. It also calls his band unrehearsed, which I take issue with based on my recollections of the gang that he had there. It wasn't his usual trio, obviously. Billy Cox was playing bass, and he talked about having rehearsed before Woodstock with Yuma, the percussionist that was playing there. And I want to say it's Mitch Mitchell on drums and maybe someone doing keyboards at that show, or whatever the hell it was. There was one other person doing something. But they weren't tightly rehearsed, clearly. They were pretty loose. But it's not like he just went up with some yahoos that had never played with Hendrix before. Then it says, the last time they appeared together was May 16th, 1970, playing a bill at Temple University in Philadelphia along with Steve Miller. Miller saw Hendrix backstage and says he was really sick. He looked like he was really strung out. He had a bunch of mafia thugs who were working with him, probably hired by Mike Jeffries, I'm guessing. Grateful Dead played, then we played, then Jimmy. When Jimmy came out and walked by me, he smelled so bad it almost made you sick. He and Mitch Mitchell had just shot up a whole lot of methadone, and he was completely wigged out. They were both in really bad shape. A tape was made of Hendrix's show, and it's one of the poorest shows of an erratic year for him. He's obviously quite wasted. Audience members also started taping the Dead's show until they were stopped by a mean Sam Cutler. Then the article says it was September 19th, 1970, when the Dead were in their Fillmore East run. Led Zeppelin was playing Madison Square Garden, and Robert Plant takes a moment to tell the audience that Jimi Hendrix had died the night before. The Dead, as far as I know, never commented, but Garcia, in an interview shortly after Janis Joplin's death, which he called a dumb fucking accident, complained about that celebrity bullshit. You can't get away from it. So it leaves the human beings just completely fucked up, and that's one of the things that's never been successfully handled in society. The whole star system is not something that really happens. It's something somebody invented and laid on the public. It's responsible for all the evils in the music business, that whole trip, in terms of what it does, in terms of why people turn to downs or drugs and stuff like that, just to get away from the shit for a while. I mean, Jimi Hendrix lived with it. I never saw him without a half dozen weird people hanging around him. Vampires and shit. It's just a bummer.
Blow your mind when you see kooky gals with their bodies painted by a new wave pop artist with the wildest party scene ever put on film.
Now, I found a couple of articles posted on a Michelangelo Antonioni website, blogspot, type of website, WordPress. And sorry, if you don't know what I mean, it's okay. If you didn't work in SEO in the last 10 years like I did, good for you. Anyway, I'll put the links to it in the description of this episode. There are articles about him and his work. There's articles written by him about his work. And one of them is in the section of Zabriskie Point articles for 1970, but posted June 25th, 2021. Michelangelo and the Leviathan, the making of Zabriskie Point. And it says 1992. So I assume this was written in 92. It was posted here June 25th, 2021. About a section of Antonioni's career covered in this blog website by the 1970 section. That's why I'm leaving the URL in the description for you. And I'm not reading it, it's long. I'm not reading it all, especially this introduction. It's, if you want it, it's there for you. There's little bits and pieces here I think are kind of interesting. This gentleman writing it quit his job and joined Antonioni in October 1968 to help make Zabriskie Point for MGM. It had been in production for just 6 weeks. It was already hot news, he said. Controversy always stalked Antonioni. Every one of his handful of films made over 2 decades had kicked up a firestorm. What made the current situation more electric was his subject matter: youth and revolution in America and a rising budget. Metro, which was financing and distributing Zabriskie Point, was an irreproachable institution, the holiest of movie studio holies. They were extremely concerned. And this gentleman's name is Don Guest. So I'll skip past his sort of introduction to the scene as he gets there and the technical stuff, and apparently there's a bit of a bitterness between the Italians and the Americans working on this movie. Not terribly interesting for me, but wow. He says, after pocketing their largesse with executive producer Harrison Starr, a dynamic man in his mid-30s who had worked with Otto Preminger, Arthur Penn, and Paul Newman. Though born and reared in California, Harrison was emphatically East Coast in mindset, i.e. not Hollywood-oriented, which is why Antonioni hired him. Yeah, I feel like this era, if you're an American, you're from the East Coast, especially New York, you kind of have more in common with a European mindset than the Californians do, right? A little more swinging, jet set, fashionable, upwardly mobile, power oriented, business deal oriented, and getting stuff done with an eye to the European market, as opposed to we're in California, everything we do is probably fine, man. You come to us attitude. So he mentions reading the first treatment for the story. It was written by Sam Shepard. Dealt with environmental exploitation by real estate developers. Vast rural areas had dried up due to water diversion. So the people of Los Angeles can have a drink of water or a swim, Antonioni would later sardonically observe. I found it eloquent. It was just a few pages, but my ignorance was such that I took it for an actual shooting script. I'd read that directorial geniuses sometimes worked from ideas jotted down on, say, a matchbook cover. It would be weeks before I was entrusted with a script. The second document was a psychiatric report on Mark Frechette, the male star of Zabriskie Point. Why are the pretty ones always so crazy, right, folks? It delineated a history of violence by the 20-year-old Massachusetts native. Then it twice put him in a mental ward. A straitjacket was mentioned. The report alluded to a troubled childhood, difficulty in dealing with authority figures, and religious confusion. Frechette, the progeny of an Irish-American mother and French-Canadian father, had been reared a Catholic and apparently was chafing under Catholicism's strictures, among other things. The psychiatrist urged caution in dealing with him. I knew that Frechette, a non-professional, had been discovered during a street melee. I took the report seriously. Harrison advised me to keep it in strictest confidence, saying that Antonioni had not read the report and did not realize the extent of Frechette's problems. Apparently, the studio had accepted his being cast only because they were desperate to get going. Filming had been postponed for months while Antonioni searched for the perfect actor. Settling on Frechette, the female star was 18-year-old Diana Halpern, who came from the right side of the tracks. A child of affluent Marin County, she was the daughter of a well-known landscape architect, Lawrence Halpern, and a New Age choreographer, Ann Halpern, who headed a well-regarded modern dance troupe. God damn it, that couple either had the best sex ever or no sex at all. That's my decree. I mean, an architect, aren't architects like known to be like the most cut-off, awful, non-empathetic human beings by profession? And then a New Age choreographer, so it could be like, I mean, there's a lot I could judge there, or I could try to judge there, but I don't know enough dance people, I guess, to really say. But a person who wants to dedicate themselves to dance with none of the discipline, I assume, or structure. Did they learn the discipline and structure first and then cast it out so it becomes something kind of brilliant? Or was it just like, oh, I just choreograph based on my feelings that day, and like her students don't know what's going to happen next? It could, like, every single day, the entire dance routine could be different. I don't know. Like I said, either the best sex ever in that couple, or maybe once to have a child, and then they both move on to their passions that lay elsewhere, not in each other's eyes or loins. I say this as a man who has never been married and never had a child, never achieved anything as lofty as either an architect or a New Age choreographer. I can say that honestly. Now, plenty of details in this long article you can check out if you're a huge fan of the movie. His impressions of seeing some of the places that they shot, and, you know, a little discussion about the affair that his two young stars were having, even though one of them was married with a kid. That's the guy, Frechette. And working with Teamsters, dealing with the National Park Service, the kind of terrain they're shooting on. I will read some of his more detailed notes about his experience with the crew. He says, before the week was out, my first impression of the crew was tainted by their ignorance and intolerance. I had come to the desert with feelings of respect. They had none. Most had never heard of Antonioni before being hired, much less seen his films. Yeah, it's just a job for these guys. And they didn't like what they were seeing now, not his story, style, or way of working. Their disapproval and contempt was all-encompassing. Today, I know that a majority of Hollywood craftspeople are culturally untutored and rarely see movies in a foreign language, but in that time and place, I was aghast. Worse than their bigotry, I don't know what the bigotry really is. They don't love Antonioni. This is essentially what he set up so far. He didn't say they were racist. Aside from their animus towards the half-dozen Italians that worked on the set that Antonioni brought with him, they commonly referred to Antonioni as a pinko ago pornographer. Pinko ago? Pinko ago? A-G-O? I don't know any Americans that... I don't know. Pinko I'm familiar with. I think it just means communist. Pornographer. They tittered like schoolboys about that patch of pubic hair and blow up. and frowned at the relationships of unmarried couples such as Antonioni and Peplo, or Mark and Daria. At the same time, they openly bragged about their own shenanigans in the brothels of Nevada, just over the nearby state line. Fair to say that I judged the crew as harshly as they judged Antonioni. Now, almost 25 years later, star and production manager Don Guest explained their predicament. Metro was okay, wait, that's Don Guest? So who's the... Oh, God damn it. Sorry, at the top of this, it says that Don Guest recalls yada, yada, yada as the sort of sub-headline for this article. At the bottom, it just says, around the ending is, around Death Valley today, there isn't a single reference to Zabriskie Point, not a trace. Not a single person I spoke with, rangers, personnel at the ranch, hotel, restaurant, and tourist office have ever heard of the film. Beverly Walker, from Film Comment, 28 September 1992. Yeah, it's... No one cares. A million movies get filmed in Death Valley or near Death Valley. Okay, so this is written by Beverly, evidently. Sorry for the confusion, but back to the Don Guest quote. Because he recalls, the studio had given Antonioni carte blanche. Department heads were ordered to provide him with anything he wanted, which took away their power. Naturally, they didn't like it. The crew was politically conservative, but technically advanced. Some of the Italians were arrogant and snobbish, and rarely related to the Americans, who felt they weren't being allowed to contribute. There was also a major language problem. None of the Italians spoke English except Antonioni's personal assistant, a woman whose scholarly orientation made bridging the chasm with the crew impossible. Relations between Antonioni and the men started disintegrating quickly, first over technical matters and then over the film's perceived anti-American bias. Harrison feels two other factors contributed equally to the hostility: Antonioni's imperious personality and his way of working. Since Harrison came to have his own considerable problems relating to Antonioni, he could probably identify, as well as anyone, with the crew. Antonioni is a misandrist, a man who does not like other men, he says. In particular, the type of traditional Western male that made up the majority of the crew. They felt it. Additionally, he works like a painter in an atelier. Atelier? Don't know. He tries something, looks at it, reconsiders, and does it again in variation. He seeks and waits for the exact moment that will tell the truth of a scene. The Hollywood crew had been drilled like an army. They were not used to working with so much uncertainty. Adding insult to injury was Starr's insistence that he, and not MGM department heads, make final assignments, thus jettisoning the union's seniority system. In retrospect, Zabriskie Point may be seen as one of the first films to further dismantlement of the entire studio system. I want to read a nice little roundup of, the post-wall feelings and happenings with Pink Floyd that I'm pulling out of this Guitar World, article that I referenced earlier. It's the postscript section of that whole long history that leads up through the production of The Wall. And the postscript of it says, in 1985, Roger Waters served official notice that he was no longer a member of Pink Floyd. This notification took the form of letters sent to EMI and CBS Records, a legal nicety that enabled Waters to change management and get on with his solo career. And for a while in the mid-'80s, it looked as if the other members of Pink Floyd would go their separate ways as well. David Gilmour threw himself into work on a second solo record, 1984's About Face, enlisting the aid of his rock star pals Pete Townshend and Steve Winwood. A high-profile career as a session guitarist also began to open up for Gilmour, who performed on Townshend's White City album, not to mention discs by Paul McCartney, Brian Ferry, and others. Richard Wright teamed up with Dave D. Harris from the band Fashion to release an album under the name Z-E-E, before retreating to his homes and yachts in the Greek, singular, in the Greek islands. Nick Mason started up an advertisement jingle company with guitarist Richard Jen from 10cc. The duo also released an album as Profiles. They had a duo that they called Profiles, I guess. But with the possible exception of Mason's Jingle House, none of these post-Floyd projects was a rousing success. And as early as 86, I've never even heard that About Face album. It supposedly got lots of good reviews at the time. But I'm not like I'm not the kind of crazed Pink Floyd fan that the three closest friends of mine that love Pink Floyd are. Let's just put it that way. As early as 1986, Gilmour moved forward with his plans to reconvene Pink Floyd without Roger Waters. The post-Waters incarnation of Pink Floyd went on to release 2 studio albums. A Momentary Lapse of Reason in 1987 and Division Bell in 1994. Unlike the albums of Floyd's mid-'70s heyday, however, these more recent discs rely heavily on contributions from top-flight session players. With characteristic acrimony, Waters dubbed his former bandmates' efforts the Floyd Fraud. Now, it says in the late 80s and 90s, Pink Floyd's live shows came to be more of a focal point for fan interest than the band's studio releases. They've taken on the importance that Grateful Dead concerts had for devoted followers of that band. An opportunity to relive a golden era of rock history, especially for those who weren't even born when the original discs came out. In keeping with Pink Floyd's reputation, shows have become increasingly elaborate multimedia spectacles, grander in scope than anyone back at the UFO Club in 1966 ever would have thought possible. The success of the shows has been a thorn in the side of Waters, who performs Pink Floyd material at his own solo concerts. His position is that, as author of many of the best-known Floyd compositions, even if only the lyrics in some cases, this is his privilege and prerogative. The most ludicrous episode in Waters' legal efforts to prevent his former bandmates from touring and recording as Pink Floyd was his claim to artistic ownership of a giant inflatable pig image that has become one of the most beloved Pink Floyd stage props in the years since Animals. In one ploy to subvert Waters' claim, the other 3 Floyds changed the gender of the band's porcine mascot by equipping it with a prominent male appendage. A real ballsy move, one might say, and proof that not even Roger Waters can dampen the enduring popularity of Pink Floyd. Yeah, I know they put balls on it, and then in the Pulse concert film, it's got tusks as well. Yeah, fun stuff. But all of this was sort of sparked by Roger wanting to leave the management, right? Now, that management had done really solidly by Pink Floyd as far as their money goes for quite a long time. So I'm sure there were specific reasons and more enticing offers that Roger could have gotten from, new management. And he did, I'm sure, evidently, to a point without sticking with their manager. He probably figured he couldn't go solo with their manager. He couldn't set things in motion for his solo career with their manager, and he, obviously, well before he put out his first solo album, wanted that to happen with the other members of Pink Floyd, I think, as we covered in the previous Pink Floyd Grateful Dead episode, if I'm not mistaken. And I apologize because I left all that in a haze of end of the year and beginning of the year transition that was very complicated for me in a personal way. And I did the grievances episode to get some things off my chest and provide a break from the research, because I built up so many books about Floyd and the Grateful Dead at once and put so many bookmarks and things, and had to stop before I could decide where to go with everything and how many bits and pieces of the history to use where in these episodes. And I'm still working it out. But I want to go back in time legally to Dark Side of the Moon era and reference Nick Mason's book, Inside Out. Because he talks about how, the success of Dark Side of the Moon made them all a lot more conscious of how much had been contributed by each member of the band, and how the credit and the share of benefits being doled out were, commensurate with that. Is that the right word to use? So that's on everyone's mind now. And he points out their publishing had been reorganized under the guidance of Peter Barnes, who's the management that, Roger wanted to break from later, with the setting up of Pink Floyd Music Publishing in 1973. For a group to own its own publishing company was still unusual. Even the Beatles only owned part of Northern Songs, and if you've been listening on the Patreon, you know all too well about that saga. As was the ability to collect direct from overseas partners. This decision was justified when it was found that EMI had forgotten to collect a 6-figure sum in overseas income over the previous 3 years. He goes on to say that royalties from the record sales of Dark Side of the Moon start to flow in, but gradually. And he and his wife upgrade their house, move to a different neighborhood, still lacking, a lot of worldly goods, but it made it easy to move, and some help from the road crew there, which I think is very cute. There's some stuff about his personal life stuff about that move. Great, if you want to read Nick Mason's book, but I wanted to read this next bit. Despite any problems, we did now have the beginnings of a piece, Shine On You Crazy Diamond, devised in rehearsal in 1974 and developed during both rehearsals and shows that year. Roger had added lyrics to a poignant and mournful guitar theme of David's, and the song had been a staple part of the autumn tour in the UK. Opening the first half with two other songs of Roger's, Raving and Drooling and Gotta Be Crazy, which we decided not to work on, but set to one side for the time being. Roger already had come up with the overall idea of absence for the album, and it was clear that those two songs had no place within the concept. The intro to Shine On You Crazy Diamond, the opening track of the new album, contained the only remnant from the Household Objects sessions. So I believe we touched on this in the last episode as well that featured Pink Floyd. They did a whole bunch of recording with no traditional musical instruments, just things found around the home, dishes and, utensils, stuff like that. Furniture, stuff to bang around on and make tones with. He says that we had used an old party trick of filling wine glasses with varying levels of water and then running a finger around the rim to create a singing tone. These tones were then put on 16-track tape and mixed down in chord clusters so that each fader controlled an individual chord. In fact, although we didn't use it, the glass harmonica, an instrument using a keyboard to control spinning glass plates, had been invented to achieve the same effect. Let's talk a bit about Jerry Garcia and Zabriskie Point's soundtrack. Reading from A Long Strange Trip by Dennis McNally says, early in July, I believe this is 1971, Garcia went to Wally Heider's to begin recording an album that would be called, with impeccable accuracy and zero flair, Garcia. His first decision was to play all the instruments, except the drums, himself, which made it an exceptionally efficient process. The origins of that decision lay in two previous experiences in recording away from the Grateful Dead. Early in 1970, he'd been hired to record solo for Michelangelo Antonioni's film about youthful resistance to the mainstream culture, Zabriskie Point. It had been a frustrating experience. Still very much a cinephile, Garcia had admired Antonioni's Eclipse and had studied him. He was flattered to be asked and found the director a pleasure to work with. The experience of sitting alone on a soundstage at MGM, where Gene Kelly had danced and The Wizard of Oz had been shot, gave him the shivers. Antonioni described to him, in a strange stammer, the emotions he wanted communicated, ranging from sad to cheerful to scary. And as the film splashed across a giant screen, Garcia played. The frustration entered in after a few takes when Antonioni pronounced himself delighted. But Garcia felt he was just beginning to understand what he was there for. Antonioni might well have been right about Garcia's love theme. It was achingly beautiful and worked incredibly well in the film, but it left Jerry forlorn. This would happen again later that spring of 1970 when he played pedal steel on Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young's Teach Your Children. After the second take, just as he was warming up, Crosby told Jerry, "That was great, have a snort." And that was the end of the session. And it goes on to talk about how, with his solo project Garcia, Jerry was more in control, and it was just apparently a much sort of happier experience. Now, let's jump over to deadessays.blogspot.com, an article on the site from 2015 that references an interview between Garcia and Blair Jackson in 1985. Thank you very much to longtime supporter of the show, Tim, for sending this link my way. Garcia says, I sat down and just played. And Antonioni said, oh, I like that very, very much. That's very, very good. And I said, hey, wait a minute. Come on, give me a chance. And he said, oh, no. That's exactly what I want. I wanted so badly to do something good because, well, it was Antonioni, for Christ's sakes. He was satisfied so quickly, I didn't know what to think. I was unhappy about it. I was just getting warmed up and boom, that was it. He did discuss it with me for an awful long time, but when I got down to doing it, he was just beside himself with happiness. So it's just the opposite of the Pink Floyd experience, apparently, with him. I was just getting warmed up, boom, that was it. Yeah, but he was a really nice guy. I liked working with him, but I didn't get to do anything. I mean, there I was on the old MGM scoring stage where they used to do Gene Kelly musicals and The Wizard of Oz. Just me and my electric guitar and a little amplifier. And Antonioni's back there with one engineer. And the scene is playing on a huge screen and I'm picking along, trying to get my ideas. That part of it was a flash. I like Antonioni's work so much. It's so modern. His sense of space and time and all that. According to Don Hall, music supervisor on the film, Garcia did have a bit of time to work on the piece. First trying it on acoustic guitar, then tracking 4 different performances, 2 of which were fused with the final music for the film. I think Jerry was actually down for about 3 hours, Hall remembers, and he was great to work with. Everybody thought so. The soundtrack CD liner notes offer more details and a somewhat different memory from Don Hall. Michelangelo liked the Grateful Dead, and I had a friend who lived across the street from Jerry at the time, Don Hall recalls. He talked to him about the movie, and we got together. It was almost done as an afterthought. Michelangelo wasn't even in town when we did the music. He was back in Rome. We went into the large studio at MGM, which they usually used for symphony orchestras, and Jerry sat there by himself on a stool, laying it down. They had the love scene on a loop, and he played live while the film was running. He didn't want to do it away from the film and then cut things in. He played right to every single shot in the scene. That's why there are certain notes over certain frames, over people moving in the desert. He played right while watching it. It was miraculous, pure genius. Also, some writing from Deborah Coons in those liner notes as well. I remember pre-video, Jerry asking me to see old Antonioni films like Red Desert, Il Deserto Rosso, at repertory houses. Of course, we saw The Passenger. I see that phrase and I just think, Iggy Pop. As soon as it came out, I marveled at its great style. Jerry was a true film buff and appreciated both the artistic and technical aspects. He told me in 1970 or 69 that Lenny Hart, who then managed the Grateful Dead, Mickey's father, get to him in a second, had mentioned to him that some Italian guy has been calling, wanting you to work on a film soundtrack. When Jerry found out this Italian guy was Antonioni, he immediately said yes. Of course, he would be thrilled to be involved in the project. So Jerry went to L.A. and set up in a huge soundstage with Antonioni and played. He was pleased with his work, proud to be part of the film, and honored to have worked with the director. It says in the article next, ironically, Garcia never ended up getting paid for his work since Lenny Hart stole the check from MGM. Rock Scully recalled, when he ran off on us, he'd just gone to L.A. with Garcia to negotiate for the music in Zabriskie Point. Well, he just took the check and split. I don't know the exact date. This is now the author of the 2015 Blogspot article of Garcia's recording session, but Live Dead was released in November 69, and the film was already being shown in theaters in February 1970. My guess is the session was sometime in December 69. The extended CD version of the soundtrack features 4 takes of Garcia's love scene improvisation, parts of which were edited together for the film version. An excerpt from the Live Dead Dark Star was also used in the film. Garcia mentioned Antonioni used part of Dark Star and liked the way it worked before calling him in. Actually, Don Hall, the music coordinator for the film and a DJ at the LA radio station KPPC FM, picked that and some other songs in the film from his own favorite tracks. I was trying to do a soundtrack using as many types of music that were being played on FM radio at the time. Just another word on Lenny Hart. He died in February 1975. He disappeared in March 1970 with approximately $155,000 in the group's profits. He was located by a private detective, arrested in San Diego, July 26, 1971. While baptizing people and using the name Reverend Lenny B. Hart, he was convicted of criminal embezzlement and sentenced to 6 months in jail. The Grateful Dead song He's Gone is based on Lenny Hart's embezzlement of band money and subsequent disappearance. As a result of the fiasco, Mickey Hart, feeling ashamed of his father's actions, left the band in February 71, not returning to the group on a full-time basis until 75. Oh, after his dad died. God damn it, that's so sad. Oh, Jesus. Lenny had died of natural causes. He was teaching music in Mill Valley since his release from prison. According to Dennis McNally, the aforementioned author of Long Strange Trip, Mickey went to the funeral home, cleared the room, took out the snakewood sticks that had been his inheritance, played a traditional rudimental drum piece, The Downfall of Paris, on Lenny's coffin, and split. Now let's talk about one of my favorite pieces from metal one of these days. I'm going to jump from David Gilmour's quotes to Nick Mason's quotes. This is from Guitar World in, 93 or 94? It's from the Guitar World Presents Pink Floyd collection. And you can find that at archive.org if you look in the description of this episode. If you're a guitar person, you've heard plenty about the Benson Echo Rec that was used on this. The fact that it was a Benson Echo Rec and not a what was the one the Echoplex was sort of a important footnote, important detail in the technical bag of tricks Pink Floyd was using at that time. In 1971, the Echo Rec was what gave the bass part that galloping sound. Gilmour says the Benson was an Italian-made delay unit. It was a strange one because it didn't utilize tape loops, but used a metal recording wheel instead. And then, the sort of editor's notes here say, Benson's Echo Rec was basically a wire recorder, a precursor to magnetic tape. It had 6 knobs, an input volume, one to control the length, volume, and tone of a swell of the delay, of the repeat of the note you're hearing. For non-guitar player people, non-guitar pedal effects people, there's delay, there's reverb, and reverb is the sound of a hall that you're playing in, the far away echo that is kind of mushier sounding. A delay is a clearer, very focused repeat. It can be in many times dialed in to make it sound like there's just like 10 guitars playing at not the same time, but repeats of something. There's tons of examples of this. If you want to go search them out on YouTube, it would have delay effects work. But delay is echo to a point, but longer usually and cleaner sounding as opposed to a slapback rockabilly echo. And without delay, it's just entire genres of rock music would not exist. No shoegaze, no psychedelia in the form that you're used to it, anything like that. The notes go on to say it had 6 knobs, an input volume, 1 to control the length, the volume, and tone of a swell, and a 3-position selector knob and 12-position switching knob. The selector accessed either echo, 1 repeat, more than 1 repeat, or swell, reverbs, cleverly devised by feeding the outputs of the heads back into themselves. While the switching knob accessed 12 variations of these, you could get some wonderful delay effects, says Gilmour, that aren't attainable on anything that's been made since. One of these days, excuse me, I'm sure there have been since this article came out, though. One of these days evolved from some of my experiments with the Benson, as did Echoes, also from metal. One day, Roger decided to take some of the techniques I was developing and try them out for himself on bass. And he came up with that basic riff that we all worked on and turned into One of These Days. For the middle section, another piece of technology came into play. An H&H amp with vibrato. I set the vibrato to more or less the same tempo as the delay, but the delay was in 3/4 increments, 3/4 time of the beat, while the vibrato went with the beat. I just played the bass through it and made up that little section, which we then stuck on to a bit of tape and edited in. The tape splices were then camouflaged with cymbal crashes. And they asked, so you play bass on that track? And he says, yes, the opening section is me and Roger. On one of these days, for some reason, we decided to do a double track of the bass. You can actually hear it if you listen in stereo. The first bass is me. A bar later, Roger joins in on the other side of the stereo picture. So your other speaker on your head, basically your other earbud if you're listening that way. We didn't have a spare set of strings for the spare bass guitar, so the second bass is very dull sounding, laughs. We sent a roadie out to buy some strings, but he wandered off to see his girlfriend instead. I'll get more into that in a second from Nick Mason's point of view. They ask him about slide playing on the track. I guess I was never particularly confident in my ability as a pure guitar player, so I would try any trick in the book. Oh, David, there's the one thing you and I have in common. I say, as a rhythm guitarist who plays leads and sings and harmonica and saxophone and lap steel, I'd always like lap steels, pedal steels and things like that. I can't remember exactly what I used on one of these days. I may have bought a lap steel by that point or maybe just used a regular guitar. When I tour, I use 2 cheap Jensen lap steels customized with Fender pickups for slide parts. The lap steel on one of these days is tuned to an open E minor chord, E, B, E, G, B, E, low to high. The other lap steel is basically tuned to a modified open G chord, D, G, D, G, B, E, low to high. I use that for Great Gig in the Sky. You'll notice that I kept the top string tuned to an E so that I could do major and minor chords on the first 3 strings. The one thing I can't do is regular slide guitar with that thingy on your finger. I've never had any interest in that. Now let's do Nick Mason's appraisal of some tracks from metal, starting with the story of One of These Days. And if you're not familiar with how I do things on other episodes, I do not claim to be even-handed or an equal opportunist when it comes to everyone in the band getting to tell their story. Roger Waters has had many, many years of being very vocal in the press to make sure his side of the story gets told, and in some cases, it dominates the narrative. So if I don't read enough Roger Waters stuff for you, there's plenty out there. Don't have a bias against him in that regard. It's just, it'll come in the form of quotes here and there, probably in some of these Pink Floyd biographies or magazine articles I find, but I've listened. I love the guy's work, and I've listened to him talk a lot in interviews and documentaries and stuff. I bought The Wall the first time it came out on DVD. I watched the interviews with him and Gerald Scarfe more than I watched the movie. All right, I just want you to know that. Love the guy's output, his ideas, and I enjoy his perspective on things. But after that last Wall concert film, that's enough. I don't need to give him any more time than is natural to me. Driving around Europe and stopping on the side of the road and musing to himself in between the footage of the songs from the concert. And that's after a few decades after he got his movie made, where he gets to get everything off of his chest and then do lots of interviews talking about what it all means. So anyways, back to Nick Mason. He says, One of These Days was built around a bass guitar sound that Roger had created by feeding the output through a Benson Echo Rec unit. The Benson had been a mainstay of our sound for many years, starting in the Syd Barrett era, noticeably on Interstellar Overdrive, Astronomy Domine, and Pow R Talk H. And it was really only digital technology that superseded it. Just reading it twice to make sure I'm not missing a definite article in there. The Benson used a rotating steel drum surrounded by tape heads. By selecting different heads, it gave a range of repeat patterns to any signal fed into it. The sound quality was horribly degraded, but if you describe hiss as white noise, it makes the effect more palatable. There were various alternative echo units around which were similar in technology but lacked the same sound quality. The Italian-made Benson, though, was highly fragile, not suited to the rigors of a life on the road. Like a highly trained rifleman, Peter Watts could often strip them down and reassemble them at a speed during a gig to perform running repairs in order to get at least one moved back up to the front line, which is a detail I love. I love that their drummer knows this much about how their effects were constantly being refurbished and slung around. The bass line on One of These Days was played in unison by Roger and David. One of the basses, and we're going to expand on Gilmore's comment earlier, needed new strings, and we dispatched one of the road crew to the West End to replenish our stocks. He went AWOL for 3 hours, during which the recording was completed using the old strings. When he eventually returned, we suspected he'd been visiting his girlfriend, who ran a boutique. His protestations of innocence were rather undermined by the smart new pair of trousers he reappeared in. The song included, unusually, a bass solo, as well as one of my rare vocal performances, and an example of one experiment that did make it out of the lab. The line was recorded at double tape speed using a falsetto voice. Then the tape was replayed at slow speed. So the one statement in the song about one of these days going to cut you into little pieces, I would love to have heard the original high falsetto version of Nick Mason saying, There are times when it really does seem necessary to do things in the most complicated way possible. The titles of the songs that side related very much to our lives of the period. Saint-Tropez, a song Roger brought in complete and ready to record, was inspired by the Floyd expedition to the south of France the previous summer and the house we'd rented there. Roger, Judy, Lindy, and myself used to play the Chinese tile game Mahjong on a fairly regular basis, and the craze provided the inspiration for the title A Pillow of Winds, the name of one of the scoring combinations. Oh, okay, cool. Nice. Maybe I should learn to play Mahjong. Fearless was an overused expression, a soccer-inspired equivalent of awesome that had come from Tony Gorvich, the manager of Family. I assume that's a band, Family, and a good friend of Steve and Tony Howard's. The football theme was continued in the fade out with Liverpool's cop choir singing You'll Never Walk Alone. It was odd that Roger was so keen to do this, considering that he was a committed Arsenal fan. Tony Gorvich had also supplied us with the expressions elbow, as in being given the, and who's Norman? The latter was a bandroom phrase we used to indicate somebody we didn't know and whom we might wish to have removed. Maybe the technique we had used on the band at the Fillmore. Oh, man, I don't want to go back and find that story. I bet that's the good story that's in here somewhere. Buy the book. Hey. Or be a cheap bastard like me and get it from the library. You got your tax dollars have to come back to you somehow, folks. You got to find a way. You got to find a way. The Fearless. I like knowing that was like something that they was just in the culture, the nomenclature of fitness or athletics culture at the time, and an overused one at that. Like No Fear, would be in the 90s. The soccer equivalent of awesome, which never means awesome and hasn't for decades, obviously, since the 80s. I had a lecture from a 5th grade teacher about that. Not just me, the whole class did. She would just rail about the misuse of terminology in American language, and she was justified for doing so. I'm still not letting go of literally. There's been misused since the early 2000s. Since 2000, damn it, it's now used to mean literally the opposite of literally. Anyway, sorry for the dinging noises if you can hear them. I'll silence that. But I've been waiting all day for notice about a job, and I'm trying to pay attention to it. If you've heard me mention having a job that's new or not having a job for a long time in previous episodes, it is currently the beginning of February. And I'm trying to get another job. Then again, I probably don't talk about that aspect here on the main feed as much as I do on the Patreon. Don't worry. The Patreon is not me talking about my personal life or my job hunting. It's all more scholarly in a lot of ways than this is. I promise. And it's only a few bucks a month. Check it out. It's hours of content I've been creating every month for the last 10 months. And, even if you just pay for a month and go download every MP3 individually and save it for yourself, you will have 4 hours a month worth for 10 months, 400 hours. I don't math well. I haven't mathed well since I was 14 and got into algebra. But, and that's why I'm broke all the time. I don't math well. Back to Nick Mason's thoughts on Meddle. He said, finally, there was Seamus. In a rather embarrassed way, I can only describe this as a novelty track. Dave was looking after a dog, the Seamus in question, for Steve Marriott of the Small Faces. Oh, that's nice. That's cute. Steve had trained Seamus to howl whenever music was played. Oh, that's not nice. It was extraordinary, so we set up a couple of guitars and recorded the piece in an afternoon. Curiously, we did it all over again when we were making Live at Pompeii, this time using another dog called Mademoiselle Knobs. On the positive side, even when hard-pressed, at least we resist the temptation to construct an entire album of barking dogs and to audition a clutch session of session dogs desperate to make it in the music business. Overall, the whole album was intensely satisfying to make. Or immensely, sorry, folks. As Adam Hart Mother, he points out, was like a sidetrack. Ummagumma was a live album with some solo pieces at the, on the second side. Metal, he says, was the first album we had worked together on as a band in the studio since A Saucer Full of Secrets 3 years earlier. That's a lot of work for 3 years, though. Good Lord. It is relaxed and quite loose, and Echoes has, I think, lasted well. That's putting it lightly, goddammit. Echoes rules. If I could pick one, I don't know. If I could only hear one Pink Floyd album if I could only hear one Pink Floyd song for the rest of my life, I would probably have to pluck Echoes out of the listings and save it for myself, which isn't even to say it's my favorite, but it's like, it's pretty long and it's got a lot of sweeping changes to it and a lot of majesty and a lot of cool tension and then melodies and drama. And I think if nothing else, I would want to have that one if I couldn't have any other Pink Floyd tracks to listen to. He points out David had a great deal of affection for this album, which for him contains a clear indication of a way forward. Which, for my part, as a listener, I must say I feel that way too. And that's probably why my love of Pink Floyd, chronologically, as far as their output, not as far as my discovery of them, starts with Metal and ends with The Wall. I love everything in that trajectory. A connection I wish to make between something I read in A Long Strange Trip by Dennis McNally. Sorry, I moved the vowel A from the middle to the front. McNally, chapter 25. This is all going to be quotes from the top here. After this little introduction. One night, Scrib stood again. Another little bit of Grateful Dead narrative involving the name of someone I'm not aware of. I could take every episode of A History of Rock and Roll and Film and Rock and Roll and every hour of research for it and apply it all to Grateful Dead history and Grateful Dead film and Grateful Dead recordings of music if I wanted to, and still not be up on who the dickens is who. I swear to you all. I swear to you. I don't know who this parish is who is fussing with John Kahan's amp. I don't know who John Kahan is. I don't know who Scrib is. But in this situation, a relaxed Garcia began to noodle on If I Only Had a Heart from The Wizard of Oz. It was a perfect jewel, says Dennis McNally. Tossed off for his ears and his fingers, and no audience at all. Scrib listened raptly. At length, Garcia looked up and caught his eyes, smiled, chirped, "Great song, man," and continued. It was a perfect moment. Now on to the quotes. We're every night when we walk on stage, our first solemn duty is to abandon reason. We do that with remarkable aplomb, and from there, unexpected stuff is easier to discover. Garcia. Like being strapped to the back of a horse in the middle of a stampede, like being on the brink of collapse. I like to be as close to the brink as possible. We're. The jams are an exercise in group direction. There isn't a whole lot of leading or being led done. Actually, the least flexible guy at a given moment is the leader. Garcia. For me, a real important model is Golden Gate Park. You can go from one kind of reality to another. Prehistoric looking. Giant ferns. Everything is weird. A little further, all of a sudden, you're in this little pasture. Sheep. Eventually, if I have a place to go, I can make it and make it pretty seamless. Because for me, the musical relationship between one thing and another is always obvious. I like that invisible thing, that sort of sleight of hand approach. But I'm learning to be able to appreciate the thing of just clumsily blundering into it. The existential reality is note to note. For me, that idea is not one note. An idea is like a sentence or a paragraph sometimes. Know what I mean? The nature of it is rubbery. I'm doing this thing and it has a certain kind of curvature. And it's going to last 4 bars, say. I tend to think in even number of bars generally. So there'll be a sentence, it'll be X long, like 4 bars, and then there'll be like an answer to that, 4 bars long. And then there'll be like a summing up of it. That'll be like 8 bars. And then there'll be an argument from another direction. That'll be 8 bars. It's kind of like that. But as it's going along, there's also things coming in from the other band members, which sometimes say, like on bar 3, no, this is now number 1. Then I say, okay, so my sentence went that way. So what I'm going to do to make it syntactically correct, to make it so it goes 4 bars to include the 3rd bar beginning, then it's only going to go 2 more bars for a 3-bar sentence, but it'll still maintain the symmetry that I want it to have because it overlaps. It's kind of like that. These things are not so conscious, but they are conversational like that. They tend to be sentences. That part of it has to do with just melody. For me, melodies have the kind of sense that poetry has. They have meter. So a melody will start composing itself while I'm playing. We start off with a simple A melody. I'll say, that's working. That's something that has a certain gesture to it that's nice at this moment. So I'll say, here's expression A. Okay, A again. Now here's B, and B again. Then another A to bring us back to that moment, and now C. And it's like a new discussion. Really, there are hunks of stuff like that, like language. I don't really have that much control over it. It's not me being logical on purpose by any means. And then the very next section is quotes from Phil Lesh with radio host David Gans, who once remarked to Phil that The Dead is America's longest-running musical argument. To which Phil replies, a musical argument makes the two sides one thing, like counterpoint. That's a really good description in a sort of an abstract verbal sense. So I like to play it more in the sense of the continuo bass of the Baroque period, polyphonic counterpoint. Jerry Garcia says, I've gone through so many things all the way up to and including perversely trying to make it be as miserable as I can. But I wouldn't want it to have less range than that. I want it to have its full capacity as an experience. Weir says, intimacy, by the way, is a musical dynamic. Kreutzmann, I'm not familiar. Some Dead fan probably is annoyed at me for not knowing who this is. Says, they don't have a note value for the endless whole note. Garcia says, a transcendent moment in playing occurs in a mediumistic way, something involuntary. I trust it because I know it's not me. If it was me, I wouldn't trust it because I know myself too well. Phil Lesh says, we used to believe that every place we played was church. But the core of followers is not the reason it feels like a church. It's that other thing. Inspiration, grace, transcendence. Garcia, we've chosen to go with the thing of we don't care whether they have expectations or not. We do what we want to do anyway, because that's what's in it for us otherwise. We don't want to be entertainers. We want to play music. I love all this stuff. Wise words, words of experience, words of experimentalism. or words that were arrived at after some experimentalism and collaboration and confabulation. It could not have been easy to be a band like that, so successful, and to have so many fans and have such a strong following and still have to sort of reckon with the public. I mean, I guess they didn't really have to. I mean, I think, Tool's a good example in the modern era, which modern I'm using lightly because they started in the late 80s. But they cultivated their fan base. They do things their own way on their own time, and nothing makes their fan base happier than doing that. Quite frankly, the only way they can miss is to do something patronizing to their audience, and couldn't have been easy for the Dead to have existed throughout the 60s and 70s, having to explain to Squares like, no, we're not here to just like make people dance and play the hits. Like, how do you not? I mean, we got here by doing something unorthodox. That's the word I'm looking for. But rooted in traditional music. And we're, and hey, we do it better than anybody else. It's funny to me as a young person, which I was at one time, I think, the imagery of the Grateful Dead was such that I had a preconceived notion of what they sounded like long before I heard them. And it probably would have been more like Pink Floyd, which is also funny because Pink Floyd to me sounded like The Wall, which is one of the most un-Pink Floyd sounding albums that they ever made. So yeah, you could just imagine what treasures were awaiting me along that Pink Floyd rainbow as I got deeper and deeper into them when I was in my early 20s. Obviously, I had heard Dark Side of the Moon by that point, but I hadn't heard much else besides The Wall and Dark Side. And the Grateful Dead, I was very surprised to have someone explain them to me as like 3 hours of noodling around in A major as obviously a very derogatory explanation of their style. A lot of, and to find out that, they were very focused on clear, plucky, notes, very impactful, articulate playing on the bass and the guitar and a lot of extra space filled in with percussion as opposed to long sustained notes and lots of spacey effects, which is what I just assumed the Grateful Dead were all about just because of the t-shirts I'd seen as a kid. Honestly, I had nothing else to base it on. I knew they were, because they had the skull, but it was a fantasy, like it looked, I also, I should make it clear that my perception is definitely, or was heavily influenced by the video entertainment I watched as a child. Video, rental stores were all over the suburbs in America in the early 80s, and tons of the children's fare that wasn't simply just Disney cartoons or old, or the Apple Dumpling Gang or whatever they were renting out to families. There was a glut of high budget to low budget animated fantasy epics from your Ralph Bakshi's and your Don Bluths and fairies from Brian Froud or whatever company produced that little story based on his artwork, which is so wonderful. Not so much the show, but the artwork he did leading up to and including The Dark Crystal and Labyrinth for Jim Henson. So the Grateful Dead artwork that I saw looked a lot like that kind of 70s animated fantasy aesthetic, I guess. So I assume, it's going to be something like The Last Unicorn soundtrack, maybe. I don't know, some acoustic guitars in there, but then some long, spacey, epic, echoey things. But nope, I was way off. I was way, 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 way off. And I will also say to all you Deadheads listening that I thank you for your indulgence. I do not still actively listen to the Dead. I'm getting there. I've had a copy of Europe 72 on vinyl for 30 years that a parent's friend gave me when they let me just basically take a bunch of stuff out of their vinyl collection, which happened a lot when I was a teenager. I had a record player that sounded pretty decent, and parents' friends were like, "Oh, you're into music? You play guitar? You like Hendrix? What?" You like the Doors? I guess. I saw the movie. I like them, but I just have the best of CD, Jethro Tull. Oh, yeah, they won that Grammy when Metallica was supposed to win. Yeah, I have tons of records from all those folks that just didn't know what to do with their album collections. Stuff they'd probably worn. It probably sounds terrible. I've loved all of them. But yes, I have listened to Europe 72. I'll say that. And a couple of things here and there. And maybe this is it. Maybe this is the episode that pushes the fan base, the listenership of A History of Rock and Roll and Film and Rock and Roll into actual two-way communication with me. Maybe this is going to be the one that brings out the communicators and some of you to go, oh my God, like click this link, you dumbass Jay Smith that doesn't listen to Grateful Dead. The best results I've had so far was somebody who took me up. If you listen to the last Zabriskie Point episode, somebody in the audience, by audience I mean the YouTube comments, took me up on my offer to ship away my Ray Manzarek autobiography. And it turns out, I think I said it was all marked up and written in. It was not. I flipped through it before I mailed it to the fellow in Michigan. Very nice guy who was super appreciative. And I even, I got to happily, point this out to friends of mine. Look at this. Look at that right there. Somebody appreciates me here. I know he's not the only one, but it can be hard to tell sometimes. And maybe today, maybe this is the fan base that gets fired up and it just like floods my inbox at justtheworstever@gmail.com or justtheworstever on Instagram or in the comments section of this YouTube video if you're listening there, with links to video and audio, because it's one of those deals like with Zappa, I had a handhold. I had someone make me a mixtape when I was 21, and I gave me windows into which eras of Zappa I wanted to pursue further. With the Dead, to me, from the outside, an outsider's perspective, especially someone who likes aggressive music for the most part, or storytelling or songwriting-oriented music, if it's not super aggressive, riff-heavy, Sabbath, Slayer, Corrosion of Conformity, Priestess, Killswitch Engage, and it's not engaging storytelling like Primus, which is like also coupled with wacky instrumentation, or more intense dramatic storytelling like Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, or country storytelling like Hank Williams and all the way up to Buddy Miller. The Dead's going to be harder for me to find a purchase point, and I mean that in terms of not money, but in grasping for handholds on a rock wall. I intend to do more searching, but it's tougher for me to delineate which eras of the Dead would sort of spark my interest more than others. So have at it, you all. If you made it this far through both episodes, I want to reiterate my thanks to you as a Deadhead. To you, the Deadhead, not me, the Deadhead, the non-Deadhead, listening someone investigate and get kind of excited about the story of an artist that you've cared about for many, many years, I'm sure, and know way more about, and to be willing to listen to a newcomer sort of register their first thoughts and impressions about something you care dearly for. I didn't feel the need to say that in any other episode that I've done, if that means anything to you. At times there was an element of, God, I hope I don't fuck this up, you guys, because maybe the person I was covering comes from a radically different background as me, and historically I found them to be very important, and I didn't want to speak improperly about their culture, what influenced their values, because it wasn't just a typical white guy in rock and roll story. I'll say it, it's very intimidating. But yeah, I think I've avoided that trap pretty well. In this case, I think it speaks well of you, the listener, if you know everything about this band and yet you're willing to listen to somebody stumble upon various things in their history that entertains him. And glad you're along for the ride. And I appreciate your support. Please share this with somebody, even if it's another episode, with anybody that might like the show. You are an interesting kind of person in that you are listening to something that is not structured. It is not helped by advertising dollars. It is not promoted by anybody other than myself when I get around to it. Hopefully I'll get some cash soon and maybe spend some advertising dollars for myself and get this to more people. But until then, please trade this as you would an old a link or an old cassette or some sort of recording of a special show that you want someone else to enjoy when they get around to it. It, if nothing else, it justifies my existence, and I thank you for being here for it.
Can you see?
Oh, which note was higher, the O or the C?
The O.
The O.
There's no O in music.
Understanding? And I can tell from the way you walk you've got rhythm.
This guy's so full of shit.
The only thing to keep you from music now is laziness.
I'll get right on it.
Whenever you're ready to get started, you come see me.
Okay.
Aren't I seeing you now?
Welcome, son.
The hell did he want?
Who?
Yikes, this kid is already headed into Sid Barrett territory.
So I want to go do a bit of a dip my toes into a book called Reinventing Pink Floyd from Sid Barrett to Dark Side of the Moon by Bill Kopp. This is a great detailed book about that era specifically, obviously. And it's not the kind of thing you get your general Pink Floyd history from, but there's a lot going on in the Zabriskie Point phase of their career. We've already gone over some of that. But I kind of like the way chapter 14 of this book kind of wraps it all up with a nice bow. There's going to be a lot of detail flying at you. And if I can, I'll deviate a bit from the text, but it's so dense, but I think well told, that this is another example. If you've heard the show multiple times before, you've heard me go, I'm just going to read from the page. Sorry, this is good. This is just really good the way it's presented. So chapter 14 is called Love Scenes. It says, with the man in the journey and Omagama behind them, the four members of Pink Floyd could begin their next project, the soundtrack for the Michelangelo Antonioni Zabriskie Point. But the group had taken part in another soundtrack project of sorts mere days after wrapping the Man in the Journey tour. Invited by the British Broadcasting Corporation to play along to film footage of the United States Apollo 11 moon landing, the group traveled to BBC TV Centre's Studio 5 in London. An hour-long episode of the program Omnibus, titled So What If It's Just Green Cheese, was broadcast at 10 p.m. on Sunday, July 20th, 1969. Minutes after the NASA lunar module Eagle touched down on the moon's Sea of Tranquility. For the broadcast, Pink Floyd would improvise 5 minutes worth of music, likely using some musical ideas the group had been kicking around as potential song ideas. The improvisation, known among collectors as Moonhead, and released officially in 2016 as part of the Pink Floyd box set of the early years, 1965 to 72. With that same title, it has a central motif of a funky minor key Roger Waters bass line and melody. In revised and expanded form, the work would show up again 2.5 years later as one of the band's signature tunes, The Dark Side of the Moon's Money. Dave Gilmour recalled the experience in a short 2009 essay for The Guardian. There was a panel of scientists on one side of the studio, with us on the other, Gilmour wrote. I was 23. Good-naturedly dismissing the piece as a nice, atmospheric, spacey 12-bar blues, and ignoring its embryonic money bass line, he wrote that Pink Floyd didn't make any songs out of that jam session, and that the improvisation didn't have a significant impact on our later work. In that same essay, Gilmour did recognize that in its own way, Moonhead may have signaled the end of one Pink Floyd era and the beginning of another. He wrote that lyricist Roger Waters was looking more into going inwards, going into the inner space of the human mind and condition, and I think Moonhead was sort of the end of our exploration into outer space. In the fall of 1969, Pink Floyd set aside studio time, both in London's EMI studios and for the first time in Italy, for just over a month. The goal would be to create music for Zabriskie Point, a film by multiple award-winning Italian film director Michelangelo Antonioni. And like Moonhead, the Zabriskie Point soundtrack sessions would yield a landmark piece of music this time. It would come from the band's Dark Horse keyboardist Richard Wright, and would find new life as part of another major tune in the band's body of work, Us and Them, from Dark Side of the Moon. Now, the next couple pages go over stuff we've already talked about, getting set up in Italy, and the obsessiveness of the director messing with their stuff, and the... well, I guess at least they got their travel expenses covered. I didn't know that particular bit. There are notes in here about the different songs that ended up on the soundtrack, which is great, and you can check that out on your own. It just describes the sounds of the songs like lots of rock journalists will do in their books. And I think with Floyd, it's at least interesting to note, for me, it's interesting to note just when some of this music eventually was released later. And with the Zabriskie Point stuff, it seems like it was a pretty fertile period. As when they mention in the book the multiple versions of the track or the song idea, Crumbling Land, both released, including one on the early years, and unreleased on bootlegs. Some run as long as 6 minutes. Perhaps the most interesting outtake is an unreleased version featuring a rock electric full band introduction, essentially a different song, albeit one very much in the style of Buffalo Springfield, with Gilmour playing a more twangy manner than his usual style. Thunderous tom-tom runs from Nick Mason, and after about a minute, the rock arrangement segs into the familiar folky section. They then talk about, Heartbeat Pigmeat, come in number 51, Your Time is Up, being not entirely new. It was sort of a, reused version of Careful with That Axe, Eugene. But it notes, for the film, Roger Waters leaves out the title phrase, as he did when the tune was called Beset by Creatures of the Deep, and part of The Man and the Journey set piece. A bit about the movie and Antonioni here. It is pointless nearly half a century after the fact to relitigate Michelangelo Antonioni's decision to use so little of what he had hired Pink Floyd to create for Zabriskie Point. But fans of the band's work have for years compiled and shared all available unused tracks and alternate versions. Nearly 30 minutes worth of these appeared in 2016 on the early years box set that they mentioned already. Some of the recordings had circulated among collectors. Others could be heard for the first time. Now, there's an exhaustive section here that goes into all the different versions of different titles you can get in that box set of Explosion, the riot scene, the violent sequence, and then something called Love Scene, numbers 1, 2, 3, at least 3. There's a bunch of other... Oh, there's 4. Okay. Love Scene 1 through 4, I guess. And at one point before... Let's see. There's some wordless gasping and moaning from Roger Waters and David Gilmour, explicitly simulating a sex act in a Love Scene number 2, not to be confused with the now released Love Scene Take 2. At one point, just before some ecstatic screams, one of the musicians gasps, "Penetration!" The track ends with uncontrollable laughing as Waters comments on the session, "Fucking long 3 minutes," and I do mean fucking. Though Michelangelo Antonioni was a darling of the film community around this time, thanks in large part to the success of his 1966 film Blow Up, Zabriskie Point was both commercial and critical disappointment. The film's overall personality sat between two styles: the art house film that its director had hoped to make, and the American International Picture style youth exploitation movies, for which the curb-led MGM often provided soundtracks. Still, some reviewers did take note of the effective use of Pink Floyd's music in the film. Reviewing Zabriskie Point for Atlanta-based underground paper Great Speckled Bird, Steve Wise wrote of the awesome, pounding, soaring music which accompanied the symbolic, instantaneous blow-up of the bourgeoisie, describing its sheer emotional impact and calling it rock music at its best. The author goes on to say, for its part, when Pink Floyd decamped Rome, Italy's Technicolor Sound Services in late November 1969, the band believed its music would form the core of Zabriskie Point's soundtrack. Some additional sessions took place back in London at EMI's Abbey Road in mid-December, after which the band considered the project complete. Speaking the following month to a writer for Beat Instrumental, Waters said, "We've done the complete score with the exception of a few bits of canned music. Zabriskie Point," he said, "seems to be an excellent film." In the same story, Richard White said, "Zabriskie Point should attract more offers because working with Antonioni is starting at the top for us." The film gets released. Pink Floyd gets disappointed with the project after they see how it comes out. Speaking with a DJ in Pasadena, California in 1971, Nick Mason said, "It was a huge disappointment to us. There were things we might have did which we really thought were better than what eventually went on." Richard White said, "I don't really know what's going on with that movie." So, they put a lot of effort into trying to tailor their approach to someone else's expectations and emerged from the situation pretty disappointed and finding a lot of their material unused. Then they started working on another album of their own, but they didn't have any new material ready to go other than what they'd already sort of improvised. So from here, everyone's going to kind of try something different on their own, as well as trying something totally new when it comes to working with Syd Barrett on his album, Barrett, which is the follow-up to this, The Madcap Laughs. And it kind of gets them, I guess, evidently in the right mindset for creating that one album they did that was really big. What was it called? The Wizard of Oz record. The soundtrack to The Wizard of Oz.
Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Now, back to Zabriskie Point. And before carrying on with the Michelangelo and the Leviathan article, I want to reference Antonioni's words himself when it comes to Zabriskie Point. Another one that I'll put in the description for you to click on if you want to read the whole thing, but it relates to where we ended off last time. He says, "A screenplay is never definitive for me. It is a director's notebook, nothing more. In a screenplay, there is no technical plan, where to place the camera, which lens is to be used. These are things to be seen to during the shooting. That's the system for all directors now, I think. Even the dialogue must be heard spoken by the actors, or rather by the characters, within the scene being shot, before I can be sure of the validity of the lines. And there's another factor. I believe in improvisation. It is not my habit to prepare myself for a business encounter, a love encounter, or a friendly encounter. I take them as they come, adapting myself in the course of things, making use of the unexpected. The same system works in shooting a film. A purpose of improvising. When I think of the past, I can say that I have always lived from minute to minute. It's my way, even now. Each moment of the day is important to me because it constitutes a new experience. And this does not change while making a film. The stimulants of reality during the filming, the chance encounters, the rapport of between working companions. All these things influence the film and lead to sudden choices and even to radical changes. That's what I mean by improvising. My relations with my actors are rather curious, rather friendly, I would say, even if the opposite is often presented as the case. The métier of an actor is something, métier, M-E-T-I-E-R, is something I would never attempt to learn, since any form of exhibitionism is against my nature, nor could I support being in the position of being chosen rather than the chooser. The actor must always compromise with the personalities of the roles to be interpreted. Maybe that's the reason why I can tolerate, without much trouble, an actor's sudden shift of humor. I understand their problems. The good profile for close-ups, the right stills for publicity, things of that sort. I realize, too, that actors and actresses often feel uneasy with me. They feel as if I've shut them out of my personal creation. In a certain sense, they are right. But that isn't the kind of collaboration, and no other kind, which I ask of them. Only one person mentally fuses the various elements which compose a film, and is in a position to foresee the results of this fusion, and that is the director. The actor is one of these elements, and sometimes not even the most important. For example, one thing the actor can never do is see himself in the scene. Consider how many ideas for his acting he could get, if that were possible. This limitation will partly be eliminated the day we get film on magnetic tape, but I don't believe that it will change the actor-film relationship. It will always be the director who must manipulate the actor element, following precise criteria, which only he knows. Gotta say, all that sounds like great wisdom. I love that. I love reading all that. And there's plenty more of his attitude here in the article for you to check out. I will read the very end of it, though. It's pages and pages. I just want to give him the sign-off, though. There are moments when I seem to perceive, however confusedly, the why of certain things. When this happens, I become a combative optimist. How many times, however, do I hear myself being accused of pessimism? Some years back, when I made a movie based on a book by César Pavese. Sorry. My apologies to any of the Pavese family. I'll say Pavese. I was bracketed with him. Now I've read Pavese with interest and with love, but I cannot say that he's my favorite Italian writer. And one reason for this is the tragic conclusion in his life, his suicide, a conclusion which made his intellectual experiences coincide with his practical experiences. But am I not still here making films, good ones, bad ones, whatever, which are always against something and someone? Isn't this obstinacy? And isn't this obstinacy itself a kind of optimism? From Esquire 74-2, I assume that's volume 74, issue 2, August 1970. How about some more gear stuff, some more tech stuff from the Pink Floyd side of things? Nick Mason mentions taking a break from the studio to work on some of the material for Wish You Were Here out on the road on a tour. Some lessons had been learnt, he said, and this is April 1975. Our stage show benefited from a much higher professional input. Previously, our special effects had been a dangerous mixture of imagination and passing acquaintance with the pyrotechnic arts. During one earlier gig at Cobo Hall in Detroit, an over-enthusiastic application of flash powder coupled with a stage weight containing an air bubble in the casting nearly ended our careers in one bang. At the salient point in Careful with That Axe, instead of the boom and flash we expected, there was an explosion of monumental proportions which blew out the cones of virtually every speaker we had, leaving the remainder of the show sounding rather thin. Alarmingly, pieces of shrapnel flew overhead, hitting at least one member of the audience, who fortunately for Pink Floyd, refused to be hospitalized and took a T-shirt in lieu of damages. Our road manager, Chris Adamson, remembers that the blast sent Roger's bass speakers 10 rows into the empty seats behind the stage, and the road crew spent the following day rewiring all the cabinets before the next show. On another occasion, at a gig in Boston Gardens, squads of fire marshals were positioned around the venue to prevent us letting off unauthorized pyrotechnics. Showtime arrived with no pyro in sight. In fact, it had all been secreted in boxes ready for individual members of the road crew to abandon their innocent demeanor and make a strategic dash to detonate a particular charge. The marshals began to rumble this tactic. That phrasing. The marshals, not Marshall amps, evidently, because it's lowercase, began to rumble this tactic. Apparently, that's a British expression, to rumble something that I don't understand. Maybe to snuffing it. They're sniffing it out. They're whatever. They're rumbling. I'll look it up someday. But the crew were one step ahead, as one sprinting roadie was rugger tackled by a hefty marshal. Another explosion revealed that this had been a diversionary ruse. It was only our manager's Irish name and connections in Boston that stopped us all from being locked up. Because Massachusetts cops are largely from Irish backgrounds. But these days are behind the Pink Floyd now, because they've got a new pyrotechnics guy who has done James Bond films. He knows how to blow stuff up professionally, and his name is Derek Meddings, who joined them on the 75 American tour. And his connection to the films actually gives them more clout with fire marshals. They realize that Pink Floyd kind of knows what they're doing. They don't need to be, watched so closely. And it also brought the road crew's level of sophistication and professionalism up a notch or two. When making Wish You Were Here, there's plenty of opportunities for collaboration for Pink Floyd and other musicians, and a lot of Pink Floyd, albums of over the course of their career. Lots of things get tried out, moved around, thrown away, lost, forgotten when it comes to, material that was recorded. Nick Mason talks about May and June of 1975 in the studio, hearing the veteran jazz violinist Stefan Grappelli and classical violinist Yehudi Menuhin recording downstairs in Abbey Road. Someone offered to make an introduction. It seemed an obvious idea to ask them to play. And so there's a little tech talk here, which is, I think, valuable. We thought they might have something to add to the title track, which, being essentially acoustic, seemed the most suitable vehicle. Both were pleased to be asked, and Stefan volunteered to take up the challenge. Yehudi preferred to stand, listening to Stefan's sinuous jazz violin. It was just an experiment, and instead of running anything off onto 2-track to keep, we simply recorded over the multi-track when we needed it for something else. Once we had decided the addition of the violin didn't work, I had thought the tape no longer existed, but Phil Taylor has told me it is still in existence somewhere in the archives. Now, what about something that did make it on to the final 2-inch master tape? You probably, if you're a Floyd fan, know there's one standout vocalist who is not a member of Pink Floyd that gets credit for his lead vocal on one of their more endearing and enduring songs. That's right, Mr. Roy Harper. I think most of us know of him because of Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin. Hats off to the fella. Nick talks about the fact that he was a blend of poet and troubadour in the tradition of great English eccentrists. He was part of Peter Jenner and Andrew King's Black Hill Stable and a fellow EMI artist. And he was recording his album, HQ, at Abbey Road. We were having problems deciding how to sing Have a Cigar. Roger was not happy with his vocal delivery. Rick and I thought David should sing the track, but he, too, was not sure he could do it justice. Roy had popped in to the control room. We would occasionally drop into each other's sessions and volunteered to sing the part. At the time, this seemed a good solution, although I think Roger, in particular, later regretted not doing the vocal, especially as he was increasingly feeling that it was important that he should sing the songs he had written. Now, here's a story some of you know. I certainly did. I've heard it told twice, once by Alan Parsons, once by David Gilmour. But this version, a little more detail. It says it was during these sessions at Abbey Road on 5th of June that we had one totally unexpected visitor. I strolled into the control room from the studio and noticed a large, fat bloke with a shaven head wearing a decrepit old tan Mac. He was carrying a plastic shopping bag and had a fairly benign but vacant expression on his face. His appearance would not have generally granted him admittance beyond studio reception, so I assumed that he must have been a friend of one of the engineers. Eventually, David asked me if I knew who he was. Even then, I couldn't place him and had to be told it was Sid. More than 20 years later, I can still remember that rush of confusion. I was horrified by the physical change. I still had a vision of the character I had last seen 7 years earlier, 6 stone lighter, with dark curly hair and an ebullient personality. My memory was less of the wasted Sid who'd left the band in '68, but much more the character we knew when we came down to London from Cambridge, who played that distinctive Fender Esquire with its reflecting discs, had a wardrobe full of Thea Porter shirts, and was accompanied by his beautiful blonde girlfriend. Now he didn't seem like a man who appeared to have any particular friends at all. His conversation was desultory and not entirely sensible, though to be fair, I don't think any of us were particularly articulate. Why he was there, I have no idea. He wasn't invited, and I hadn't seen him since he'd left the band in 1968. Although in 1970, Roger, Rick, and David had worked on Sid's 2 solo albums. Roger and David on the Madcap Laughs, and David and Rick on Barrett. Sid was still living in London. He took a suite at the Hilton Hotel at one stage and had obviously heard we would be at work in Abbey Road. His arrival suddenly and unexpectedly brought back a whole part of the life of the band. Guilt was one feeling. We'd all played some part in bringing Sid to his present state, either through denial, a lack of responsibility, insensitivity, or downright selfishness. To have met Sid in the street would have been disconcerting, but coming across him without any warning in the studio was particularly alarming. The fact that it wasn't just any studio, but Studio 3 at Abbey Road, the site of most of his greatest work. And at one time, his territory, as much as anyone else's, added to the poignancy. It is very easy to try to draw parallels with any Peter Pan returning to find the house still there and the people changed. Did he expect to find us as we had been 7 years earlier, ready to start work with him again? We tried to continue the recording session, playing back the piece we were working on. Legend has it this was Shine On You Crazy Diamond, the track most influenced by Sid's presence, or absence, although I'm not sure it actually was. But all of us were a little disturbed by the arrival. Sid listened to the playback and was asked to comment. I don't remember him voicing any particular opinion, but when it was suggested that we run the track again, Sid asked what the point would be since we only had just heard it. Phil Taylor was there on the day Sid visited. He found himself in the canteen at Abbey Road, sitting at a table with David and Sid. David asked Sid what he was up to. Well, said Sid, I've got a color telly and a fridge. I've got some pork chops in the fridge, but the chops keep going off, so I have to keep buying more. Later, Phil, driving away from the studio, saw Sid looking for a lift, but wasn't sure he could handle the conversation and ducked down as he went past. Apart from the weirdness of his arrival at that stage and in that environment, we should credit his presence as a catalyst to the piece. The lyrics were already written, but Sid's visit underscored the melancholy of them, and maybe influenced the final version of the song. I still find the most affecting moment on the whole record is where the last notes fade out and Rick introduces a wistful rubato line on high notes from See Emily Play. I want to get back to Bear. Back to the story of the bear. Mr. Augustus Owsley Stanley III. This is a man who, during a time when he was putting up the Grateful Dead and their mamas, and their entourage as it was at the time, in an early sort of communal situation, when they around the time that they first moved to Los Angeles for a while to be closer to the Merry Pranksters, that era that we touched on last time in the previous Zabriskie Point episode. This is a guy that provided them a place to live, but there was no furniture in the house. There's no lamps. There's no illumination, except for like some light bulbs that would hang from the ceiling. So no couches or beds to sleep on. If you could bring in a foam mattress and some army blankets or whatever, you could do okay, or you could do as well as anybody there. but he also did like all the shopping. That's what's being told in this sort of narrative. He did all the shopping. Does that mean that he got their money and took it to the store, or was this his money? Because he was bankrolling some of their activities because he believed in the dead a lot. But the refrigerator he had was only filled with meat, and the meat was so big he had to remove, some of the wire shelving inside the fridge to hang the meat in there. And he would just cut off slices of beef and fry them up in a pan for every meal, just like one slice at a time. And then eggs and milk. It was the only diet that he allowed everyone who lived there to eat. Oh, here's Bill Kreutzmann. Okay, his wife Brenda had to fight with Owsley just to get oatmeal for their young daughter. Brenda Kreutzmann soon began derisively referring to Owsley as a hippie Sonny Bono. Sarah Rupenthal, who was then married to Jerry Garcia, felt the band was being held captive, and that Owsley was obviously a wizard, obviously a madman. Mr. Owsley, bam, bam, bam. When I ride your white horse, oh, Bear Owsley, it's symbolic, of course. I'm no Weird Al. If I could, I would make up a whole song on the spot, but I can't transmogrify those lyrics to fast enough. But there's a chunk of this story about the man, about the bear, that I want to kind of jump into later on. I have a section marked next 3 pages, and it's around page 92 in the book about Bear. It starts out discussing the first, synthesization of LSD in L.A. in 1965, when Bear and Melissa Cargill returned to Berkeley with 800,000 doses of high-quality acid. Evidently, he has always insisted that he gave half of it away and sold 400,000 doses on the street for the average price of $3 a dose, and that would have earned him $1.2 million, which today would be the equivalent of more than $9 million. A gentleman named Charles Perry says, Owsley habitually played it close to the vest, but he did give me the impression that he had at least one Swiss bank account when I knew him in Berkeley. I don't know when he would have opened it, probably in 1966, but it might have been even earlier than that. So no one knows where that money could have ended up. He got busted in some Millbrook, I guess, incident, but he hadn't at that time been convicted of any drug-related crime, and it seemed to those in the counterculture that he was really sort of magically beyond the law. There's a book called America in Legend, Folklore from the Colonial Period to the Present, written by a guy named Richard M. Dorson, who is a professor of history at Indiana University. He devotes apparently 10 pages of that book to Owsley's mythic stature as Mr. LSD, the Henry Ford of acid, and the LSD king. He quotes from him, Mr. Dorson, anecdotal legends about Owsley, as he was usually called, proliferated throughout the youth drug culture. They celebrated him as a hip hero manufacturer of the best LSD tablets available. Invulnerable to the narcs, the patron of the rock band The Grateful Dead, and a self-made millionaire. Oral legendary traditions about him circulated among street people and college students. The guy cultivated a lot of wild stories about him. I mean, not that he cultivated the rumors about him spread, and more rumors grew that couldn't be substantiated necessarily. He became quite a legend in those circles, obviously, and it was said that he had an electric glow about him, but he never spoke. He had been seen in Golden Gate Park one day giving away thousands of caps of acid. When the cops came to bust him, all the acid was already gone because Owsley had taken the last 10 caps himself when he saw them coming For him, that was just a normal trip. Lots of people that never met him said the reason that he had never been busted was because he was actually a narc who was setting up other people. One person who used to live with him claimed he had shot strychnine with Owsley. He put the substance into his acid to make it more intense. Before starting to make acid, Owsley had been a doctor. He was also said to be the son of a wealthy family, a Swede who was now living in exile, and a kid who had just turned 20. One Saturday afternoon, Owsley had flown on a helicopter to Mount Tamalpais in Marin County, where he distributed acid to his disciples like Jesus. In what must still rank as the greatest story of them all, Owsley was said to have gone to visit a group of Berkeley free speech activists who'd been thrown in jail. Wearing a purple velvet suit and carrying a Bible, he solemnly began reading passages from it, only to reveal that the Bible had been dipped in acid so those in jail could groove on the pages. Each activist then tore out a page from a favorite section of the Bible and sucked on it till they were tripping madly behind bars. In Dorson's words, Owsley represents the magician trickster who can always escape the narcs and whose mind-expanding pills give mana to their takers. He was well aware of the process in which he was involved during this time. All myths and legends perform sociological functions. They allow people to focus on certain attributes, even if the attributes have nothing to do with that person. Some of that has attached itself to me, and some of things are sort of sketchily based on what I actually do or actually did. I've been made the hero, the Robin Hood, the John Wesley Harding, the figure who saves the culture, but is always just outside the reach of the dark principle. The trickster who changes shape and form, Loki, Hermes, but that was never my plan. Why did Perry Lederman tell people my name? Why did my name attach itself to LSD like glue? I have no idea. The text goes on to say, never one to hide his light under a bushel, Owsley now became even more full of himself than he had before, if that was possible. John Perry Barlow, who had met Bob Weir while they were both students at the Fountain Valley School in Colorado, first encountered Owsley in June 1967 in the apartment up the street from the Grateful Dead house at 710 Ashbury, where Phil Lesh lived with his incredibly beautiful girl named Florence Nathan, who was always wandering around naked. I was up there one day when this feverish little man came in wearing a blazer with brass buttons on it, and I said, that looks like it needs a coat of arms, a family crest, or some damn thing. Picking right up on the suggestion, Owsley told Barlow that he had been thinking exactly the same thing at this very moment. And here I was thinking about a big O made out of flame wrapping itself through the indole ring. That Barlow even knew that Owsley was referring to the 6-membered benzene ring fused to a 5-membered ring containing nitrogen found in psilocybin, serotonin, and LSD speaks volumes about them both at the time. Owsley said, what would you make of that? What would you think of that? And I said, that sounds pretty good. Is one of your initials O? He said, I'm Owsley. Owsley, perhaps. Don't know. And I said, well, so far, that doesn't mean a great deal to me, but it looks like it's about to. Then, still pretty much an outsider from the East Coast who had only just arrived in San Francisco, Barlow soon realized that various people had gotten out on the edge of the framework to the point where, if they had gone any further out, they would have been institutionalized. Barlow quickly realized Owsley's trip with everybody was adversarial. I was not a rival, but he saw me as a good sparring partner. I don't know if he would have said I was as smart as him, but he might have said I came closer than most. That's nice. That's a nice place to be with somebody, to know you're not a threat, so they're not going to totally, kneecap you intellectually or socially or otherwise. Let me toot my horn. No bushel going over my light. I will say one of the best compliments I ever got was a girlfriend telling me her best female friend, when she asked for a first opinion of her new fella, meaning me, said, he's not as pretty as the boys you usually date, but he's a lot smarter than the boys you usually date. I'll take that to my grave. I will take that to my grave. Let's see. For Owsley, there was always a right way and a wrong way, and he was pro-choice. He was magnanimous about it. If you wanted to be an idiot, that was your right, and he was not surprised that you would choose to be an idiot. Because if you did it anyway but his, that was pretty much what you were. Barlow, who over the course of his remarkably Zelig-like life would later become friends with such disparate cultural figures as Timothy Leary and John F. Kennedy Jr., also understood Owsley's desire to remain as anonymous as possible despite his growing notoriety. You become as you are beheld. And Owsley was smart enough to know that. Not being photographed was his dodge, which was very thoughtful. He was not so easily beheld. And so there was no caricature for him to live up to. Somebody, if you could have set him up with Hunter S. Thompson, perhaps at a certain point. I mean, I'm sure they must have met because he ran in those circles and he was an acid freak, obviously. But if only Hunter S. Thompson could have learned that lesson as well. There certainly was one of Jerry Garcia. You could become a cartoon of yourself. Literally in Hunter S. Thompson's case. By the way, has Doonesbury ever been funny? Ever? I mean, maybe you just had to be a 28 to 38-year-old American Democrat. I don't know, that believed in things politically in America in the 80s to have found that comic strip funny. I can't, never. And I've flipped through a lot of those books when I was a kid, when I was Sorry, we're getting off track here. Back. This is the last chapter, or the last paragraph of the chapter. While pride may go before a fall, in truth, Owsley was just being who he had always been. Once a summer of love in San Francisco became the subject of mass media attention throughout the nation, it was only a matter of time until he got seriously busted for the first time making acid. I want to skip ahead to 1995 in this book and just read something cranky from Bear, because it just struck me as, I don't know, impactful. And I don't want to save this for the end of the episode because it's not pleasant, but stuff like this sticks out to me. On August 9th, 1995, I'll probably dip back into Bear's history a little bit before we're done. Anyways, I just don't want this to be the last impression you have, but I don't want to skip over it either. It's not, let's just say it's not pleasant. But if you're enough of a fan, you probably aren't all that sensitive about these things. Oh, I don't know. 30 years later. A month after the Grateful Dead had performed at Soldier Field in Chicago, and 8 days after his 53rd birthday, Jerry Garcia died in a rehab facility in Forest Knolls in Marin County. Burdened by a heroin habit he could not kick, Garcia had been in poor health for years. The official cause of his death was listed as coronary artery disease that had been worsened by diabetes. Although right from the start, Bear's closest relationship within the Dead was Phil Lesh. Jerry Garcia had always been the brilliant sun around which all other planets in the Grateful Dead universe revolved. A Buddha-like figure who seemed to radiate his own special kind of light, while also viewing the world around him with a distinct sense of wry amusement. Garcia's personal life had always been chaotic, though the power of his music as well as his personality through the power, etc., etc. He'd always been able to draw others into his orbit, both on stage and off. After people had called Bear in Australia to tell him that Garcia had died, Bear began reflecting on a relationship that had been begun nearly 30 years earlier at the Muir Beach acid test on December 18, 1965. What happened to Garcia started in 1975 or 76. Someone gave him what he was told was opium to smoke, and it wasn't. It was 95% pure heroin base, so-called Persian. The thing about heroin, when it's smoked, is that the material condenses in the lungs as a tar, but it's soluble, and the body slowly absorbs it. So it's like sticking a needle in your vein with a drip, a constant supply. I had conversations with him when he was off the stuff, and he said, well, I really like what it does. And I said, from the outside, you're not a very interesting guy to be around when you're using. You're really unpleasant. He said, well, maybe so, but I like what it does. When he was using, his music was shit. He lost the jam and the jazz and just played the same old nonsense over and over again. It had no soul. He was like a machine, like a tape of Garcia. I told him that whenever we saw one another, but when he was using, he wouldn't even talk to me. When he saw me coming, he would go the other way. He would turn on the hall and say, "I'm busy, don't come in here now." Or he would have someone bar his dressing room door. When he was straight, his eyes would light up whenever he saw me, and he would call me in to come sit down and talk. Back when we were all living in that house in L.A., and then later when the Dead were at 710 Ashbury, there were occasions when I would come across a little notebook Jerry had that was full of doodles. He would sit down and draw a whole page, these beautiful pen and ink figures of all the things he would see when he got high on acid, beautifully detailed interlocking motifs that faded in and out of each other, exquisite, the finest artwork you ever saw. When most people come back down from a trip, they can't draw what they had seen anymore. But he could. He could draw it all perfectly. I really loved the guy. He was a remarkable individual, and he was very important to me in a lot of different ways that are difficult to describe. He wasn't a godlike figure to me. He was an infinitely curious, infinitely intelligent, infinitely creative brother, and in lots of ways an inspiration. When I heard about his death, I wasn't too terribly surprised at first. It didn't really hit me as a heavy loss until later in the day when Sheila put on Stella Blue. That blew out all the stops, and I had a good cry. So I'm listening to an Alan Ladd interview with David Gilmour from back in 1978. You can find it on one of the links in the description where I did a video search for Alan Ladd interviews with Pink Floyd. It'll say interview with David Gilmour for The Wall 1980, but that is incorrect. It's actually from 78, talking about a bunch of Pink Floyd topics and how it leads up to his first solo album, actually. Not The Wall. But it's connected to, I think, it's a rebroadcast that was added to a newer broadcast at the time with Roger Waters talking about The Wall in 1980. And they mention an incident with a guy named Ed Davis in L.A. That whole, they mentioned this very unpleasant experience in Los Angeles during an American Pink Floyd tour. And how frustrating it was and how angry David was and Roger was, and they almost couldn't play. At one point it sounded like he was saying Roger was barred from entry to certain areas of the arena where they were supposed to be. I had to look this up, and it's not an amazing story, but it seems, pertinent enough to sort of check out the documentation I could find. UltimateClassicRock.com has a bit of info from 2015, why more than 500 Pink Floyd fans were arrested at LA shows. So they're on tour in April that year for Wish You Were Here, and they were scheduled to do an unprecedented 5-night stand at the end of April in the LA Sports Arena. Obviously, Pink Floyd fans are pretty freaking happy about that, but the chief of police in Los Angeles, the LAPD, always known for being very, I don't know. I can't. There's so many mean-spirited jokes. I'm not even those pillars of culture and peacekeeping. That's what they're known for. Keeping the peace, protecting the people of Los Angeles, right? Well, as you know, if you've listened to my Doors episode or any of the punk rock stuff I've talked about from the LA, scene in the 80s as well, they're always out to seize on an opportunity to arrest tons of weirdos that, of course, are seen as a disruption in Los Angeles to high real estate prices and shop owners and things, these hippies that are congregating in public and need to be swept off the street, or these punks with their mohawks need to be dealt with violently because they're supposedly violent. And the point generally is get as many people into the system as possible in 1 or 2 or 3 mass events, right? It's not so much that they could actually bust you for a crime, but once they get your fingerprints, your photograph, and then you get your name and your address, you're in the system, it's easier to pick you up and rack up multiple offenses in the future. So Ed Davis at the time was known as the meanest police chief in the history of the United States, and he hated rock music a lot. Let's see, it says in Ultimate Classic Rock, he was their top cop in 1969 and doubled down on a department policy that saw LA rock fans arrested for minor offenses while attending shows. Rolling Stone reported in 1975 that thousands of concert attendees had been charged with everything from marijuana possession to underage drinking since 1967. The Free Press spelled out the obvious the same year. Davis's unspoken, unofficial policy is to discourage rock events in the city of LA. There was rumors swirling around the whole Pink Floyd residency event that the LAPD was going to use these shows as an opportunity to send a public message about drug use at concerts. One fan would tell Rolling Stone that during his March arrest at a Robin Trower gig, he heard a cop say, "If you think this is something, you ought to see what we're going to do at the sports arena." So the first night of the Pink Floyd residency, 75 officers in uniform and plainclothes just swarm right into the crowd. And by the end of the evening, 88 fans left in handcuffs. The next night, 134 met the same fate. Jim Rissmiller, one of the 2 men who promoted the concerts, criticized the police, saying officers dragged kids out of the audience. I've never seen such an attitude of aggressiveness. Davis stood before an audience of his own at the LA Hilton while Pink Floyd performed on April 25th. Speaking to Rotary Club members, Davis used the occasion to denounce the goings-on across town. Tonight, at the sports arena, under 3 governmental agencies, they have a dope festival. You could get stoned just walking through the place. Police later estimated about 70% of the crowd was smoking pot at that first Floyd show. So by the time Pink Floyd leaves town, the full number of arrests rises to 511 individuals for various offenses, although most of the charges involve simple possession of marijuana. Others were like minors under the influence and sexual perversion. Good Lord. There was a big backlash against Davis's policies after that, and the manager of the sports arena and the show's promoters publicly called out the LAPD as, just engaging in harassment. The LA Times reported that fan behavior at the shows was orderly and suggested that the local cops had a double standard when it comes to policing rock fans. Davis was completely unrepentant. He called the manager of the sports arena a crybaby and said any California legislators who considered reducing criminal penalties for marijuana possession were irresponsible, no good, sons of bitches. So eventually he got forced out, or actually was forced to change course during the remaining 2 years that he did have left serving as chief of police. Police made a lot fewer arrests after this. There was an Elton John concert at Dodger Stadium, and they were there, they were present, but they were forced to concentrate on more serious violations of the law, i.e. sale and use of harder narcotics. In a 1976 article in the Los Angeles Times, it says, what of those 511 arrested at the Pink Floyd concert in 1975? They talk about the fact that the venue is being prepared for demolition at this time, and they have an exhaustive follow-up as to what happened to those arrested. They went through a lot of police paperwork, apparently, and the controversy didn't do the LAPD a lot of favors, really. But going back to what I was saying about just getting people processed, not necessarily arrested, or not necessarily convicted of anything. It says, on the basis of incomplete information, which the Times has been able to gather over the last 6 months, it appears that more than half of those arrested did not have to face charges in court at all, And of those who did, most ended up with fines averaging about $150 and no jail sentence. I'm not sure what $175 is in today, but, the average teenager isn't going to have that in his pocket. And that's just a massive financial boon for the LAPD right there. It's just free money, basically. There's man hours, of course. We'll get to that in a sec. So no, not free, but it's a minimal effort. First offenders that probably don't want to resist. And it's going to pay off for the LAPD as time goes by to have more people in the system. The system, man. Let's see. 181 of these arrested were juveniles. Juvenile court petitions were requested on only 19. The remaining 162 were counseled and released by police without further action. So it says in the rest of the article, there was charges like scalping, resisting an officer, liquor violations, being in a place where narcotics are used. Being in a place where narcotics are used, battery, lewd conduct, carrying a concealed weapon, and possession of other drugs, not marijuana, evidently. 1/4 of these charges filed in court were dismissed on the court's own motion. 6 of the cases went to trial. 1 was dismissed, and not guilty verdicts were rendered in the other 5. So the remaining cases, pleas of guilty or no contest were entered, but in most instances, after charges had been reduced by plea bargaining. Most prevalent penalty was a fine of $40 or $50 or 2 days in jail. Then the most severe is $120 or 6 days in jail. But yeah, there were 209 arrests in the sports arena, 302 outside the arena. And then in a report requested shortly afterwards by the police commission, Davis said the policing required 4,434 man hours, including 266 hours of overtime at a total cost to the city of $35,523.21. Now I went and did a Control F search in the digital scanned copy of Saucer Full of Secrets, the Pink Floyd Odyssey from 1992 on archive.org, seeing just to see if there's any other exploration of the incident. And the only Davis that came up was Clive Davis. And I figure, why not just take that as a little sign to read a few, chunks of the band's history as they encountered Clive Davis in America. Because it turns out, after they started getting real big, around 74, they, unfortunately, as Richard Wright says, suddenly one was aware that Pink Floyd was becoming a product, and a lot of our time and energy was spent hassling about the business side of running a group rather than playing, which is not a good thing. So they get $1 million advance from Columbia Records in America, which is an affiliate of CBS, and they publicly signed with them at the beginning of 1974. They're still working for EMI and their Harvest label in Britain and Europe, but they've left Capitol in America. Now, this was sort of set in motion a year earlier by Columbia's president, Clive Davis, who could claim a lot of credit for bringing, his stale, stodgy, older, traditional label into the new age of rock music, having signed Donovan, Janis Joplin, Bruce Springsteen, and he had a new team of hip young A&R men that were doing his bidding. And one of them was a guy named Kip Cohen, who knew Pink Floyd from when he was the manager of the Fillmore East around the time that Obscured by Clouds came out. He tells his boss about how powerful Floyd is and how, dramatic their effect is on American rock audiences and their dissatisfaction with Capitol's inability to generate record sales for them. So Clive Davis loses no time. He comes at Steve O'Rourke, the manager for Pink Floyd, and invites him to one of his weekly singles meetings at which Columbia's department heads and AR men would gather to hear new product and plot sales strategies. Apparently he was pretty impressed by the A&R team's enthusiasm and professionalism, and felt that it kind of pointed out how sluggish and slow and uninspired things were by comparison over at Capitol Tower. So they get this all in motion in secret, so Capitol doesn't have any, recourse. This is a year in the making, this new relationship. And unfortunately, Capitol doesn't realize how much money they're going to be losing until Dark Side of the Moon really hits big in America. And then they lose them to Clive Davis. Well, they try to compensate for this by doing a repackaging of Piper at the Gates of Dawn and Saucer Full of Secrets as A Nice Pair. And that ended up charting higher in the United States than any previous Floyd title besides Dark Side of the Moon. The jacket of A Nice Pair, or The Nice Pair. Nice Pair? Or is it just Nice Pair? I think maybe it is. Yeah. Not important, Jay. Move on. It was designed by, I guess, Hypnosis, which, if you're into classic rock album covers, you've heard of them. It's part of the Storm Thurgeson origin story and his ongoing relationship with Pink Floyd through the years. He devised a ton of different design alternatives for the Nice Pair jacket, I guess, that were all just dumb puns, like really hokey visual depictions of phrases like a fork in the road, a frog in the throat, laughing all the way to the bank, a kettle of fish, and, get ready, a nip in the air, represented by a drawing of a Japanese person levitating, because that was a derogatory word for a Japanese person back in the day. He also did one for Pink Floyd, the phrase itself. Was a boxer named Floyd Patterson, and he colored it pink. Quite a funny picture, I thought, says Thurgeson, but Patterson wanted $5,000, an outrageous sum of money, so he told him to fuck off. He threw in instead a picture of the Pink Floyd football team with, it includes the band and the roadies and Steve O'Rourke and Storm Thurgeson himself posing between Rick and Dave, contemplating their recent 4-0 defeat by a contingent of North London Marxists, says the text. And now talking about this period after Dark Side comes out, Nick Mason would say that this was a period they might easily have broken up. We were a bit nervous about carrying on. And Nick, for his part, tries out a possible second career as a record producer on behalf of their friend Robert Wyatt and his album Rock Bottom. And also a remake of the Monkees' I'm a Believer with him, I guess. He resumed his association with Principal Edwards Magic Theater for a second of that folk rock drama ensemble's 2 Mason-produced LPs, it says. Dave sits in on some shows by the Sutherland Brothers and Quiver, and played guitar with Roy Harper at Black Hill Enterprises' annual Free Hyde Park concert. Did some producing of his own on an album called Blue Pine Trees by a group called Unicorn. And he would eventually produce 2 other albums, Too Many Crooks and One More Tomorrow. And then the Unicorn keyboard player, Ken Baker, was the person who wrote There's No Way Out of Here that would go on Dave Gilmour's first solo album, which is a fantastic song that I love. Now, also, for any fans of Kate Bush, you should know Dave ended up meeting her at the age of 15 during this time and invited her over to his farm, recorded a bunch of demos in his home studio for her. One of these was Passing Through Air, which featured Gilmour on guitar with the members of Unicorn, and would surface after 1980 when she actually had a bit of a hit. And it was featured on the B-side of her single Army Dreamers. Now, since I rarely find anything to say about Mr. Richard Wright, I'm going to read these few paragraphs here. He was still living in London and settled outside Dave Sid and Roger's childhood hometown of Cambridge, where he, I guess, was about to throw a huge party for his birthday and actually generate a bit of a news buzz. It was at his custom restored manor house that featured marquees on the lawn, bathing beauty contests around the pool, and cream teas served up by the local Women's Institute. Despite a handy arsenal of synthesizers and state-of-the-art recording equipment, Wright admitted in an interview that those days he felt more motivated to jump on my lawnmower and shoot round the garden. He was not, he added, going to let the pleasure he derived from success's material rewards be affected by anyone else in the band's guilt about having a lot of money when there's penniless people walking around outside. One may safely venture that Rick was referring primarily to Roger Waters, the odd man out of this picture of genteel contentment. In the wake of Darkside, Mason's ongoing preoccupation with the sorry state of the world was eclipsed by more personal troubles. Hey, everybody. I just said Mason's. I meant Waters's. Weird. Eyeball, brain, mouth. Connect, please. He was living in a 5,000-pound Islington row house with, I guess, his wife, Judy. And they'd been trying to have kids and couldn't. And their marriage was falling apart and going to pieces. And this would start inspiring some of the segments of Pink's life as depicted in The Wall. Ooh, babe! When I pick up the phone... Oof, that was a bit... That was veering a bit too close to Cosby there. Not Roger Waters at all. Gosh, I'm not good at this. Probably time to quit. Let's end it. That's the end of the episode. We're done. Haha, I lied. I tricked you fools. More Zabriskie Point TV tropes. This one's called Imagine Spot, both of the film's notorious sequences. First, the famous orgy in the Death Valley. It says, in the Death Valley, where Mark and Daria arrive at the valley and start having sex in the mud, followed by a bunch of other young boys and girls frolicking in the valley. We don't see those other kids before or after. Then the second one says, after leaving the desert compound in disgust, spoiler alert, everybody, Daria gives a look back that gradually gives over to an extended fantasy of seeing the entire compound, along with every single object in the house, destroy itself in detail. The next trope, long last look. Used for a dramatic and climactic effect, Daria walks out of the compound and gives a death glare to the entire compound. And then the film visualizes her fantasy of the entire estate exploding in excruciating, infinitesimal detail, and at the end of it, she smiles contentedly and gets into her car and drives away. The next one is called Meet Cute, one of the most elaborate and bizarre, where Mark's plane flying over the California desert sees Daria's car driving below, and he joyrides closer and closer in a series of stunts that leads her to stop the car and for Mark to land the plane. The next one's called The Mistress. Daria is one for her boss, Lewis Allen, albeit she's not happy about the relationship and how the latter treats her as a trophy. This leads to her connection with Mark despite being a runaway and fugitive, as she fully knows, and after hearing on the radio about his death. She walks out of the compound, but not before imagining the entire place destroying in a fiery apocalyptic explosion. Police brutality. Cops are shown from the perspective of the activists and have come off as highly unsympathetic, stupid, such as not knowing who Karl Marx is, and of course, highly trigger-happy. Notably, in the scene of the showdown between the cops and Mark's group of terrorists after forcing them to step out with tear gas. They shoot the African-American protester who they feel is reaching for a gun. This action leads to Mark to try and kill the cop. In the finale, after Mark goes back and tries to turn himself in by landing the plane, the great police presence and confusion leads one of the cops to shoot him in the cockpit and kill him instantly. Repeat cut. The explosion of the house is shown 10 times from 10 different angles, gradually getting closer. Scenery gorn. I don't know what this is. I'm wondering if they use the word gorn instead of porn or something. The famous finale, it features Daria imagining the destruction of the entire desert compound, which features a montage showing the explosion of a compound in obsessive detail from multiple camera angles, showing, we've heard this, I know, but stay with me. It shows all the blah, 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 contents of the fridge, all the furniture, the pages of the book on the bookshelf, glass shards flying in excruciating detail. The unreveal. It is never revealed categorically who shot that cop in the protest in the early part of the film. The staging of the scene is ambiguous. Mark is going for the gun hidden in his sock, and the cop being hit by the side. In either case, Mark is blamed for the action. I just reread that, and that's how it's written.
the We Are Struggling Together. The counterculture meeting at the start features a bunch of activists discussing and arguing revolution. Much of the discussion is about whether white activists have the proper revolutionary appetite or if they are too privileged. Likewise, there's a debate between those who want direct revolutionary action and the ones who want organized and a proper policy. One of them snarks that even anarchists want to be organized. And then the last one is called Western Terrorists. Mark and his group resort to using violence to take over a section of a university to provoke a meeting with the police, an action which is staged as a kind of ambush. And while Mark may not have killed the cop, he's innocent only by moral luck, since he would have killed the cop had he not been beaten to it. All right. Yeah, there's a lot. From my thoughts, it was a bit... It's not the kind of movie that engages me personally very well, only as a piece of like historical, like a time capsule sort of thing to just let you know what's one European filmmaker's take on what's happening in America in the late 60s, if he were to sort of portray it. And it is interesting to me how certain sections of the movie go from practically just a long form documentary about the radical movement of these, young Californians to a lot of very obsessively edited together, multi-angle camera shots of like the explosion at the end, as already mentioned, but, certain bits and pieces of scenery and stuff. And it's not terribly engaging for me, but I can see people finding value in it, especially if you wanted to check out the music involved. And I would assume most American revolutionary campus protest type young people watching it would kind of go, yeah, this seems like a European film director's, attempt at co-opting some of the themes that my friends and I are trying to shout about. I don't know. It does come across as fairly European for its time, for what is presenting an American situation, an American landscape, and the sort of encroaching fear of what American consumerism and real estate, unchecked real estate, whatever have you, is going to bring about. Now, just to follow up on my little question about Gorn, the page about scenery Gorn in tvtropes.org, it says, scenery porn refers to lavish attention to background details made in order to suck the viewers into a beautiful, gloriously detailed otherworld. Scenery Gorn, on the other hand, means to bludgeon viewers with a lavishly detailed depiction of absolute hell on earth or scenes of complete and utter destruction and deprivation.
We'll have one more short segment on Zabriskie Point coming up in a bit. But first, how about a little more bear talk? That sound good? Let's talk bear. Let's talk acid and Bill Graham. Now, 1968... February-ish, the Grateful Dead, Jefferson Airplane, and Quicksilver Messenger Service are going to perform free shows at the Carousel Ballroom in San Francisco. The scene there was apparently a somewhat doomed attempt to provide an alternative to Bill Graham's Fillmore Auditorium as a music venue. As well as the Avalon Ballroom that was run by Chet Helms down on Sutter Street. At this point, Bear could not get away with making and selling LSD anymore. He was he had attracted the attention of the authorities. He was under federal indictment at this time, unfortunately. So he and his buddy Bob Matthews start working as soundmen at the Carousel Ballroom. Quote, I worked for Rakow, but he didn't know what he was doing. We ran 3 or 4 nights a week and had a jam on Tuesday nights with a lot of action, but Bill Graham would tell people that if they played for us, they couldn't play for him. And then he would offer them more money because he wanted the hall himself. Rakow was charging people too little to get in and not paying attention in his typical way, and so it had no possibility of surviving for very long. I always enjoy the perspective of the more pragmatic folks in scenes like this. It's the folks that kind of they have more expertise than optimism, unlike the people around them. So, then July 1968, Owsley records Big Brother and the Holding Company live in the Carousel Ballroom. By then, the Carousel had been purchased by Bill Graham, who renames it the Fillmore West. Now, Big Brother had just put out, completed, Cheap Thrills, which is going to be a number 1 hit on the Billboard charts for them. Janis Joplin and the band are kind of, they're firing on all cylinders at this point, and they're really picking up steam, and people are starting to notice they're a force to be reckoned with. This recording of them by Owsley was not even released until 2012. Live at the Carousel Ballroom 1968 is, recognized by a lot of people as what he saw at the time as the definitive Big Brother live album. A month after this, a guy named Dan Healy had been mixing Grateful Dead live shows, left his job to work with Quicksilver. Then the Dead, who were in the studio recording Axomoxoa, asked Owsley to return to the fold as their sound man. Despite everything they've been through up to that point, Owsley was still part of the family and had no other prospects readily available to him, so he jumped on this offer. The band performs at the Fillmore West for 3 nights beginning in August, and he plays his part in helping the Dead finally achieve the goal they have been pursuing with great intensity for more than a year. That is to get Bill Graham to take LSD with or without his consent. So, this falls to Owsley to sort of come up with a Mission Impossible type of scheme to make it happen, because they're all convinced that, anyone that's known a few hippies in their time from the 60s to present day probably knows somebody that just believes anyone's attitude can be changed for the better if you could just convince them to take psychedelics, right? I'm sure the prevailing attitude at the time was even stronger and more widely held. So apparently they were sloppy enough about it in the past for Bill Graham to have been aware that this was on their minds and that they were plotting to get him dosed at some point. So he was very paranoid around them. He wouldn't touch anything that they gave him. He wouldn't hug them anymore. He wouldn't kiss any of the women that hung around with the Dead. They put a blotter of acid in their mouths, supposedly. He would say, "Kiss the back of my hair if you want." It became a running thing. So he wouldn't touch the food at their shows either. He starts bringing it from home, wrapped in wax paper that he had in it, sealed up with tape in a bag. But everyone did know that he liked to drink from soda cans that he kept in garbage cans filled with ice backstage at the Fillmore West. In Graham's words, the Dead decided to go for it. What they did, unbeknownst to me, was warn all their people, don't touch any of the soda in our dressing room. Then they took hypodermic needles and shot acid through the top of every soda can. Now, years after this happened, Owsley would say the following: "Nobody injected anything. We had been trying to hit him for years, and we knew he wouldn't touch anything that was opened or in a cup. He had to get his own. We saw what kind of soda he liked and made sure every can was likely to find... Every can he was likely to find was already fixed. which is great because afterwards everyone's like, okay, it's the root beer. You know, any can of root beer that you see there is dosed if you want. Now that Bill's taken care of. So it says, when you pick up a soft drink out of a cooler, it always is covered with beads of condensation. So a drop or two was put on the lid of every can in the room. They were all still sealed. The drop was in the little ridge around the outside. Take a sip, and the drop went in with the first sip. But it wasn't me who did it. It was our road manager at the time. He was very clever at that. So Graham finally gets lit up. And he goes and asks Mickey Hart if he wanted to walk out on stage and play with the dead. Sorry, he was asked by Mickey Hart. He didn't ask Mickey. He gets the drumstick, goes out there, and starts going crazy on a gong before switching over to cowbell, and stayed up there with the dead for 4 hours. In Mickey Hart's words, he was in the band. He really was. He was right there. He became one with the universe, and we couldn't stop him. He was possessed. He kept hitting that cowbell like it was the last thing in his life. He really lost himself, and I think that was when he started to see what it was all about. Once he got high, he saw that we were not just a bunch of hippies getting high and going, Yahoo, look at the colors. We were serious musicians exploring a new zone. That was something that made an impression on him. And he also saw that the Grateful Dead was basically good. So during this time period, whenever the Dead were having, problems on stage, one of them is going to search for Owsley or shout for him. To remain as anonymous as possible, while he was out on bail, Owsley insisted everyone now begin calling him Bear. Now, because he was back on the crew, running live sound, he was back to recording all the shows while he was, mixing as well. Tape deck, plugged into the PA. He referred to it as a diary of his work, and only for that reason. It seemed to me, he says, that since I had already done all the work to produce a mix for the house, why not grab it on tape? The Dead sometimes asked to listen to the show afterwards when we were all still pretty high, but I never forced any of them to do this. Left to my own devices, I only ever listened if I'd had problems during the show, which was the major practical reason I kept a journal of each show and sound check. The comments from the boys were very helpful in my learning how to mix, and when they heard the way they actually sounded to the audience, they were stimulated to change things. It was a contributing reason to why they learned how to use dynamics, which are a rarity among loud rock bands, who seem to prefer keeping everything turned up to 10. Very well said. Can't argue with any of that. Bob Weir would say, we used to sit and listen to everything he did and kick it around. That came from his tapes. He instilled in us quality consciousness. If you're going to do something, you have to set your internal compass towards excellence and go for that, because nothing else matters. So by this point in their career, the relationship between the Dead and their audience had already gone through a big shift. And Bear would say this about it: as soon as it started costing as much as a movie to see a show, the whole thing changed. God, can you imagine how easy you would have it if your favorite band was playing in your neighborhood all the time when they weren't on tour, and it only cost you the same price as a movie. Oh, amazing. And I'm sure they still complained. I'm sure the fans still complained about it. If, either it's too expensive or it's a bunch of capitalist evil stuff, blah, blah, blah. Right. Instead of people just having a good time and dancing, they stood around mesmerized, staring at the stage, as if they missed a stroke of the guitarist's pick. They would miss something. They would really miss something. It became like they were watching a movie, and eventually they even started sitting down and staring at the musicians. Before, it had just been this incredible, crazy, wonderful performance, and it was the money that buggered it all up. That seems logical. Okay, I get it, but it's still funny to me. As always, the Dead themselves just kept right on working. The Owsley book says, finding themselves in dire financial straits early in 1969, the band had decided to bring in a real businessman to manage their affairs. Their first choice to fill this position was Bill Graham, based on his temperament and that he was then viewed as the Antichrist by those in the counterculture who still believe music should be free. His allegiance with the Grateful Dead would have been, in every sense, a marriage made in hell. The band has a meeting in their warehouse that they were renting in Novato in Marin County. Graham and Bear start to argue. Losing his temper, as he almost always did in most situations, Graham demanded that the Dead choose between him and their sound man. After the band made it plain they were not about to get rid of Bear, Graham stalked out of the warehouse, thereby ending his brief career as their manager. They have another band meeting in April of '69. Mickey Hart suggests that they hire his father, Lenny, to manage. Oh, yeah. He was a marching band drummer who'd been born Lenny Hartman and deserted his wife and young son in Brooklyn, and then worked as a drum salesman and a savings and loan executive before opening his own drum store in San Carlos, California. Also, he had become a fundamentalist minister, having forsaken his Judaism at this point in his life. Plenty of people listening probably already know this is not going to end well for anyone. Lenny Hart steals a bunch of money from the band eventually. It's very sad. Very, very sad, especially for Mickey, who has to leave the band for a while out of sort of guilt. Now, Bear doesn't trust the son of a bitch at all, because Bear's smart and suspicious, clearly. He says, I never trusted preachers anyway. I came back to the warehouse one day, and this guy was loading our speakers onto a truck. I said, what the fuck are you doing? He said, oh, I just bought these from Lenny Hart. I said, no, you didn't. Put them back inside. Lenny Hart also sold the engine from my MG to a junk dealer, and I never found out where it had gone. He was a piece of shit. He sucked. He was one of those guys like Reverend Billy Graham or Pat Robertson. Fucking creeps. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Bear. The more I learn about this guy, the more I love him. So if you're keeping track, Jay Smith, who never listens to the Grateful Dead, now totally in love with Phil Lesh and Owsley Stanley III in an admiring platonic sort of love, that is, not a romantic way. I think it would be a bit strange that, there's a big age difference there. Among other biological considerations, but still. Oh, God. Oof. And let's see. He sets up a room in the Dead warehouse where he wants to start recording the band playing live. And Bob Thomas says that sounds to him like an alembic, a vessel where something could be refined or transmuted as if by distillation, it says in the book. Bear then brought in Ron Wickersham, who had been working at Ampex, and formed a company called Alembic to begin improving the mix whenever the band played on stage. Hell yeah! Okay, got it. Both, very well-respected names there, Ampex and Alembic. If I must have mentioned it, maybe the previous episode or something, but yeah, alembic instruments just sort of conjure up images of most guitar players and bass players. It's just like very ornate coffee tables with strings and brass hardware on them. They sound very loud and powerful and clear, never mushy. And they are. I don't know, they tend to be fairly skinny necked basses and substantial density when it comes to the wood being used, let's say. It's like the epitome of pre-MTV guitar building and design aesthetics wise. Because after MTV, it had to be like the guitars had to get pointy and brightly colored and stuff to be more eye-catching for the up-and-coming bands, the less established ones that were sort of fighting for attention in Hollywood and such. But before that, in the early 80s, late 70s especially, obviously, I'm reading of the history from like 1969, so we're not talking about that far ahead. But, what Alembic and a lot of other companies come to embody, Carvin being another one of those brands that, it's very like burled maple or other kinds of like swirly figured mahoganies. Yeah, and very like eye-catching, but still bland, sort of, or muted, or earth tones, and if anything was really eye-catching, it was more in the kinds of designs inlaid into the instrument. But not super, not boring looking, just not as eye-catching as what was about to come later. Let's just say. But for the times, for the 70s especially, very modern, and very, very much a game changer in tone and in playability and in style for the kind of people that were seeking a tone that was very, like I said, clear, percussive, and articulate is the word I'm really looking for. Because before that, you basically have like a softer, jazzy guitar tone, which is very kind of boomy but muted, kind of just sort of warm, soft jazz tones. And then you have bright, angular, picky, plucky, country-oriented stuff from your Fender guitars and such. And then we get into the 67 onward when like fuzz pedals and Marshall amps are going to be more of a factor, which is its own thing entirely, which is not the purview of this crowd at all, obviously. All right, I can't help myself. I'm going to read out of a Rolling Stone article by David Frick from 1987. A link in the description of today's show if you want to read the whole thing. I can't help myself. I love legal battles. Love them, love them, love them. And I would like to read, as I do, from the era where the story was being covered initially and in the greatest detail that they could at the time, not the looking back. I've read a lot of the looking back stuff and the modern day impressions of the legal turmoil they all went through in the 80s. And it's not unfunny to me that Roger Waters was just so keen to walk out on the band in 1981, 82, leave the whole Pink Floyd thing behind and say, they shouldn't be able to go on without me. Pink Floyd is, mostly my direction and my contributions, and not fight for the name initially, not caring about the value of the name initially until somebody else wanted to use it, the entire rest of the band. But mostly, as we covered last time, David Gilmour and Nick Mason. And then to see him griping these days about the online presence of Pink Floyd and social media and like, they never talk about my stuff. How come I can't talk about my stuff with the Pink Floyd social media account and the Pink Floyd website? I have absolutely no input into it. Yeah, those are the long-reaching effects of the decisions you made back in 1981 when you were very sure of yourself, buddy. You tried to kill Pink Floyd, quite frankly, legally, so that they couldn't do anything. And now you're bummed out that you don't benefit from their... The following they've cultivated without you as a part of the band is still paying attention to this stuff that David Gilmour and his wife post, apparently. I certainly am not going to pay attention to that stuff. Yeah, and he's grumpy about it. I get it. It's lame. I think that is lame that Pink Floyd puts out stuff of like David Gilmour's wife's creative projects or whatever. But also, a bit. I mean, this is kind of Schadenfreude, but when you click on this article, there's all these like, how there'll be like a similar headlines about the subject you're looking at is related. A little partway down the article, 3 related articles. Roger Waters dropped by BMG after Pink Floyd co-founders Israel comments. Roger Waters fired his son. He's playing in a Pink Floyd tribute band. Roger Waters floats unfounded false flag claim about Hamas attack. Ugh. Ew. I mean, whatever. Roger being Roger.
I hate false flag conspiracy stuff. I'm way too entertained by all the debunkings of those things from shows like Knowledge Fight and Decoding the Gurus, etc. But I will stop there. I mentioned them on the airing of grievances episode. So I'm not here to get other people to listen to the other podcasts. I want you to stay here with me. And then I can still trick you into listening to me read some Hitchens this episode. What a bastard. So there's a chunk of this that I really enjoyed. When asked about the barrage of charges and countercharges flying between the other Floyds and him, Roger Waters quotes a lyric from Don Henley's Long Way Home. Ugh, Henley. There's 3 sides to every story, yours and mine and the cold, hard truth. Ooh, isn't that clever? No, it's not. And in Waters versus Floyd, the cold, hard truth is that they can't stand each other. They resent what each has done to the other, what each has said publicly about the other, what each has exacted from the other emotionally, artistically, and financially. If you believe half of what Gilmore and Mason say about their former bassist, Waters is an arrogant, dictatorial egomaniac hungry for all the credit and the subsequent rewards. If you believe half of what Waters says about the surviving Floyds, they are lazy, greedy bastards hacking out a record and sleepwalking through a tour to build up a multi-million-dollar retirement nest egg using, in Waters' words, the goodwill and name Pink Floyd. It's as if they lived in parallel universes, each battling visions of the other's monstrosity. The fans, of course, are happy to be getting any Floyd, any Waters at all. 20 years of reclusive media silence and infrequent tours and albums have only increased the rock public's hunger for all things Floyd. Unfortunately, the public's joy and approval can't always be heard over the din of accusations and allegations and the brittle snap of lawyers' briefcases opening and closing. David Gilmour, 41, oh my God, I've done nothing with my life, I'm 46, has heard the snap of those briefcases a lot during the past year. While recording a momentary lapse of reason and preparing for the current Floyd tour, he was either in conference or on the phone with lawyers nearly every day, planning responses to Waters' suit. Reclining on a hotel room sofa one morning after one of the Montreal gigs, Gilmour talks about the Floyd feud with a combination of resignation and stubbornness. Rumors of the group's demise followed the release of Waters' strident anti-war epic The Final Cut in 1983. That were premature, he claims. Waters' decision to hit the solo trail was not the end of the band, at least as Gilmour and Nick Mason knew it. We've never assumed that it was defunct, said Gilmour. But the growing tide of rumors and Rogers' vocal output combined made it almost like an avalanche. We couldn't keep issuing press statements saying, no, we haven't split up. It wasn't worth the bother. Our assumption, my assumption anyway, was that we would do another record. According to Gilmour and Mason, Waters officially announced his leaving in a letter to the Floyd record companies, Columbia in America, EMI in UK, in December 85. So please amend what I said earlier about 1981 or 82, because I guess I forgot about The Works coming out. See, I'm a bad Pink Floyd fan. I've never even listened to The Works more than once. My roommate played it for me back in 89, and I say played it for me because I know he played like every Pink Floyd album for me at some point the 9 months that we were rooming together. And I hadn't really listened to much Floyd up until that point. And then a year later, almost to the month, I started buying Pink Floyd albums. About like Animals and then Pulse, and then I went to the library and I saw they had the Shine On remastered CD box set with all the old stuff, and I started ripping those bastards. Thank you, Clarence Laverne Harper IV, you wonderful old soul, for doing that to me. He also got me into Oingo Boingo, which is another episode. Been meaning to do Forbidden Zone for a long time. Maybe I will. There's just so much. We sort of knew something was up. Gilmour and Mason say that Waters thought of his exit would mean the de facto end of the group. We've been having these meetings in which Roger said, I'm not working with you guys again. Gilmour says, he'd say to me, are you going to carry on? And I'd say, quite honestly, I don't know. But when we're good and ready, I'll tell everyone what the plan is, and we'll get on with it. I think partly his letter was to gear us up into doing something. because he believed very strongly that we wouldn't do it, says Mason. Or couldn't do it, Gilmore says. I remember meetings in which he said, "You'll never fucking do it." That's precisely what was said. Exactly that term, he laughs wryly, except slightly harder. Now they talk about, the real acrimony between them started bubbling up during the mixing of Dark Side of the Moon, and Gilmore and Waters having a radical argument over how that record should sound. And then later on, Roger Waters assumes a lot of responsibility and credit for the group's conceptual direction and music, which, after having fought over it so much, that pisses Gilmore off. He forced his way to become that central figure. Gilmore says that's what he really wanted, to be the central figure. I felt, and I'm sure Nick did too, that it was not the best thing to happen. Wow, how British of you. What a damning indictment. As productive as we were, we could have been making better records if Roger had been willing to back off a little bit, to be more open to other people's input. It wasn't like we were all sitting there leaning on him to look after us. It was a question of him having forced his way to that position, of him being very tough and having more energy for that sort of fighting, which, that's what'll win for you. Bob Ezrin was the co-producer and referee during the making of The Wall. David Frick notes, he and Gilmore co-produced the new Floyd album as well. So, yes, the relationship with Ezrin stayed with the entity of Pink Floyd, not with Roger Waters. And Ezrin says, it was all done under that English, smiling, left-handed adversarial stance they take, with the smiles on their faces and soft voices. But basically they were saying, I hate you and I'm going to kill you. The war that existed between those two guys was unbelievable. And there's talk about the final cut being something that Gilmore didn't really think was up to snuff compared to previous Pink Floyd albums, and pointing out that, a lot of those songs on the final cut were rejects from the original Wall demos. Well, yeah, let's move back a little bit on that accusation, because number one, I think it's probably the influence of not Roger Waters that those were left off, because they felt admittedly that some of that stuff was a little more personal and not Pink Floyd centric as much as it was little kid Roger Waters losing his dad centric. But also stuff that ended up on like Us and Them, as we've talked about, was on Zabriskie Point. Stuff that originally was going to be on Wish You Were Here got pushed out to be on Animals, because thematically it just made more sense to leave it off after they settled on what they were going to sort of bind all the tunes together with, subject matter wise. So something not going on the album that it was intentionally written for initially has not ever been a criteria by which Pink Floyd, judges the quality of something. It's been common practice for them to demo things that, don't end up on a record, or change it multiple times, 4 or 5 times in some cases, some songs, before it actually gets on the track listing. Gilmore says, basically, that Roger felt, and it says that I was being willfully obstructive. And this is like long enough ago that I guess willfully was a hyphenated word back then in 87. Which is absolutely not true. My criticisms and objections were constructive in the best possible way. Well, who among us doesn't believe the exact same thing about every pointed comment we've ever made that pissed somebody else off? They are the sort of constructive criticisms that made other albums like The Wall. Waters didn't see it that way, Gilmore says. He threatened to scrap the whole record if the guitarist would not relinquish his position as co-producer. Gilmore agreed, but refused to give up the producer's royalties that would have been due him. That's how it ended up. Very miserable, Gilmore says. Even Roger says what a miserable period it was, and he was the one who entirely made it miserable, in my opinion. Then, in an interview with Waters, he calmly but firmly refutes Gilmore's version of the final cut clashes. The album, he admits, was originally supposed to be songs left over from the movie version of The Wall. When I got on a roll, he says, and started writing on this piece about my father, I was on a roll and I was gone. And fact of the matter was that I was making this record and David didn't like it and he said so. dismisses the notion that he forced the final cut on Gilmore and Mason. Absolute bollocks. I said, perhaps this should be a solo record. I'll pay you guys the money we've spent, and I'll make this a solo album. No, they didn't want that because they know songs don't grow on trees. They wanted it to be a Floyd record. So here's a bit of detail I wasn't really aware of. In early 85, he terminated his management deal with Steve O'Rourke, Pink Floyd's longtime manager, over a dispute regarding contractual obligations for future Pink Floyd product. How could there be future Pink Floyd records if there was no group? The resultant royalty penalties if those commitments were not filled. Waters insists he gave O'Rourke 6 months' notice as called for in his deal. O'Rourke says he was terminated illegally. I feel like there could be documentation somewhere that would sort that out, and I assume it was in court. Waters then offered Gilmore and Mason a series of compromise deals, which he essentially would let them have the name Pink Floyd if they ratified his dismissal of O'Rourke. In doing so if he was doing it above board, why would he have to strong-arm them? In doing so, Waters was taking a calculated risk that Gilmore and Mason would not continue as the Floyd. Don't ask me why they never took that deal, Roger Waters says. In June of 86, O'Rourke prepares to sue Waters over the deal and back royalties. And Roger says that he told the other Floyds, listen, guys, if those papers come through my door, we all go to court. I'm not going to be hung out to dry in court for years and years while you guys are calling yourselves Pink Floyd. October 31st that year, Waters made good on his threat and filed suit in London against Gilmore and Mason to prevent them from using the name Pink Floyd. Now, in what I believe will be my final segment on Antonioni and Zabriskie Point, I'm going to read some more from the WordPress website, antonioni9.wordpress.com. And this is the article, Michelangelo and the Leviathan, the making of Zabriskie Point. Let's see, this is not even halfway down the article, but there's a great chunk here that I want to read from. I had a great and immediate rapport with Antonioni that developed into an enduring friendship. To me, he was totally remarkable and wonderful. Immensely kind and tolerant, funny, loyal. I learned from his genius, and I enjoyed his company. I loved and vigorously protected him. Inevitably, as time went on, this put me at odds with almost everyone else on the film, and ultimately with the studio itself. But I could not protect Antonioni from the sweep of history, from sabotage within, or from the militant American chauvinism that rose up like a poisonous wraith 18 months later to destroy the film and his credibility as an artist. Quotes here, I see 10,000 people making love across the desert, Antonioni reportedly said to the startled MGM man who first showed him around Death Valley. Later, refined, the scene became Daria's hallucination after smoking pot. Euphoric, she sees sand-colored forms rising from the earth to embrace, frolic, and copulate in myriad configurations. The concept was at once surrealistic and mystical, man and earth as one, dust to dust, the birth of love. The studio imagined $1 million worth of publicity from that sequence and never considered eliminating it. In the wake of so much controversy, however, they did suggest cutting back. Ultimately, about 300 people participated in the rollicking, half from an experimental group called the Open Theater, with other extras bussed in from Las Vegas. Even a few adventurous members of the crew took the plunge, including the auditor who had facilitated my per diem. Since real sand hurts if you roll around in it, hundreds of pounds of synthetic sand were trucked in. Gigantic wind machines were laboriously lugged down slopes. Gauze facial masks were provided. I found it fascinating and unintentionally hilarious. With their faces obscured by white gauze, director and crew resembled voyeuristic medical technicians, watching the blue-jeaned and shorts-clad earthlings groping each other while sand was blown into their faces. The reality never matched Antonioni's vision, and he knew it instantly. He only did one master take, followed by singles on couples and groupings. The director showed his legendary nerviness, honestly accepting defeat. I know immediately when something is wrong, he told our first visiting journalist, Dr. Marcia Kinder, writing for Sight and Sound. The consequence is that I will have to change something else. Talk about the script revisions stepped up following the Love-In. Sam Shepard visited the set, but he was no longer on the picture. Fred Gardner, with his own leftist agenda, and without scruple in pursuing it, became a constant presence, helping to move the film in a more overtly political direction than some of us found arrogant and hateful. This was, according to Harrison Starr, not just the result of the Love-In's apparent failure, today it looks pretty good, but, quote, Antonioni's natural reaction to his continuing experience on the film itself. The antipathy of MGM middle management and the crew, along with the opposition of major conservative organizations in the southwestern United States that were actively trying to stop the film, unquote. This is part that gets interesting to me, too. Locations were harder to come by. Deals were tougher. Cooperative locals often received an anonymous phone call telling them the film was anti-American and suggesting they pull out. It was like fighting shadows, impossible to ascertain or even prove the source of the opposition. Dr. Kinder, now a professor at USC Film School, recalls Antonioni's wariness towards the news media. Mindful of his limited English, he requested approval of her piece, and when it arrived, responded with irrational anger. Kinder wrote that in Los Angeles, Antonioni was shooting stores full of outsized objects, car lots with huge price tags, and the billboards that pervade the city. She was dead on in describing his exaggerated pop art approach, but her comments somehow shamed him, made him feel spied upon. Antonioni wanted to make private art in the most public of mediums. In the end, he only called for minor changes in her article, leaving some damning comments that would come back to haunt him. He complained he was forced to bring some people from Italy because of all the old people in the unions whose way of doing things was antiquated. He compared the U.S. unfavorably to Great Britain. I like English people much more than Americans who need to know exactly what they are doing. Like Germans, fastidious, precise. I like people who are more spontaneous. He was even more incautious in Rolling Stone, March 1969. It's incredible the kind of power police have in America. When I was in Chicago, some kids were singing in a park, and the cops took them away to jail. Why? They were only singing. In Los Angeles, the cop is everywhere. They arrest you if you say fuck. Everyone is afraid of the police. Rolling Stone highlighted another incendiary. Take two. Rolling Stone highlighted another incendiary remark. We should distinguish between the two kinds of violence. If someone is violent towards those who seek freedom, that's bad. But if those who seek freedom use violence to achieve it, that's good. Fuck ethics. The sentiment was increasingly put forth by the Black Power movement in the wake of Martin Luther King's assassination. Many people found it divisive and terrifying. Now, there's a lot more in this article. I think would benefit plenty of people that want to learn more about the filming of Zabriskie Point and the way people behaved while making it, including the lead actor. There's some specific incidents in here that would kind of tip you off that something's wrong with this guy. It's all there for you. Like I said, link in the description. Check out the whole thing. It's well written. It's not all required reading, I wouldn't think, but rather someone overwrote it than underwrote it, I would say. Looking back all these years later, it's funny to read it, from the perspective of someone in the 2020s now, when it was published 30 years ago, because the part I just finished, the quotes from Antonioni, being so outrageous for some people to read, it says, it's hard to believe in the era of sound bites and spin doctors now, but this was, this kind of candor, was, even for its time, was pretty wild. It's so funny because we've kind of come all the way back around in a lot of ways. Now there's no censorship. Like things are relegated to sound bites and taken out of context for certain audiences. And then for other audiences, there's hours of context and rambling and every single thought on this person's mind, whether they're just a podcast host or a fashion influencer or a filmmaker or, any number of wide-ranging
job titles that we've decided deserve to be heard in every second of every day and that need to have a megaphone in front of their thoughts. There's always an audience for them, no matter what. Like, there's teenagers on TikTok that are convincing each other that the Hadron Collider is going to create a singularity on a specific date, that they're going to all go into another dimension if they have the right level of vibrations. It is another permutation of another end of the world apocalyptic sort of conspiracy, new age conspiracy theory kind of thing, right? It's always going to be there, pervasive. There's always a desire to be in the generation that just smashes up their toys and throws them out of the baby carriage and calls playtime over for everybody.
Please remember to replace the speaker on the post when you leave the theater.
So now to get back to 1969 in the lives of the dead from a bear-centric perspective, which I'm really enjoying personally. There's a show in May of 69 where they're performing with Lee Michaels and the Youngbloods in a gymnasium, University of California, Santa Barbara. Are they the Banana Slugs? Is that what I'm thinking? Is that the part of Pulp Fiction I'm thinking of? It was a very chaotic show. And there's a big article, I guess, written about it by a guy named Michael Lydon in Rolling Stone magazine that I guess I better go look up now. Uh-oh. But Bear is described as someone who is found flat on his back, curled up against some amplifiers, with his eyes sightless as fog as the band began to play. They play for 40 minutes through Lee Michaels' PA, and Garcia just fucking loses it, rips out his amplifier cables, tells the crowd the dead were now going to set up their own system so we can hear what the fuck is happening. In a backstage scene that was out of control, even for Grateful Dead standards, I guess, Jerry starts shouting at the band about that they should give everyone their money back if they can't do a righteous show. And Bear wanders up to him, still lost in some intercerebral space, which is a quote, I guess. I assume that's to Michael Lydon's quote. Garcia screamed, "Listen, are you in this group? Are you one of us? Are you going to set up that PA? Their monitors suck. I can't hear a goddamn thing out there. How can I play if I can't hear the drums?" So Bear informs them, yes, it'll take 2 hours, and wanders off to start doing it. The roadies start dismantling the PA on stage. Someone has turned up the house lights at this point, and the crowd begins to leave because that's the universal signal to get out. In Lydon's words, a good night, a potentially great night, had been shot by a combination of promoter burn and dead incompetence. And at 1 a.m., it didn't matter who was to blame or where it had started to go wrong. It was too far gone to save the night. Let's talk about some fun drug stuff. June 7th, 1969, the Fillmore West in San Francisco, Janis Joplin comes on stage with Pigpen to sing Turn On Your Love Light by Bobby Blue Bland. Before this show, a well-known San Francisco acid dealer, not being named in the text here, dumped what may have been as much as a gram of LSD worth $50,000 on the street into a bottle of apple juice backstage. One bottle of apple juice. I mean, are we talking like a pint? Or are we talking a gallon? At the most, that's going to be a gallon, right? For people to drink from. Or if it's much smaller, like that's really scary. It could be one person's, it could be seen as like a personal serving of apple juice. Cornelius Flowers was Joplin's saxophone player, and he got so wiped out that he had to go to the hospital. Janis charges over to Bear when she finds out about this and screams at him, "You son of a bitch, you dosed my sax player." And he's had to go to the hospital. Afterwards, Bear and someone named Roni Gisson leave the hall to find Robert Hunter, one of the lyricists that was been working with the Dead, lying naked in the street. Stoned out of his mind, he grabbed Bear in a headlock and punched him while shouting, "I will annihilate you, Owsley Stein," i.e. Owsley/Einstein. After getting Hunter into a car, Bear drove him to the dealer's apartment. At dawn, Jerry Garcia showed up to help talk his old friend down from a nightmare trip that Hunter would later say really did flatten me for a couple of years. Good God! And made me seriously consider what the wisdom of this drug taking had been. God damn. Bear supposedly continued to lose it while getting far too high on his own supply. On a regular basis during this time. After a performance at Winterland, Mickey Hart and Bill Graham walked backstage, only to find Bear talking to the amplifiers. As Hart told David Brown, he was saying things like, "I love you, and you love me. How could you fail me?" He was addressing those electronics as if they were a person. Bear himself says, "I talked to the amps a couple of times. During one show, I was hanging on the curtain because I couldn't get away from the amps, which sounded to me like the explosion at the end of the world. I could smell the smoke of the universe and as we knew it collapsing, and I didn't want to leave because I was too afraid. Bill Graham carried me outside and put me in his car. I had been taking too many things, and I blew it and just got carried away." So the Dead, at this time, perform a lot of festival-style shows, it's said, where the equipment would all wind up at the back of the stage in a muddle. Bear ends up being the person to have to spend a fair amount of time. He says, "Moving the pieces around so we could read the name on the boxes. I decided that we needed some sort of marking so we could identify our stuff from a distance." Very smart. While driving to the Dead warehouse in Nevada one day in his MG, apparently still either with assuming it's got a new engine in it now, Bear sees a sign on a building along the freeway featuring a blue and orange circle with a white bar across it. Thinking it would be cool if the circle were red and blue and the white bar were a lightning bolt, Bear told Bob Thomas about it, and they then had someone spray paint a logo that was a quick way of marking our gear that you could spot from anywhere. A few days later, Bear suggested to Bob Thomas that perhaps the words Grateful Dead could be placed under the circle using a style of lettering that would appear to be a skull if you saw it from a distance. Oh, fuck yeah. This is it. This is it, isn't it? Yep. Thomas said, "Oh, that's a good idea." And a few hours later, he came down from the loft with the design. The Steal Your Face logo, a.k.a. the Steely, has since become one of the most well-known trademarks in the history of rock. Despite having come up with the idea for the basic design, Bear was never compensated for what he had done. "I didn't get anything from it. It was my concept and Bob Thomas's artwork, but he sold it to the Grateful Dead in 1969 for $250 for use as a letterhead." Are you kidding me? That's the most powerful corporate logo that has ever been designed. I mean, Coca-Cola might beg to differ here. Pepsi-Cola might beg to differ here. I mean, we can go on and on and on about iconography for corporate entities, but for rock bands, I think you're right up there with the Rolling Stones. Yeah. Don't say Ramones. That was just a presidential seal with the names of the Ramones around it. Yes, Arturo did put a baseball bat in the Eagles' claw, but still, that was not as innovative. Let's see. I've looked at them all, he says, meaning corporate logos that have been designed by other people. It should be in the Museum of Modern Art in New York. All right. I'm not going to argue. So it's now on all their equipment. By the time they get to the Woodstock Music and Art Fair at 10:30 at night, August 15, 1969, to play before a crowd of 400,000 people. Long before the band began a performance that, in Dennis McNally's words, would rank in their memory as one of their worst ever, the setup itself was plagued with problems. To move each band's equipment on and off stage as quickly as possible, festival organizers had mounted large plywood circles on casters so everything could be rolled into place. Casters, for those of you that have never worked in a warehouse or moved speaker cabinets, are wheels. They're just wheels. I don't know why they have to be called casters, but I guess it's a furniture thing. So maybe furniture movers and builders also have to say casters instead of wheels. But from the moment he first laid eyes on them, Bear was convinced that they were a disaster in the making. He says, "We arrived at Woodstock and saw these big cookies. And I said to Michael Lang, 'This doesn't work.' He said, 'What do you mean it doesn't work?' I said, our equipment is too heavy. This thing won't hold us up. We have to set up our stuff on the stage itself. He said, absolutely not. You have to do it this way. So Bear and the Dead Roadies set up everything on this plywood circle, and the stage hands hooked ropes into it and turned the thing around, and it moved approximately 1 foot, and all the casters broke. Wham! All the 2x4s ripped out, and down came the thing onto the stage. So we had to take everything down and set it all back up again, and that took like 20 minutes. Everyone was bitching that it was our fault, but it wasn't. So once things did get all plugged in, Phil Lesh hooks up the bass guitar and fires up the amps, and out comes the sound of a helicopter radio. Bear says, take our cable and the PA cable and ground them all to the same one that the helicopter is grounded on. But they didn't want to do that. I said, either you do this or the band is not going to play. I stopped the show because Phil had told me he wasn't going to play with helicopter audio coming out of his amplifier. So he goes to the festival electrician, shows the man his first-class radio, let me get this right, operator's license, and then they agree to let him do what he needs to do. And he says, and there were no more problems. The band came out, and I went to the booth, and it was not a good show. We were real tired, it was late, and there was too much hassle and sitting around. Those shows were not easy. Bob Weir would get smacked in the face with the arc of blue electricity when he went to sing in his microphone. Jerry Garcia, when leaving the stage, tells the road manager, John McIntyre, it's nice to know that you can blow the most important gig of your career and it doesn't really matter. I'd be curious what he specifically meant by that. Like, it doesn't matter because no one's paying attention, or the crowd's not interested, or it doesn't matter because the people running the show don't care about anything, or it doesn't matter in terms of, well, it's not going to affect our reputation going forward because we play too many good shows. But Bear had a pretty good time for the show, the rest of the festival. He even stayed awake to watch Jimi Hendrix play. Was, giving out drops of LSD to anybody that wanted any from his personal stash. And, but he did say the wrong sorts of people got control of it, the festival, not his LSD, and made it into a disaster. Instead of just flowing with it, they tried to control everything. All those weird announcements about things that could have been easily avoided. Now, later the same year, of course, there would be another big disastrous festival called Altamont, played at a speedway in Northern California in December. And Bear was at that one too, and he said, I knew well ahead of time that we were heading into something that was not going to be easy, but I was committed. I took 7 absolutely unrelated sound companies, each of which was run by a guy with an ego as big as the Eiffel Tower, and put it all together into one functional unit. The reason I was able to do this was because I was the only person who had worked with every single one of those different kinds of sound systems. So let's have a random aside to maybe break things up a bit before we get back to the 1987 Rolling Stone history of Pink Floyd. I was looking up some Roger Waters stuff about the pros and cons of hitchhiking. I recently sort of did a little YouTube detour of some videos from around the Amused to Death era, really enjoying Jeff Beck's playing on some of those tunes. The tunes from Amused to Death, the sound of Amused to Death is still sounds very relatable today. I think it's polished, it's sharp, it's composition as far as the mix and where everything is, all the instruments are sitting, doesn't sound dated, but everything I can find on the pros and cons of hitchhiking by comparison sounds very, it indicates it might be very, very dated and hard to listen to. Now, this just sort of reinforces my opinion of Pink Floyd. When you separate these guys, and they get to focus on just what they want. Well, the Richard Wright and David mostly David Gilmour, I understand, but you know what I'm saying. The Richard Wright, David Gilmour side of things tends to be very easy listening, adult contemporary to my ears, and the Roger Waters tends to be very single-minded and petulant and whatever he's focused on at that time. The book Saucer Full of Secrets has a few things to say about pros and cons of hitchhiking, and Eric Clapton's inclusion in that. And I was trying to find the specific incident where he was out, after a gig or something like that, or before a gig with Roger and his band and some other dignitaries at some fancy pants restaurant. I forget if it was a French restaurant or if it was just some highfalutin English place. It wouldn't be English food if it was highfalutin, I suppose. I don't know. Sorry, folks. But, Clapton's getting frustrated with how long it's taken for the food to arrive. So he hands some money to either someone in the road crew or some other assistant of some sort and has them go out and get some Big Macs and fries. And by the time his Big Mac gets there, the fancy food's arrived, and Roger Waters and his entourage look on aghast as Clapton tucks in to his cheeseburgers in front of everyone. I didn't see that story in here. I read it 23 years ago, I believe, in a book called Saucer Full of Pink, which I can't seem to find, so maybe I dreamed everything. But it was a pretty good book for its time. The bit in here talks about, how Clapton's virtuosity was somewhat stifled by Roger's decision to record basic tracks on all but the title number in the album before inviting Eric to overdub his guitar and some dobro playing, apparently. And with pros and cons, this is from the text, ranking among the wordiest albums in the history of rock and roll, Waters seldom caught his breath long enough for the instrumentalists to do much more than add ornamental touches to those soliloquies. So this is why someone like Clapton, maybe has an easier time with things like the Lethal Weapon soundtracks. There's sequences of dreams within dreams, which are said to befall the sleeping narrator over a period equal to the length of the album itself, or 42 odd minutes, starting at 4:30 a.m., the title of the first song, or Dream, which is subtitled Apparently They Were Traveling Abroad, and ending with 5:11 a.m., the moment of clarity. In the initial dream, so graphically illustrated in the front cover's rear view of a nude bimbo, thumbs out to all comers, our freewheeling hero picks up his hungry hitchhiker by 4:33 a.m. The young lady is already panting, the narrator reports, to feel the power of my engine. Ugh. Anyways, then I guess they get it on or something, and then they're interrupted by Arabian terrorists at the foot of the bed. And there's also some sort of encounter with Yoko Ono, and there's quotes, "The bitch said something mystical, hero." Oh, Jesus, Roger. Come on, Roger. I don't know how enjoyable any of this is. I don't plan to really spend a lot of time listening to it, but the man, it just kind of goes to show when there's kind of two ways these kind of splits go, especially when it comes to a singer and lyricist. There's John Lydon from the Sex Pistols who says, "Oh, I don't matter. Oh, okay. The Sex Pistols was nothing to do with me. I wasn't important. You're trying to write me out of the story and say the rest of you were the powerhouse. Okay. Well, it's been decades. What have the Sex Pistols done since I split?" And he goes on to create incredibly risky musical endeavors, like 'em or hate 'em, that influenced a lot of people and were very important to what became alternative music in the 80s, especially. As much as Perry Farrell would like to claim that he invented alternative music, if you've if you've heard that episode of History of Rock and Roll and Film and Rock and Roll, I think that was the heavy metal episode where I was talking about Devo and how they were much more responsible than Perry Farrell ever could imagine for what alternative music was and became a good decade or so before him. Anyway, the other way it goes is a Roger Waters. Sorry, diehard Roger Waters fans, I'm not going to be very charitable here because the guy's been very outspoken. The guy's been able to to create his own narrative the whole time. I'm not crushing some. I'm nobody, number one, so I'm not crushing anybody in any way with my influence or my opinion. But I'm not like crushing some, beleaguered artist that's just, swimming against the current here. The guy's very, very rich, very successful, and he's got his audience that likes what he does. My aforementioned roommate being one of them. That's how I know about the whole Andrew Lloyd Webber thing. That there's a lyric about Andrew Lloyd Webber's fingers being crushed by the piano lid because he was pissed off that Phantom of the Opera soundtrack sounds a lot like, that descending bit from Echoes. Da 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 da. And which I thought was fun. Well, I think it's funny. Like, that's cool. I like, if you can't win in court or you didn't successfully sue him or whatever the heck it was, good. Put a mean lyric in there about him. I like that. I dig that. I like that kind of pettiness to a point. But I mean, Hero from a Japanese woman, that's pettier than I want to go. And I don't have to protest in the streets, which we'll get to in a second. I can just go, yeah, no, I don't think all these burning thoughts that have been maybe weren't able to come to the surface in a Pink Floyd environment that now are free. I don't think the Pink Floyd fans were missing a whole lot. I think you kind of spent your usefulness to that audience by contributing what you already did in massive amounts to Pink Floyd, and good for you. But this is back to what I'm saying about the other model of lead singers that break off from the group. You put out some stuff that doesn't connect to a lot of folks. You try really hard later to sort of, you change tack a couple times depending on what the muse is doing with you at the moment. And I'm saying all this as someone who believes Roger Waters is a very honest person, at least not convoluted, but it does. We all bore witness to what really happened, which is like he had to go back to the wall over and over, back to the well, if you will, over and over to keep the money coming in and to keep interest in his projects. Similar to Pete Townsend with Tommy, and there's no shame in either of those things, except for all the trash talking, Where Roger Waters is very much a guy that wants to be right. He believes he's right. He's very aggressive in his opinions and how he does things. Granted, he's also had long-term relationships with plenty of musicians that respect him and like working for him and with him. So awesome. But anyway, back to the sort of review of this era. There's a whole bunch of just analysis of his lyrics and what's going on in the themes of the album. And then even Floyd diehards were at a loss over what to make of it all. Was the pros and cons of hitchhiking a work of obscure genius, too demanding to permit instant appreciation, or had rampant megalomania eclipsed its maker's ability to distinguish between great art and his most private neuroses and puerile doodlings? Or would it all fall into some place in live performance? Well, even Lennon had his Sometime in New York City and Bob Dylan his Self-Portrait. I haven't listened to either of those albums, so I got nothing to say about that. Some listeners were also distressed by the apparent sexism and misogyny. Feminist groups even organized to rip down pros and cons posters all over London on the grounds that the picture of the hitchhiking nymphette amounted to a virtual advertisement for rape. This is one of those things that I try to remember when I think about feminism and feminists today versus back in the 70s and 80s. And I was talking with a younger feminist friend of mine, just explaining, like, look, in my day, feminism was not sex positive. Anything depicting women in a state of undress was supposedly some evil machination of male sexist pigginess, trying to keep women down. And it didn't have the greatest effect on me as a child, I'll say that. I was pretty uptight sexually as a result of some of that messaging in the media. But this is not the place or the time for that kind of a discussion. I will just say that the stuff like this is what I remember when I think back on like Lemmy's autobiography. If you love Motorhead and you've read White Line Fever. He mentions his antagonism towards feminists a couple times, just as like passing opinions, not like a big crusade of his. But it's like, this is why feminists annoy me with their their campaigns to change the name manhole cover to, person hole cover and things like that. And that was what feminism represented to me in the 80s, for sure. It wasn't about equal pay for equal work, let's just say. And other causes that are a little more relatable and also more documented these days. The phrase sexual harassment in the workplace didn't even arrive in the vernacular until like the mid 1990s, I believe, when I was a teenager. Up until then, it was just either you suck it up and take it or, ignore it. Yeah, we pretend it doesn't exist. And that's something that I feel is pretty basic and noble to fight against, as opposed to ripping down posters depicting somebody wearing short shorts and no top, but showing them from the back. I mean, there's ads for soap that are very similar. Anyhow, this leads me to, it can't be all just like heady prose, me reading from pages and such. It can't be all research based. There's got to be some conjecture in here. I need some time for my brain to discharge thoughts that build up after reading some of this stuff, and also discharge coincidences that just happened. I went to bed last night and put on an old podcast called What's Up Woodstock. Nothing to do with Pink Floyd. Sorry, I'll get to it, I swear. And it's the Jewel episode of What's Up Woodstock. And if you don't know, What's Up Woodstock is a guy named Pat Finnerty, who I love everything he's done on YouTube these days. But years ago, had a group of friends that would just watch all the footage of every single artist that played Woodstock 99 on YouTube and just react to it over sort of a long form musical discussion. And they go off on tangents because a lot of his friends are in a band called Dr. Dog, which, very active recording and touring in the late 90s through the 2000s. Until recently, I think they played their last show. And some of them are really funny, really, really funny if you're a music person and you want to revisit some of that. Bucket hat, nose ring, tribal tattoo, PRS guitar era of mainstream rock, as well as the folky stuff like Jewel, which starts with, they play a clip of a Kurt Loder interview. And he's just very antagonistic towards her choice of words, and like, she used the word casualty in a poem in one of her it is some poetry book she was putting out, and he was sort of taking her to task on the improper use of that word, as if it was casual. His point was she means casualness, not casualty, and the guys on the show having a laugh at what a cranky little butt he was being to poor Jewel, who was much more sympathetic. Well, good old Kurt Loder had some things to say back in the 80s about pros and cons of hitchhiking. He, boy, oh boy, he was writing for Rolling Stone at the time, so it's pre-MTV News, which is where most of my generation got to know him. He wrote that pros and cons reduced Waters' customary bile to musical bilge, and the album would interest only post-analytic Pink Floyd fetishists and other highly evolved neurotics. I can't imagine that anyone else will sit more than once through this strangely static, faintly hideous record. He talks about Roger's creepy vocal and noted that you could count the actual melodies here on Mickey Mouse's fingers. Damn, that's a good one. That's a good one for me and us plebeians. I'm sure rock journalists don't think that was... Probably a lot of rock journalists were throwing that one around. I feel like that's one of those little similes that people got good use out of. He also says Floyd's most important musical component was revealed to have been, after all, David Gilmour, whose latest solo album assumes new luster in comparison to this turkey, so implying he probably gave it a bad review. They gave it a rating of 1 star in Rolling Stone magazine. Anyway, reading this reminds me of a section of a chapter called The Show Must Go On, 78 to 85 in Echoes, The Complete History of Pink Floyd by Glenn Povey. Good coffee table book. I think, I don't know if I've mentioned it on the show before as far as my review, but if you're a completist with Pink Floyd, it's a great book. Like a lot of large coffee table books about a lot of bands that were around for many, many decades. A lot of it is, sorry, I use the word a lot. just now, and I apologize for that. A great portion of it can get by on just like having, reproductions of old posters and lists of tour dates, things like that. List the discography in various permutations for the complete fan that wants all the information with all the splashy graphics and stuff. So what I'm saying is the narrative text is not the dominant force in this very large book. If you already know the ins and outs of Pink Floyd's history, well, you probably wouldn't be listening to this, I guess, unless you're just hungry for someone else's reinterpretation of it. But if you did already know all these details, this book might not be the thing that you need to complete your collection necessarily. Okay. Pink Floyd, I guess, was very much in the red in the late 70s because of some deal they signed with a publishing company. After teaming up with some city brokers between 72 and 78, had handled the band's financial affairs and invested huge sums into various high-risk capital venture schemes. This is when they bring in Bob Ezrin, and this is why Bob Ezrin was so frustrated early on in his relationship with Pink Floyd making The Wall, and having said things like, I didn't know if we were going to have like a board meeting or make a record here, based on what the interactions with the musicians had been like up to a point. This company, I guess, that they had worked with, their investments crashed, and nearly all the investments had failed. And yeah, a lot of their clients were wiped out or in debt afterwards, I guess. So this creates obviously a bad working environment within Pink Floyd. And there's the opinion of the narrator of this book that this is Roger Waters' opportunity to use misfortune to his advantage, and he proposes bailing out the band with one of two possible album projects he had envisaged and written demos for and recorded, and they were called, and they were actually had been around since the Animals tour, so he's a hardworking guy. One of them's called Bricks in the Wall. We know what that's going to become. And the other one is called The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. David Gilmour says the demos for both The Wall and Pros and Cons were unlistenable, a shitty mess. They sounded exactly alike. You couldn't tell them apart. We thought of recording Pros and Cons at a later date, but as it turned out, Roger preferred to go off and do it as a solo project. Now, in making The Wall and finding a partner in Bob Ezrin, Waters says, I could see that it was going to be a long and complex process, and I needed a collaborator who I could talk to about it, because there's nobody in the band that you can talk to about any of this stuff. Dave's just not interested. Rick was pretty closed down at that point, and Nick would be happy to listen because we were pretty close at that time, but he's more interested in his racing cars. I needed somebody like Ezrin who was musically and intellectually in a more similar place to where I was. There was a lot of confusion as to who was actually making this record when I first started, recalled Ezrin. Complicated by the fact that a young producer, James Guthrie, was also drafted in to act as co-producer and engineer. So he brought me in, I think, as an ally to help him manage this process through. As it turns out, my perception of my job was to be the advocate of the work itself, and that very often meant disagreeing with Roger and other people, and being a catalyst for them to get past whatever arguments might exist. This process, evidently, needed to take between September 1978 and November 1979. Oh, my God. What a miserable year and 2 months that must have been. It goes to show also, some of these quotes, how a really bad time in a band's career can lead to somebody being ousted because they're having a really bad time individually. Because Gilmour says most of the arguments came from artistic disagreements. It wasn't total war, though there were bad vibes. Certainly towards Rick, because he didn't seem to be pulling his weight. If you want to read up on who was brought in to sort of, fill in that empty space left by Richard Wright, you can. Also vocals, even the Beach Boys were brought in. I didn't realize that at some point. And yeah, lots of extra keyboards and drums and things because, apparently Nick Mason was found to not be up to snuff in the studio for this one. But let me read this next chunk here because it does clarify some things I was wondering about. Whereas Mason and Wright's contributions were minimal to say the least, Gilmore did at least contribute some outstanding music. Yes, of course. Young Lust, Run Like Hell, and Comfortably Numb. The latter derived from an unused demo from his solo album. Thank you, David. For which he received the only other and apparently hard-fought for shared writing credit on the album. The other went to Ezrin for his contribution to The Trial, because that's, I guess, listed as co-written by him and Roger. Fucking love that song. The summer break undoubtedly saved the Ezrin Waters partnership, but at the same could not be said of Wright, who was, by his increasing lack of commitment, becoming the brunt of Waters' hostility. Already frustrated by his belief that he should be paid a quarter share of the production credits when it was clear he was in no way contributing to this element at all, the crunch finally came when Waters realized that the volume of work still required to complete the record in time for delivery in October could not be met. Via manager Steve O'Rourke, Waters requested that Wright join Ezrin a week ahead of the rest of the band in L.A. in order to catch up on the backlog of work. Ezrin reluctantly agreed, but Wright refused outright, commenting that he had seen very little of his children when they were in France and was also going through a tough divorce and that he was not prepared to go. Waters found this unacceptable. He contacted the other members and decided to communicate to Wright that he would take him to court unless he agreed to finish the album in the time frame suggested. The get-out clause for Wright, if he did not agree, was that he would be guaranteed his full share of sales royalties but would have to leave the band quietly at the conclusion of the project. Gilmore says he did not go along with this. He says he went out to dinner with Rick after Roger had said this to him and said if he wanted to stay in the band, I would support him in that. I did point out to Rick that he hadn't contributed anything of any value whatsoever to the album, and that I was not over happy with him myself. He did very, very little. An awful lot of the keyboard parts were done by me, Roger, Bob Ezrin, Michael Kamen, Freddie Mandel. So Richard Wright mulls this over for a while and thinks about calling Roger's bluff. And then in the end, of course, as we know, he resolved to leave the band, but agreed to stay and perform on the live shows. Quite simple, Wright explained. I started because Roger and I didn't get on. There was a lot of antagonism during the wall, and he said, either you leave or I'll scrap everything we've done and there won't be an album. Normally, I would have told him to get lost, but at that point, we had to earn the money to pay off the enormous back taxes we owed. Anyway, Roger said that if we didn't leave, he would re-record the material. I couldn't afford to say no, so I left. I mentioned on previous episodes or recordings of things that I've read that this is not an uncommon tactic when it comes to ousting somebody from your band. It happens with Van Halen. It happens with Motley Crue. Obviously, I'm a very intellectual person based on those choices. But it's look, this person's unbelievably hard to deal with, or I don't like this person anymore, or I can't work with this person anymore. So put up with it for a while, but create an ultimatum during a time when they're having bad family life, personal life, or are unwilling to get to the studio when I say they need to be in the studio. And then they don't show up, and then you get to fire them. Does it sound like Richard Wright was being difficult? Yeah, it does. But, you know, they could just hire... They hired people to compensate for that. So they could have just said, hey, Rich, how about you figure out what you want to do, and we're going to stop bugging you about coming down to the studio unless you plan to really help out. But when a band is splintered and they're arguing and they have other interlopers coming in, you know, trying to make things work, like Bob Ezrin, I suppose, it's a lot harder to maintain any sort of united front and keep things together and keep things civil. It becomes much more scheming and sneaky. Just saying, it sounds like Richard could have done more to preserve his spot if he really wanted to, but also this was a pretty lousy way to treat someone you've been in a band with since, you know, you were school age. As I've said, there's a lot to go over for both these bands. And I'm not going to get to nearly enough of it, especially with the Grateful Dead, unfortunately, even though I've got all kinds of books and articles and essays. blogs, reviews, videos, documentary stuff I've been watching. It's all been really, really cool. So if I can't do everything justice and give it the length of time I would like, I do want to at least brush over a few things here and there along their timeline that I found interesting, even if I'm not going to extensively delve into it. And, you know, this might be the time where you go, well, then why'd you spend so much time on Clive Davis earlier? It just happens the way it happens. If you've been listening to the whole episode in a fairly, you know, together sequence, meaning not one tiny bit at a time every few days apart, you may have noticed a couple times when I probably sound like I thought I was almost done and then continued on. This happens a lot, but especially with an episode that's going to be close to 6 hours, if not 6 hours long. And that wasn't my intention anyways. That's just how it happened. Also, thanks for hanging in there with my voice being all weird. I've been sick off and on all month. So there's a bit in Phil Lesch's book where he talks about a Montreal festival. This is May 1970, I think. And this seems to be events that were portrayed in a great music doc called Festival Express. That's probably the first footage I really paid attention to with the Grateful Dead. And it's very cool sort of train trip into Canada for a bunch of musicians, including Janis Joplin, who sounds great, kicking back in the train cars, singing with Jerry Garcia and some of the other guys, as I recall. There's sort of an intro to this in Phil Lesch's narrative, talking about the events of May 1970. There's general disenchantment with the behavior of those in authority or any authority, spreading out from the college and university strikes in the U.S. This reached up to Toronto's Rochdale College right after Kent State. The students there set up a protest organization called the May 4 Movement, named after the date of the Ohio Massacre, when the festival hit town with prices of either $8, $14, or $16 for tickets. It seemed totally reasonable and just to M2M to issue an ultimatum with demands to the corporate pigs that were ripping off the people. Never mind, a ticket bought you an all-day show with 18 artists, including 10 or 12 top acts on the planet. Phil goes on to talk about how outrageous the demands were and how they were rejected out of hand. The show went on with about 2,500 protesters agitating for free entry. He notes little flurries of action happened throughout the day, continually, as people climbed over fences, broke down gates, and generally crashed the party any way they could. Jerry was prevailed upon to speak to the crowd, promising, to general disbelief, a free concert the next day, naming the time and place. That's what happened. We played Toronto's Coronation Park the very next day for free, along with the new writers of Purple Sage, Ian and Sylvia, James and the Good Brothers. Nice day. Not a bad show either, for about 2,000 people, probably all the same folks who wanted it for free the day before. And then it was time to get on the train and ride. They all end up getting their instruments out and jamming in the bar cars with each other over the course of the next couple of days till they get to Winnipeg and anticipating more protest activity at their shows. Turns out only about 100 people tried it this time. So numbers are diminishing. Things are getting more and more calm. They have let's see the next stop is Calgary after that, and the jams are getting bigger. He says if one sat in the dining car between the two bar cars, one was immersed in different strains of music: country, blues, R&B, rock, swirling through the cars, fading and swelling as vestibule doors were opened and closed, all modulated by the great monotone of the wheels, drumming on the rails like a swinging robot, rudimental drummers from the asteroid belt. Good stuff. I like his, I still, gotta say, throughout all of this, Phil Lesch's descriptions of things are probably the most charming. Phil notes that everybody involved was a happy drunk. There was no belligerence or any, bad negative incidents until, certain people had headaches the next day. Then when they decide they need to replenish their stocks before Calgary, they pass a hat around, collect $800, and then get it restocked in Saskatoon He notes, doesn't sound like you could actually buy a whole liquor store today for $800, but if it was a small enough liquor store, which it was, they pretty much emptied the place. He says, a 3-gallon bottle of Canadian Club blended whiskey is installed on a makeshift altar in the country car. The bottle comes equipped with a pump dispenser. During the course of the night, many on the train, including in spite of my protestations myself, will come to kneel in front of the sacred spout to solemnly receive at least one ritual libation, accompanied, of course, by much whooping and yodeling. After my turn, I hang out for a while until the music starts circling endlessly around the falling, yes, I am falling motif, randomly punctuated by fits of helpless laughter. I stumble back to my compartment and fall into the bunk, where I won't get much sleep. I've left my door open, and my peripheral vision keeps being triggered by strange shapes flowing along the corridor outside. At first, they seem like curiously elongated tortoise shells, then like a python that has just eaten a couple of small sheep. I ask myself, what was that whiskey dosed with? Sure, I saw a couple capsule fragments at the bottom of the bottle. Sorry, that was capsule, not couple. So who knows how many he's describing. But this is more like some exotic South American vine extract than any acid I've ever tried. Finally, my vision snaps back into focus on the here and now, and I realize what I thought were semi-mythical creatures are actually Garcia and the band's Rick Danko crawling along the floor of the corridor. Obviously, they're far beyond knee-walking drunk. I had never seen Jerry that plastered before or since. They reach the end of the corridor. It says they can't get up high enough off the floor to reach up and open the door to the next car. They puddle up against the door and try to get around each other in order to get back from whence they came, all while emitting sounds combining elements of singing, hiccuping, and howling at the moon. Also, one little excerpt from a chapter in So Many Roads by David Brown. The chapter is Reno, Nevada, May 12, 1974. This is just 2 paragraphs that I wanted to... I couldn't let this one go. Before a Dead show at RFK Stadium in Washington, D.C. on June 10, Old and In the Way had flown into Boston for a set of their own at the Orpheum Theater. When Garcia mentioned Big Red, Rowan looked back at the luggage carousel. All I know is Old and In the Way is one of Garcia's side projects, and I think it's like an acoustic bluegrass duo. I'm not sure if that's the one with David Grisman. Might be. Sorry. Again, with the Dead, there's so many names to go back and get context for everything involves knowing a lot of life stories. But through the course of my readings, I did encounter a few side stories about him playing in Old and In the Way. Seems like it was a very nice, cool, healthy thing for Jerry to do when he had time for it. When Garcia mentioned Big Red, Rowan looked back at the luggage carousel. Well, where seemingly out of nowhere, a large red bag had materialized as if by magic. No one recognized it. It wasn't even tagged. It had not been on the plane, Rowan recalls. It was put directly on the carousel by somebody. Garcia grabbed it and, with the other bandmates, made his way to their hotel, where other members of the Dead were waiting. Everyone gathered around the suitcase as it was cracked open, revealing a massive amount of quality pot. Along with the Dead, Old and In the Way grabbed plastic baggies and split up the booty. The Dead weren't always so welcoming to Garcia's side players, as Rowan felt backstage at the RFK show. It was kind of weird. It was like, you're not going to take Jerry from us. He's ours. They didn't say that, but that's the vibe I got. Rowan, who had never heard the word senza mia until that day, lit up a joint from the luggage stash. He smoked his share, but this joint was something else entirely, strong and mind-numbingly overpowering. It was like, oh, this is what the Grateful Dead smoke, he recalls. Where the luggage and its contents originated was never confirmed. Rumors flew that a fan from either a local research lab, or even the government, sneaked it into the airport and onto that luggage carousel as a way to thank the Dead. That day, Rowan learned another lesson about Garcia's world. That's when I started to go, this Grateful Dead thing is really big, he says. There was always stuff like that. They were living large. I don't think it's easy for people like myself and anyone younger than me to sort of comprehend a pre-internet fan network like this. Besides the Beatles, maybe. But, I mean, the people that were crazy about the Beatles like wanted something from the Beatles. Does that make sense? I think the Grateful Dead network of fans
were more jazzed to be part of facilitating what the Dead did, as opposed to clutching at them and screaming and needing a piece of their awe-inducing, wondrous celebrity power, or overwhelming emotion to be validated. I'm a total freak for everything that you do and say. Please validate me, because I've been watching everything you do forever because your music means so much to me. I don't get that vibe from what I've learned about the Grateful Dead fan base. Some more interesting sections from Rolling Stone's Pink Floyd, The Inside Side Story from 87. Later in the article, they go back to the Syd Barrett era, so I figure I should dip into that a little bit. I was watching some old footage today, enjoying some of the older songs, surprised by some stuff like, was it Corporal Clegg? Sounded very Beatlesy. But, and a lot of other stuff that didn't. Cool early Floyd that wouldn't be the kind of thing I keep going back to, but I'm glad I took some time with it. But it says, in the beginning, there was Syd Barrett. And in London's Paisley Underground of 66 to 67, it was commonly accepted that he was Pink. An art student from Cambridge, he co-founded Pink Floyd in late 65 with Waters, a schoolboy chum from Cambridge who was studying architecture in London, and two other architecture students, Rick Wright and Nick Mason. It was Barrett who named the group, combining the names of two old bluesmen, Pink Anderson and Floyd Council. He also sang most of the songs and gave the group its charisma. Driven by his eccentric muse and regular excursions on LSD, he steeped the fledgling Floyd in a heady synthesis of English teapot whimsy. Whimsy, a riveting melodic invention, and freak rock tumult, all captured vividly for posterity on the group's 1967 debut album, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Another surviving artifact of Barrett's errant genius is the captivating 1967 black and white promo video of the original Floyd cavorting to its first single, Arnold Lane, a film clip Waters shows in his Radio Chaos concerts every night, always announcing at the end, the great Syd Barrett, lest we forget. What was so stunning about Syd's songs, he says, was through the whimsy and the crazy juxtaposition of ideas and words, there was a very powerful grasp of humanity. They were quintessentially human songs. And that is what I've always attempted to aspire to. In that sense, I feel a strong connection to him. Connection took a darker turn toward the end of 67 as Barrett, unable to shoulder the burdens of fame and his own acid-accelerated mental instability, withdrew into a debilitating madness. He never recovered. David Gilmour, also from Cambridge, was soon recruited to pick up Syd's guitar and vocal duties. At that point, despite two English hits, Arnold Lane and See Emily Play, the Floyd was at its lowest ebb, adrift without a songwriter or a direction. Gilmour talks about his initial ambition being just to get the band into some sort of shape. It seems ridiculous now, but I thought the band was awfully bad at the time when I joined. The gigs I'd seen with Syd were incredibly undisciplined. Their leader figure was falling apart, and so was the band. Pink Floyd's for the next 4 years, putting yada, 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 transitional albums, Saucerful of Secrets, I'm Gonna Go, Atom Heart, Mother, and Metal. There was a quote from Nick Mason and some footage I was watching today where he had to tell Syd, because they were staying together, like, I've just got to go out for some cigarettes, and he would leave for 4 hours to do a gig and come back. Syd would be like, did you get those cigarettes? And he'd realize, no, he hadn't. Roger Waters scoffs at the space music tag frequently applied to the Floyd records of this post-Syd period, pre-Dark Side. The space thing was a joke, he says. None of those pieces were about outer space. They were about inner space. That's all it's ever been about. Human beings and their insides. Whether it was Syd's writing or mine, they were both about the same thing. Another convenient way, it seems like, for him to, tie himself to Syd as the real identity of the group, right? To the journalist interviewing him and to the reader reading the piece.
later in the article, there's an interesting bit about writing where they mention how, the narrative approach to lyric writing really did crystallize more towards the end of the relationship, like in The Wall and Final Cut. And Roger Waters says he was always trying to push the band into more specific areas of subject matter. Always trying to be more direct. Visually, I was always trying to get away from the blobs. I wanted to work with visual material that meant something, where there isn't much left for you to interpret. Interesting choice of words there. Someone who's clearly very controlling. And he's the writer I like the most in the band. I'm not, obviously I'm not playing favorites here. But he's like, when he's just saying it, he doesn't want you to be able to interpret things any particular way, except for the way he presents them. Gilmore says, I don't think any of us differed all the way through on the subjects Roger approached. We were pretty much of a like mind on The Wall. Although I didn't agree with that part of the concept, the wall between us and the audience, I still thought it was a good subject to do. My father didn't go off to the war and get killed in it, so that area of it did not apply to me. But I could get into it as fiction. Another interesting quote I saw today from Gilmore from like 72, I think somewhere on there. It's like black and white footage. He's being interviewed by a French journalist and he's speaking French. And it's an interesting reminder of like how awful the questions would be in these old rock interviews from the 60s and 70s, just these out of touch people or somebody that's in touch writing for people that are out of touch, asking questions like, why do people like to come to a Pink Floyd concert? What do they enjoy about it? And Gilmore's talking about, people like to come together and be in a crowd together and feel things and enjoy the music, move to the music. And they broach the question of like, do they have any sort of political drive to any of their lyrics or anything like that? And he says, no, Pink Floyd doesn't do politics. We would all have to be of the same mind politically to be able to do that. And we are not. None of us are alike. In the way that we think about a lot of things. But back to the text, there's a great bit coming up here that notes, like Gilmore getting into the subject matter as a fiction to apply his music to, or his presentation of it or his performance of it to, is about as far as Waters would let any of the other Floyds get. There wasn't any room for anyone else to be writing, he states frankly. If there were chord sequences there, I would always use them. But there was no point in Gilmore, Mason, or Wright trying to write lyrics because they'll never be as good as mine. Gilmore's lyrics are very third-rate. They always will be. And in comparison to what I do, I'm sure he'd agree. He's just not as good. I didn't play the guitar solos. He didn't write any lyrics. In short, Pink Floyd was now, as Bob Ezrin puts it, Roger Waters presents. He wrote the material, ran the rehearsals, worked on the concert presentations, and judged the contributions of the others by the same rigid artistic standards he applied to his own work. He also took the initiative in firing Rick Wright during the recording of The Wall. And I did want to read the next part, too, about the firing of Richards and his exit, because there's differing accounts, according to the article. The story that gets out, Waters says, is that it was a personal whim of mine, which is absolute bollocks. He argues that Wright's performance in the studio was substandard. He was making no musical contribution and hadn't been for years. Wright has not been listed in Floyd songwriting credits since 1975's Wish You Were Here. Bob Ezrin describes Wright as a victim of Roger's almost Teutonic cruelty. No matter what Rick did, it didn't seem to be good enough for Roger. It was clear to me that Roger wasn't interested in his succeeding. Richard Wright would attribute the friction between him and Waters to a heavy personality problem, so heavy that Waters threatened to pull the Wall album and make it into a solo effort if Wright was not dismissed after the conclusion of the project. I wasn't particularly happy with the band anyway, Wright says. The way it was going, the feeling. I'm in no way trying to put this man down. I think he has great ideas, but he is an extremely difficult man to work with. Well, friends, what can I say? I think that's the end of the saga as far as what I'm going to record. I hope it was pleasurable. I hope it was enlightening. If nothing else, I hope it was a good time for you to experience a new person, learning about something you care about in real time almost. I hope the size of the episode wasn't too daunting, but I personally listen to other podcasters quite regularly that go 3 to 5 hours to 6 hours to even longer in one episode, and I just tend to listen to what bits I can when I feel like it, maybe fall asleep to it, set a timer, and then just keep coming back to the parts I may have slipped off into dreamland during. Thinking of like Dan Carlin's Hardcore History and Jim Cornette's many weekly episodes, among others. But thanks for being here for a very unorthodox kind of show. There's not much in the way of structure that repeats itself ever, other than the intros and outros and the music I make along the way, or the music that I made years ago or months ago and edited in along the way, rather. And if you are like me and you are falling asleep to this, well, the next bit's going to be fun. Thanks for giving a damn about rock and roll and about movies and how all that stuff's made. Rock and roll is the best, and so are you.
There's wickedness attempting to completely cover this nation in perversion and seductive, seducing spirits. I have never seen more images of more mermaids and water people in my life. That's a division in the kingdom of darkness, and they're highly technologically advanced. And we have to understand what we're dealing with. And we have to understand the rules of engagement in spiritual warfare. And we are meant for hand-to-hand combat. And we are meant to bring our cries before the throne of God, to bring judgment on the rulers of darkness of this world and of this nation. Because the rulers have set up a throne in this nation. They've set it up. Darkness has completely covered and eclipsed the White House of this nation.
But I ain't wanting any. No. Hellfire. Hellfire. All right. Good night. Irene, good night. Good night, Irene. Good night, Irene. Good night, Irene. Good night, Irene.
Yeah, it will continue. The fuckers, man. Every day a new horror, fresh horror delivered to my door. Like, my podcast machine is like the kind of mangy cat, like dropping the dead bird. Look at that. What about that? I don't want it. I don't want it.